Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If DEKU Had Hyper Auditory Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Arc 1. Revelations. Deep within the heavy shrouding of a forest, far on the outskirts of the city of Mizudafu, 7 young boys are steadily making their way through the hot and humid wilderness. The group is an odd bunch, seeing as they're not all necessarily friends. Rather, they're classmates brought together through a combination of common interest and fiery passion. In truth, their journey was a spur-of-the-moment sort of thing, a trip made complete with childish enthusiasm and a single goal set in mind. Their faces don't show it, but some of the boys, 6 of the 7, that is all, see that this isn't a simple outing for them. Outwardly, they're expressing faces of glee and happiness, smiles full of shining teeth and shouts filled with delight. But their minds relay something different. Their thoughts are filled with notions of fatigue and determination, slight fear and worry. This is, after all, a chance to prove themselves. And they plan to make the most out of it. Midoriya Izuku is no different from the rest, and is just as eager as the others to arrive at the group's purported destination. While in part this is actually due to his inclusion in this activity, there's more to it than that. This is the first time that he'll be able to show off his quirk to his peers. While the others in his preschool had already manifested their quirks months prior, Izuku hadn't been so lucky. In fact, it wasn't long until he was the only one in his class without a quirk. He was worried at first that he wouldn't manifest a quirk. Living without something so integral and meaningful to one's life, he just couldn't see it. And his worries didn't help one bit. After 1 week of waiting for his quirk to develop, that worry grew to anxiety. After 2, Izuku feared that he would be quirkless. However, a quick trip to the doctors disproved his theories. Indeed, he didn't have the extra toe joint. He was just a late bloomer, they had said. It was a breath of relief to the boy. Still, it wouldn't be until a few months later that his quirk would finally appear. It was an incident Izuku would never forget. It was in the dead of night, and Izuku had been on the verge of falling asleep. He had finally gotten his eyes to close when it was as if a switch had been flipped. Izuku was suddenly aware of things that he shouldn't have been, things that were far outside of his normal perception. Izuku had immediately thought of showing off his quirk the next day at preschool. But as tempting as the prospect was, Izuku pushed it down. He didn't want to disappoint anyone, after all. So he had kept his quirk a secret until he could better learn how to use it. Weeks were spent discovering and taking note of the intricacies of his quirk, learning everything that he could do, and everything he could not. Time passed like a judging clock, Izuku's patience growing especially thin when he had realized that he had barely surpassed his initial limitations. This, coupled with the growing hostility of his friends, led Izuku to eventually cave in. It wasn't long after that Izuku admitted to his peers that he had a quirk. They were surprised at first, disbelieving of his claims that he had finally sprouted his long-awaited quirk. They had already written him off a long time ago, and they insisted that they wouldn't take credit to his claims unless Izuku showed them his quirk. Bakugo Katsuki drew a stop to that. Instead, he planted himself before Izuku, aiming a piercing glare at the green-haired boy. The hard-pressed gaze of the blonde brought Izuku to a shivering state. In fact, Izuku ended up shifting his eyes away to avoid direct contact with the blood-red eyes before him. A minute or so of this abruptly came to a halt as Bakugo stepped away. It was then that the boy spoke up about his plan. Izuku was honestly surprised when he was asked to join in on Bakugo's expedition. Izuku had heard his friend rant on and on about his plans, but never once did Izuku think that Bakugo would invite him. So, when the boy actually got around to it, Izuku stood still for all but a moment before he erupted into a joyous stupor. And so they went off to the forest. The expedition consisted of Izuku and the others undergoing a self-made challenge, a multi-stepped process that they had come to call their own rite of passage. The first step requires making the journey without the usage of their quirks. This is to demonstrate both their strength and their willpower. In Bakugo's words, it's to show that they aren't powerless without their quirks. The second step revolves around following orders. And, as the self-imposed leader of the group, Bakugo leads the charge, barking orders left and right, ensuring the group doesn't let up on their progress one bit. His influence is unceasing, Bakugo pressuring the group to advance through the thick underbrush of the wilds. To Bakugo, it wouldn't do for any of them to show any inkling of weakness. That would mean that they aren't cut out to hang around with him. To him, he needs to weed the extras out, since extras are just stepping stones on his path to greatness. The others don't know this, of course. Not even Izuku, his supposed best friend. Rather, they all admire Bakugo for what they see in him. He's strong, he's loud, and he holds everyone's attention. These are all prime factors that the boys find important for someone aiming to be a pro-hero. This is why Bakugo is put up on such a high pedestal. Bakugo's dynamic and hold over the group persists well into the forest. Bakugo orders the others around, and the others comply and follow. It's simple, orderly, and effective. The others do little to argue, especially considering that at the end of their trip they have a chance to use their quirks without the watchful eyes of adults hiding around every corner. But this all comes to a halt somewhere halfway between their starting point and their destination. It's around midday when the group stumbles upon the stream, surrounded on both sides by thriving vegetation and two steeply sloped banks. A large log closes the gap, acting as a makeshift bridge that's sturdy enough to walk across. Bakugo doesn't hesitate for even a second, and within moments he's leading the march across the log. His eagerness and overconfidence, however, does little in preventing him from tripping over an unseen crevasse, falling off said log, and landing into the shallow water below. 5 of the 6 boys still on the log above smile and laugh the incident off, urging Bakugo to hurry back up. But the last of the 6 reacts differently. His eyes widen with shock, and before he can think his feet are rushing him forward and down the bank of the stream. "Kaken!" Izuku yells, his voice shrill and strewn with worry. Within moments, he finds himself in front of the downed Bakugo. By instinct, Izuku reaches down towards his friend with an offer of assistance. "Kaken, are you okay?" Izuku asks with trembling hands, a small smile forming on his face upon seeing Bakugo's relative lack of injury. Upon hearing the voice, Bakugo ceases his coughing and looks up from his position. His eyes steadily meet those of Izuku's. Several thoughts flow through Bakugo's mind all at once, and none of them are all too pleasant. His face quickly morphs into a scowl, and his hand instantly moves to smack away the offered assistance from Izuku. "I don't need your help, nerd," Bakugo relays, standing up on his own. His hands aim themselves towards his clothes and instantly go off with a bang. His quirk activates, a shower of sparks turning into miniature explosions that erupt from his palms. The explosions do as Bakugo intends, their heat instantly drying out his clothes. When he's done, Bakugo shoves his way past Izuku and starts making his way up the slope of the stream. Izuku adopts a strained smile as he watches the retreating back of his friend. After a moment, his head bends down to look at his feet, one hand going up to rub his opposite arm. He doesn't say anything about his friend's rudeness, and neither does he mention how he truly feels about it. Rather, after a brief moment's respite, Izuku perks up and forms a bright smile, readily following after Bakugo. The rest of the trip is fairly uneventful. Izuku trails behind the group, content in listening to the ambience of the forest. Whether it's the birds nesting high up in the trees, the scurrying of rabbits deep within their underground homes, or the various creepy crawlies squirming their way beneath various down logs, Izuku listens into them all with a serene smile on his face. Time passes, and before the group knows it, they've arrived at a small clearing. The place is a small gem that was found by Bakugo, discovered during one of his many outings in the forest. It's just the place they want to be, considering that they don't want any adults seeing them. The isolation ensures that nobody will be interrupting them for the foreseeable future. "All right, we're here," exclaims Bakugo as he climbs his way atop a large rock. "You all made it. And that means you passed the first part of the test." A toothy smile adorns Bakugo's face, his eyes going into a manic delight as he asks the next question. "Now, who wants to go first for the second part?" Nobody makes a peep. The 6 other boys are quiet, still as statues of stone. They're equal parts afraid and in awe of Bakugo, a mix of emotions that make the group wary of volunteering for what's to come next. But after a brief bout of silence, a lone figure steps forward to respond to the challenge. The boy is Kirihara Mirai. Despite being the same age as them, he towers above the others. His spindly arms and legs pair well with his thin figure, with his long brown hair accenting his black-rimmed glasses. His more developed nature, something that goes both physically and mentally, leads to many of his peers making fun of him on a daily basis. However, Kirihara takes none of it. He brushes them off and perseveres, and it's that specific trait that deems him interesting to Bakugo. And so, with the first challenger chosen, everyone watches as Kirihara and Bakugo place themselves across from one another. Sparks begin to fly from Bakugo's hands as an eerie red glow envelopes Kirihara's eyes. The two are each edging the other to move first. But, of course, that responsibility eventually defaults to Bakugo. Everyone cheers when Kirihara dodges the first explosive endowed punch. The cheers grow in volume as Kirihara dodges the second punch, and then the third and the fourth. By the time the fifth punch is ready to go out, Kirihara holds his hand up, signaling for the fight to stop. A small smirk finds itself on his face. "Quite impressive, ain't it?" he says aloud. His voice is somewhat shrill, fitting for his looks. As I've said before, my form of combat precognition reigns supreme. There wasn't any further evidence needed to prove his point. After all, nobody had been able to properly dodge Bakugo's attacks before. The way Izuku had seen Kirihara used it in the past, his quirk allows him to predict the actions associated with combat to a certain degree. This allows Kirihara the current ability to dodge Bakugo in the one-on-one spar. However, the ever-present smirk on Kirihara's face disappears when Bakugo suggests non-quirk combat. Not wanting to look cowardly, Kirihara accepts. Bakugo, quite predictably, reigns supreme in the fight, showing that he is still superior in terms of pure, unadulterated strength. Kirihara accepts the loss, even if Bakugo says that he's a scrawny weakling without his quirk. As always, Kirihara takes the insult in stride. The second to take a go at Bakugo is Takahashi Kaze, their class's own self-acclaimed prankster. He's a stout kid, with a pudgy face and a brazen attitude he's well known for. He has a mean streak as large as a spider crab, and many know to avoid angering the boy if they don't want to find themselves the victim of a vicious prank the next day. Like before, Takahashi and Bakugo line themselves up, and the fight begins. Takahashi is the first to use his quirk this time, jumping 5 feet from the ground with a single motion. The blast of air that erupts from his feet allows him to evade Bakugo's signature right hook. Uncontrolled gusts of wind then take up Takahashi's remaining arsenal, shooting from his arms and knocking Bakugo off course in his attacks. From Izuku's own observations of the boy, he finds Takahashi's aerokinesis to be rather crude. He's only able to disperse large blasts of air all at once, lacking any fine control whatsoever. Even still, his quirk has the potential to become a promising ability with practice. But in the end, the crudeness of his control leads to Takahashi's defeat, as expected. The next 3 trials aren't all too different. Tatsuda Gomu has a transformation quirk which allows him to give his body elastic properties. This rubber-like state gives him an innately high defensive capability, though his spindly arms and scrawny frame make him downright useless against the offensive power of Bakugo's explosions. He ends up losing after a minute-long beatdown, a little faster than Izuku's initial predictions. Machida Yudo's quirk is well known, knowledge of it spreading among his peers ever since the horns had sprouted up atop his head. The young, heavy-set boy is even more intimidating than he was before his quirk manifested, even if the few patches of fur that grow on his skin take away from it. As for his capabilities, his horns are reminiscent of a ram's. Machida can also go into a charging rampage, being able to produce enough brute force to crack open small boulders. The gathered group expected Machida to have the best chance against Bakugo, but their hopes were proved to be for naught. Machida's enhanced strength and durability aren't enough to quell Bakugo's aggressive fighting style. And then came Tsubasa Hain, who, like Machida, has a mutation quirk. Tsubasa has 2 red dragon-like wings sprouting from his back, the 2 appendages combined equaling a 6-foot-long wingspan that's difficult to miss. From Izuku's perspective, Tsubasa doesn't have much that is capable of defeating Bakugo, his wings not being useful for anything but travel as of yet. His belief is proven true with Tsubasa's swift defeat. And with Tsubasa's loss, the boys who had already faced Bakugo numbered at 5, leaving only a single individual left to demonstrate their quirk. Izuku notices this fairly quickly, a wide smile forming on his face upon the realization. He moves forward, his steps crunching against the fallen leaves of the forest floor as his gaze meets Bakugo's eyes. As Izuku comes into position, 5 feet across from his best friend, he takes a deep breath. Izuku concentrates on the things around him, the summertime breeze, the minute tramplings of small critters of the forest, and the shallow breaths of the others around him. He feels the power emanate from his mind, tingling his sensations with a subtle surge of energy. He breathes, and he wills the sounds of his power to prosper. He points a finger at a rock a few meters away. Right there. There are 2 bugs hiding under that rock. What? The collective question rings throughout the clearing. Izuku lets out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his head. One of you can go check. There should be 2 bugs under the rock. Takahashi ends up being the one to do it, and the second he flips over the designated rock his eyes shoot up in surprise. Midoriya's right, he says. There's a stink bug and one of those Mucade centipedes under here. So, what? Machida asks. Midoriya can tell where bugs are? Pretty lame if you ask me. That isn't it. Izuku interjects. However, the second he realizes his outburst, he shrinks in on himself. He continues with a much more reserved voice. I could hear them is all. Hear them? Kirihara asks. Izuku eagerly nods in response. I have really good hearing. Like, super hearing. Kirihara puts a hand under his chin. Oh. Takahashi jumps in the air with his hand raised. We can use him so we know when adults are coming. So we can use our quirks all the time. Idiot. Tatsuda chimes in. I've got something better. We can listen to those conversations adults don't like us hearing instead. Fight me, comes the abrupt voice of Bakugo. The chorus of voices immediately cuts out. What? Izuku sputters, turning suddenly to face Bakugo. I want you to fight me, Bakugo reasserts. With your quirk. A look of apprehension dawns in Izuku's face. Kakakin, earlier you said that this was just a demonstration. My quirk won't hell. There isn't a warning when Bakugo shoots forward. An explosion is charged up in the cusp of his palm, the cluster aiming right for Izuku's torso. Given Izuku's surprise, the attack strikes true. Izuku gets launched a few feet back, tumbling into a nearby tree. A large excess of air comes barreling out of his lungs as his back meets the hard and aging bark. His head suffers a similar fate, and he almost thinks that he sees stars. The impact has Izuku wheezing and clutching his body in pain. He barely has the strength and willpower to pick himself up. That's it, demands Bakugo. That's all you have going for ya? Bakugo snarls, his expression growing tight. That's got to be the most pathetic quirk I've ever seen. You might as well be quirkless for all I care. Izuku sniffles. Slowly, his arms push against the ground until he's standing once again. His legs are shaking, and his breath is shallow, but in his eyes shine in determination. Kakin. He coughs. I can? Look at him. Takahashi exclaims, his words devolving into a fit of laughter. He didn't even last a second against Bakugo. Yeah. Machida agrees. That was the shortest any of us had against Bakugo. What a loser. As the two laugh, it doesn't take long for the others to join in. Izuku, quite understandably, shrinks in on himself. Bakugo ignores the scant remarks, making his way up to the beaten Izuku and picking him by the scruff of his neck. Is that all you can do? Bakugo questions, his voice an accusing whisper. A whole year of waiting and that's it? His eyes tighten, aiming to gauge Izuku and place judgment. Izuku takes a moment to respond. A visible bulge forms at his neck, a gulp sneaking down and disappearing before he speaks. I guess. Izuku stammers, his hands clambering and eyes shifting to the side. I haven't really been able to do much more. But quirks are like muscles, right? So maybe if another blast erupts from Bakugo's hand. This one is aimed differently, the explosion going off in the space that's directly right to Izuku's head. Izuku stumbles to the ground again as Bakugo lets go of him. He clutches his ear in pain, a low ringing having sprung into existence after the blast. It doesn't take much for the beginnings of tears to start trailing off his eyes. Super hearing? Bakugo mutters in question. And how about now? Can you hear now? His nostrils flare before he faces the rest of the group. We're going back home. The nerd here can catch up with us when he stops being a baby. The group steps in line behind Bakugo without a word of rebuttal. A few snicker at Izuku's vulnerability, but a growl from Bakugo easily silences them. It doesn't take very long for Izuku to be the only one left in the clearing. He doesn't know how long he lays there, staring up into the treetops while his mind reels in chaos. Izuku doesn't know how long it's been when he decides to unfurl himself from his position on the front. He still clutches at his ear, wiping away at the small trail of blood that seeps through his fingers and drips to the ground. The ringing in his ears eventually begins to subside, going from a harsh whistle to a low hum in the back of his mind. It's because of this that Izuku catches the faint sound of crunching leaves being made by the retreating steps of his classmates. Izuku estimates the distance to be around half a kilometer away. He knows that he could still catch up to them if he hurries, and so he prepares himself before he sets off in a sprint. He runs despite the agony to his sides, the damage to his head, and the raging thoughts in his mind. Because there's a small part of him that hopes he can still prove himself to Bakugo, no matter what it takes. Children can be cruel creatures when given the right motivation. This is a simple truth in a world ruled by those with powers, a world where the ones with quirks reign supreme, and the quirkless and less powerful suffer as the strong reap the benefits of their labor. That is also to say that not all humans are created equal. Nobody chooses to be born quirkless or with a weak quirk. Everyone aspires to be a hero when they are young, looking up to the likes of All Might. But many times, such dreams are shattered by the reports of 2 joints in their smallest toes. Such people are scorned by society. They are deemed weaker and are treated as such. They are ignored and placed aside, things coming in favor of those with quirks than those who don't. But, ever an optimist, Midoriya Izuku never comes close to thinking such thoughts. Never does he think that maybe, just maybe, that those kids who act against him treat him as so out of scorn and hate. Izuku doesn't think this. Even if, day by day, it's getting harder and harder not to do so. Instead of growing resentment, or a desperate spiral of depression, Midoriya Izuku has one goal in mind. He wants to have an honest chance to talk with his best friend. Izuku has noticed the way the ashy blonde boy had changed ever so drastically over the course of a few months. Izuku knows that Bakugo wasn't always like he is now, vindictive, cruel, twisted. The shift was a rather abrupt change, the current Bakugo being nowhere near the more reserved and kind, if not sometimes explosive boy Izuku had grown to know. Izuku wants to know what changed. He wants to know what he's doing wrong. And, perhaps most importantly, he wants to know what he can do to fix the rift that has grown between them. What Izuku doesn't know is how that day in the woods would only be the beginning of a series of unfortunate events. It ultimately wouldn't be the last time the world would share its misfortune with Izuku. But at least for the moment, late into the night of that fateful day, Izuku went to sleep, snug and comfortable in his All Might plastered room, the figurines and posters providing him a sense of security. As he drifted off to sleep, he never noticed the low hum still present in his ears. And thus was a day in the life of Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's eyes shoot open, his body snapping upwards to where he's sitting up straight in his bed. His breathing comes off a bit ragged, the pains of the past day coming to the forefront of his mind and warding away his morning grogginess. He can almost feel the explosions rippling across his skin, his body remembering the sensations of collapsing to the ground after Kaken had attacked him. Instinctively, he reaches for his ear, feeling for the familiar runny texture of blood. All the while Izuku's eyes dart around expecting the worst, only to find the opposite. The barest amount of sunlight peers just past the blinds of the window, but it's enough to illuminate the room to his liking. His hero-based posters and paraphernalia at the room as usual, taking up every possible nook and cranny of his walls and shelves. All Might smiles at him as he does every day, the plastic figurines that bear his signature smile making up the majority of the hero memorabilia that occupies Izuku's room. The fact that he's in his room sinks in, the realization culling Izuku's panic in its place. He takes a few moments to breathe, closing his eyes as he lets time run its course to ease his beating heart. Eventually, he opens his eyes again. A quick purview of his room reminds Izuku of the night before, right before he went to sleep. A quick glance at his bedside table and Izuku spots his notebooks. His most recent one, notebook number 2, is still splayed open on the page that he was working on last night. The sketch of Gang Orca is nearly done, with only the fin and upper half of the hero's head still missing. The small notes around the page fin aids with the control of high-paced movement. What's the physical makeup of his eyes and why do they look like that? Can the use of sonar disorientate him are so jumbled that any other person would have a hard time following his train of thought. Izuku reaches over and closes the book, tucking it into his bedside drawer just as he checks his alarm clock. 7:58 a.m. Just 2 minutes before he usually wakes up. Izuku reaches his hand over and turns the All Might alarm clock off before it can start spouting out his favorite hero's catchphrase. And with that, he takes one last look of his surroundings and gets all the reassurance that he needs. He's at home. He's fine. But not quite. Izuku can feel the inklings of his quirk waking up as well, getting stronger as he becomes more lucid. He immediately cuts off the feedback from it and restrains its range, keeping his hearing confined to the boundaries of his apartment. He doesn't need to hear anything else. He already knows enough about all of his neighbors, after all. Like how the couple 2 doors down from him yell a lot. Their arguments often span late into the night, and they kept Izuku up late when he was still learning to control his quirk. Or the man next door, who watches horror and wartime movies religiously. There's a lot of swearing in them, something of which Izuku knows his mother wouldn't approve of if she knew he was listening in. And so he doesn't. Or tries not to, at least. And there's the lady nearly half a block away. She has over 20 cats in her apartment. She talks and sings to each and every one every day, filling their food bowls and giving them baths all the while. She talks on the phone a lot too, sometimes to her niece in Osaka, other times to her brother who lives in Taiwan. Izuku knows all of this because of his quirk, just as much as he knows that it can be a bit invasive. It's because of his quirk that he knows a whole plethora of information that he'd rather not know in the first place. And so, Izuku tries to keep his quirk contained, even if his control often slips. It's the best he can do for now. Izuku looks back at his alarm clock. 8:01 a.m. He turns his head towards the door. Behind it from down the hall come a few footsteps that grow closer with each step. Izuku isn't actually surprised by them, considering that he had heard them the moment they had begun in the kitchen. But he decides that he might as well face the door for when his mother inevitably opens it. "Izuku, honey?" Midoriya Izuku calls out as she knocks on Izuku's door, right at the moment Izuku had expected. "Are you awake yet?" "Yeah." Izuku answers. "I am." He ends up sitting up straighter in his bed by the time his mother opens the door to his room. "All right." Izuku cheers. "I didn't hear your alarm, so I was just making sure." Izuku lifts one of his hands up to scratch at his bedhead. "I just woke up before it went off is all." "Oh, for any particular reason?" She smiles. "Usually I have to drag you out of the bed. Why was today different?" Izuku freezes. It's a minuscule effort, and he wills himself out of his state almost immediately, relaxing his body and ridding himself of the sudden tenseness that had overcome him. He's pretty sure that his mother didn't notice the slight change at all. Or he hopes at least. No, Izuku mutters. "I just did, I guess." "Well, all right," Izuku chuckles. "Breakfast is just about done, so come out when you're ready, okay? And remember, I still need to reapply your bandages before I drop you off, so don't dawdle." She leaves without another word, Izuku sensing each and every footstep she makes on her way back to the kitchen. The mention of the bandages brings said wrappings to Izuku's attention. He had almost forgotten about them, wrapped up around an elbow that he had hurt yesterday. It's only now, after they enter his perception, that he begins to feel the cloth rubbing against his skin. Izuku shakes it off, getting off of and making his bed. Taking another look at his room once he's done, he nods to himself before heading out towards the kitchen. Some mere phantom pains won't drag him down. He still has the rest of the day before him, after all. Please stop scratching at your gauze, Izuku. Inko lightly chides, her eyes peering through the rear-view mirror and straight at her son of 5 years of age. You don't want it getting infected if it falls off, you know. Sorry, Mom, Izuku mutters, inching his fingers away from his elbow. It still itches, of course, and he really wants to scratch it. But he'll listen to his mother for now. Honestly, Inko sighs, you boys roughhouse way too much for my comfort. You need to be more careful when you hang out with Katsuki, alright? I know that it's just a light burn, but still. I don't want to have to talk to Mitsuki and end up taking away your playtime. Izuku averts his gaze and looks out the car window. Yeah, I know. Inko frowns, eyes lingering on her son before focusing back on the road. Is something up, Izuku? You've been a bit down ever since yesterday. It's nothing, Mom, Izuku lies, managing to put up a smile. I'm just a little tired. It all makes sense now. Inko cheers. You came home late after playing with Katsuki. And then I saw you up late drawing in that notebook of yours again. Something about that orca hero? At the mention of the hero, the dour expression on Izuku's face disappears almost instantly. His name's Gang Orca? He's been rising in the ranks over the years, even topping the charts of most villainous-looking hero. Like an orca, he needs water and... Inko tries to listen to her son as he goes on and on about this Gang Orca, but ultimately fails at keeping up with the words that come out of his mouth. It's not anything new, of course. He's always like this when he talks about heroes. The car eventually comes to a stop as Inko pulls into the driveway of the nursery responsible for watching Izuku when she heads to work. She takes another look at the rearview mirror and towards her son, a small smile coming onto her face as she watches his animated movements. We're here, Izuku. She interrupts him. Make sure that you don't go overboard, alright? And have fun. Izuku pauses, eyes coming back into focus at his mother's words. Oh. He scoots over the seats of the car and opens the door, looking back one last time at his mother with a smile. Bye, Mom. He hops out of the car, slamming the door shut. He waves as his mom drives off, only putting his arm down once she's no longer within visible range. Behind him, Izuku hears the approach of Miss Hoshino, one of the 2 caretakers that watch over Izuku and the others throughout the day. Around her early 30s, partnerless given the lack of a ring on her hand, but full of energy and life. She basks in the attention the children give her, and she in turn does whatever she can to please them. Izuku can't help but recite the information in his head. He can't help it, especially with people that he spends large amounts of time with. It's one of the few things he can do while being good at it, watching people and learning what he can just by observation. Or in some cases with his newfound quirk. Like right now. Though his eyes are still glued towards the road, Izuku can tell exactly what Miss Hoshino is wearing. She has on her 2 green bangles today, both on her left wrist. Izuku knows this because they make a slightly louder ding as they clash together than her purple bangles do, and are slightly more chime-y than her bulky blue ones. On the other hand, her earrings are the silver ones with blue jays on them. The birds twirl in a ring of silver due to the wind, with Izuku. There you are. Izuku turns just as Miss Hoshino kneels down before him. Good morning, Izuku. Miss Hoshino greets, a small rainbow-colored puff of smoke emanating from her hands. How's my favorite little bean sprout doing today? I'm doing good. Izuku replies, eyes focusing on her green bangles and blue jay earrings. Just as his quirk provided to him. And what happened here? She asks, her hand gently wrapping around Izuku's bandage elbow. Why are you all bandaged up? It was nothing, Izuku says. Just an accident while I was playing with Kakin yesterday. Ah, she gushes. You and your nicknaming of Katsuki. I can never get over how cute it is. She stands up and begins leading Izuku inside. Come on. Katsuki's already here. You 2 can go ahead and play until we begin our lesson, alright? The inside of the building is chaos incarnate. The rest of Izuku's peers are showing off their quirks left and right, causing a cacophony of noise every which way. Of course, Izuku notes, this is just how it normally is inside the school. After all, nursery schools are one of the few places where quirks are allowed to be used without a license. Izuku looked up the reasoning, and apparently it has something to do about it being better to let children learn to adapt and properly control their quirks. Miss Hoshino and Tuscan Nursery School's other caretaker, Mr. Yoshioka, have been trained to handle the unstable nature of quirks that come at an early age from their students. And yet, Izuku finds, they are often quite overwhelmed by their job. As such, Izuku doesn't really react when Miss Hoshino suddenly separates from his side and darts across the room towards another student, shouting for the young girl she's heading towards to drop off of the ceiling. If anything, Izuku doesn't mind. He feels the slightest tinge of abandonment, sure. But he knows that it's a stupid feeling to feel. After all, her departure leaves him with a chance to find Kaken. It doesn't take much to locate his friend. Izuku finds him surrounded by the others from yesterday. They are all gathered around Mr. Yoshioka. Strangely enough, Izuku has discovered Mr. Yoshioka as being the polar opposite of his workmate. He's around 50, and he's rather clueless around children. And, despite his best attempts to appease his students, he never is able to reach the same degree that Miss Hoshino is capable of. It's a wonder he works with kids in the first place. Izuku wonders if it has to do with some sort of past trauma, considering how often Mr. Yoshioka stares off into the distance when he interacts with Tamakun and Sumi-chan, both blue-haired individuals just like himself. Before he can get lost in his own thoughts again, Izuku brushes the thought away. He focuses back on Kaken, and can't help but let out a quiet giggle. Mr. Yoshioka has a stuffed elephant in his hand, blue cloth and all. A flash of light, an indication of using his quirk, sprouts from his hand, enveloping the toy elephant. When the light dies down, the elephant is moving, its trunk waving in the air and its stubby legs carrying it forward. But Izuku winches as the toy is handed towards Kaken who, as expected, subsequently blows up the little creature in his hands with a blast from his quirk. I already told you, I don't need no shitty moving toys. Bakugu shouts. Mr. Yoshioka narrows his eyes. Bakugu, watch your language. What you said was a bad word, and bad words aren't good for you. I can say what I want, you shitty teacher. Mr. Yoshioka sighs. His hand slides over his face, and Izuku can tell that he's done with dealing with Kaken. I'm going to go and see if Hoshino-san needs any help, he relays, standing up. You can go along and play around with whatever if you really want, Bakugu. It's as Mr. Yoshioka leaves that Izuku decides to announce his presence. Kaken. Guys. I'm here. Bakugu and the other 5 boys all turn around simultaneously to face Izuku. Instantly, Izuku can feel the shift in the air. Something's wrong. His friends begin snickering, whispering to each other as they look in his direction. Izuku takes care not to listen in with his quirk, allowing his friends to keep up their privacy. Eventually, Bakugu makes his way to the front of the group. DEKU, took you long enough. Izuku tilts his head. DEKU, he enunciates. What's that supposed to mean, Kaken? Bakugu smirks. It's your new nickname, nerd. Really? Izuku perks up. Thank you, Kaken. The others erupt into a mass of laughter, some having to lean on the other to hold themselves up. All the while, Izuku remains clueless. What's so funny? Izuku asks. You didn't let me finish, DEKU. Bakugu steps forward, moving until he's mere inches away from Izuku. A grin appears on his face as their eyes meet. Your new nickname, Bakugu scoffs. It means you're useless, worthless. Bakugu's grin widens. Just like your weak but quirk. The others explode yet again into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. They walk off to do whatever, leaving Izuku still and frozen in his spot. His mind is reeling, thoughts racing second by second as the past few moments are replayed over and over and over in his head. A single word is all that can escape from the chaos that envelopes his mind, sounding out barely above a whisper, and yet with so much emotion filling it seems. Why? The fact that Yoroi Masha, the equipped hero, is still around as a popular and active hero is astounding, considering his age. Though, with the way that his quirk enhances his armor to make up for his loss in reaction time, strength, and speed, it makes sense that the man is still so high in the rankings. Still, his attitude could use some improvement. Take last week for example, when the pen stops in its place, having reached the edge of the paper. As Izuku's muttering dies down, his eyes dart across the confines of the page. Much to his surprise, he finds that he's filled up every single bit of space on this page of his notebook as well. That makes 10 pages in total, all filled to the brim with scribblings and sketches, all over the course of his stay at the nursery. It's the end of the day now, the others who aren't already gone just waiting to be picked up to go home. Izuku's outside at his usual spot, sitting on the ground and leaning up snug against the nursery's outer wall. Usually by this point, Izuku's only finished working on 3 or 4 pages in his notebook. But somehow, today he's finished 10. How? Izuku mutters to himself. He takes a moment to recall what could have been different about the past few hours. Usually, for recess and lunch he'd cram away at his desk working on his notebook. On the odd day that he did, he'd write about any incidents he and his mother stumbled upon on morning commute. The one problem that plagued Izuku's life was getting lost in his thoughts, and his time spent buried in his notebooks was proof of that. He'd sit there for 10, maybe 15 minutes, and would likely go on for longer if one of the others didn't interrupt him and call him over to play. But today, nobody came to check on me, Izuku realizes with a PP of his head. That's strange. Usually Kirihara or one of the others would come to look at my work. Did they just forget today? A sudden thought comes to mind. DEKU. He mutters, trying to find a sense of the word to his own ears. Did they really? A blaring sound of a car horn jumbles Izuku out of his thoughts. He looks up, finding his mother waving out from the passenger side window of her car. Izuku sighs as he pledges himself to finish the entry on Yoroi Musha later, closing his notebook and placing it in his backpack. It's not long after that Izuku's inside of the car, his mother's heavenly voice greeting him as he buckles up. Izuku, how's my little boy doing? Izuku hums as the car breaks off onto the main road. His face goes through a blend of expressions before settling on something more reflective of confusion before he finally answers. Was alright, I guess? Just alright? Inko asks. Yeah, Izuku reaffirms, his face betraying his sense of loss. It was just different than usual. Different can be good. Inko cheered. Her face then lost that cheer momentarily after. But I guess that it depends on the situation. What was different about today? Some of my friends didn't come over to play with me, Izuku says. But it might have been my fault. I'm not sure really. Oh. Well, I suppose that we're talking about the bad type of different, then. Do you have an idea as to why that happened? It's your new nickname, nerd. It means you're useless, worthless. Izuku gulps. He blinks, shaking his head to wrest the memory away from his mind. No. He mutters. I can't really think of anything. Inko frowns, eyeing the sullen expression on her son's face. But then a sudden thought comes to mind. Something that she'd originally been planning to tell Izuku before she saw that hurt expression of his. The realization exchanges her frown for a small smile. She knows exactly how to turn the situation around on its head. Well, Inko begins, it's nothing that you should be worrying about right now. You can just ask them outright tomorrow if anything's wrong, after all. Izuku's expression brightens, the boy almost bounding out of his seat in joy. You think so? Oh, definitely. So don't worry about it for now. After all, I have a surprise for you. You do? Izuku asks, all signs of gloom gone from his face as he bounces in his seat. What is it? What is it? Whoa there, small mite. Inko laughs. I'll tell you, but you've got to calm down first. I don't want you accidentally unbuckling your seatbelt again. Izuku pouts, crossing his arms. Fine. He looks over to his mom with a smile. So what is it? You sure that you're ready? I'm not sure if you are. Mom. All right. Inko cheerfully relents. Since you've been a patient boy, I'll tell you. Your father is coming home this weekend. Izuku's eyes widen at the information. He is? But I thought he wasn't coming back for another month? He normally would, Inko says. But something happened over in Hokkaido this morning. Your father's workplace was the site of a villain attack, you see. Is he okay? Izuku yells. He's fine, Inko replies. The place just got a bit messed up is all. He's going to be staying at home for a bit while they fix the place up. And based on the amount of damage, your father said that he'll be with us for a whole month. Isn't that exciting? Yeah, it is. Izuku pumps his fist in the air. I get to see Dad early. Hey kiddo, I noticed a minute ago that you're still in your bed. A crackle, followed by the sound of running water. Are you getting up soon, or am I going to have to go in there and wake you myself after I'm done here? Izuku shuffles a bit in his bed, his mind gradually rousing itself due to the voice. It's a much more pleasant and tranquil morning greeting than the one of a few days prior, and Izuku's in no hurry to lose his current feeling of peace. That new All Might figurine isn't going to pick itself up from the store, you know, the voice says, somewhat muffled by the flowing water that surrounds it. And remember that it's Saturday, the comic store closes early today. If you sleep in, you'll have to wait for your gift tomorrow ga. Soap in my eye. Izuku's eyes shoot open at the statement. I forgot entirely. Izuku jumps out of his bed near instantly. He zooms out of his room and into the hall, moving towards his parents' room in haste. He falls into place in the doorway and yells out loud enough for his father to hear, his voice carrying past the closed bathroom door and the sound of the running shower. I'm up. Izuku exclaims. Thanks for waking me, Dad. Of course. Midoriya Hisashi mutters, his voice betraying his ongoing pain as he continues to wash out his eyes. Just start getting ready. Hopefully I'll have breakfast prepared once you're done. Alright, I'll be quick. As Izuku turns and races down the hall, his newfound smile never leaves his face. A whole day with his dad. Unlike his wife and son, Midoriya Hisashi dons a much more conservative hairstyle, a professional crew cut of black hair taking up his topside features. Near always, his colleagues find him dressed up in a plaid suit commendable and appropriate to his occupation as an project manager working Hokkaido's growing biomedical scene. His approachable and yet strict attitude makes him popular amongst the workers, a key factor that contributed to his current position. But off the clock, Midoriya Hisashi would not have been recognized by those he worked with one bit. Rounded glasses take the place of the contacts that he usually wears, and his dress consists of a much more comfortable set of khakis and a polo. After all, there wasn't a need for the dependable, hard-working project manager he's known as when he's over 1,000 kilometers away from the island of his work. In the here and now, as Hisashi calmly sits in his car as it stands still in traffic, all he cares for is spending the day with the son he very dearly loves. It's a shame that your mother had an early shift today. Hisashi looks at his son through the rear-view mirror. The three of us could have spent the afternoon wandering Kyoshi to our heart's desire. We still have another month before you go back to work. Izuku exclaims, his glee palpable through his words. And tomorrow's still Sunday. We can still do something since I won't have school. Hisashi rubs his chin in thought. You make a valid point, kiddo. Any clue as to what we can do? Izuku mimics his father's gesture. How about? Not the Tokyo Hero Museum though. Hisashi interjects. I heard from your mother that you went there last Saturday. You need to explore new avenues, it'll be fun. Izuku pouts at the jab to his interests. I need to think about it then. Plenty of time to do that, Hisashi says. Doesn't look like this traffic's letting up anytime soon. He looks back through the rear-view mirror. Actually, Izuku, any idea what the holdup is? Izuku blinks, unsure if he's understanding what it is his father is saying. Are you asking me to check? Hisashi smiles. It's not like anybody's going to know, you being in the car and all. I'm willing to wait for you to do your magic, and considering the non-invasiveness of your quirk, well... Izuku pumps his fist into the air. But... Just give me a second then while I check. The reins of Izuku's quirk reach out to his distant surroundings, taking in all there is to hear. Izuku sits still for a few minutes as he takes care to gradually drown out the obvious things he needs to avoid: car horns, bird chirps, and the like, until he finds exactly what he's looking for. Rocks? Moving downwards from giant piles? No, that's rubble. A lot of fire too. And sirens. There's a villain fighting up ahead then. But who? Oh. Izuku's head jerks to face towards his father, turning away from the direction it had subconsciously gravitated to as Izuku lost himself to his hearing. Turn on the radio, Dad. Izuku nearly jumps in his seat as the words come from his mouth. Tune it to present mix station. Hisashi raises an eyebrow at that. Present mic? But isn't his show usually at night? He'll be on since it's Saturday. Izuku explains. Present mic always holds 2 shows on the weekends. And it's the only way that I'll get to know what's happening since I can't watch. Eventually, Hisashi does as he's told, sighing in the process. It doesn't take long to see why. Hello, listeners. Welcome back to today's installment of the Saturday Morning Funsies. It's your host, the one and only Present Mic. Oh yeah. Hisashi winces, moving his hand and turning the volume dial on the radio down. Still can't believe that you like this guy, Izuku. He's cool. Izuku retorts in defense of the hero. He maintains a balance of being a pro-hero and a radio host at the same time. Hisashi shakes his head. Way too loud for my tastes. First topic of the day. Fire in the streets of Mizudafu. But what's this? No, it's not some skyscraper bursting up in flames. It's Japan's very own number 2, Endeavor. A whole street has been cordoned off and evacuated because of the incident. Apparently this villain is a slippery one, folks. So keep an eye out. Hisashi takes a moment to look back at his son. Izuku, sensing the gesture, gives his father a reassuring smile. We'll be fine. The fight's near the edge of my range. Oh. Hisashi muses. So nearly a kilometer out then? I suppose that I can live with that. And yes, before anyone asks, it is true that normally I'd be heading over to see if anyone needs help, radio show or not. Well, how do I say this? Long story short, I've kinda been grounded from heroing for the weekend. Apparently, I was taking too many risks on my Friday patrol. Which is not true. I was just a bit tired. But Midnight wouldn't take no for an answer. As if she can read my mind. You don't know what you're talking about in this case, N. The sound of a phone ringing interrupts Present Mix rant midway. Oh. And with that, we are first call of the day. Let's see who Hayato patched through to me this time. The sound of Present Mic clearing his throat is audible through the radio before he answers the call. Well, hello. And just who might you, Midnight? Yeah, what? I didn't. Back to the break. Stay tuned. Yeah. The sound of music filters through the radio as Present Mic signs off. Miraculously, the switch matches up just in tune with the traffic starting to clear up. Wow. Hisashi laughs. What perfect timing. Curious, Izuku shuts his eyes, funneling his attention back to where had previously heard Endeavor's voice. Izuku hums. Yeah. It sounds like they're done. Endeavor's telling everyone to wrap up. Izuku opens his eyes to find his father grinning like a madman. What? Oh, nothing. It's just your quirk. It's really something, you know? In my opinion, you'll be a hero in no time easy. You really think so? Hisashi eagerly nods. Absolutely. In fact, I even have proof. Izuku tilts his head. How can you have proof for something that hasn't happened yet? Simple. We look to the past. You see, this has to do with my father, your grandfather, rather. You never got to know him. He died before you were born. But from what I've seen so far, it looks like you have the same quirk as he did. Izuku is barely able to contain himself in his seat by this point. Really? Is that why I don't have you fire-breathing or mom's telekinesis? Hisashi nods. That is how genetics work sometimes. And if that's the case, I say that you'll do fine as a hero. After all, your grandfather was well known for aiding heroes and the police in scouting out known villain bases. Wow. Izuku's feet are swaying back and forth, hitting the bottom part of his seat in all of his excitement. So cool. What was his name? He's in the public records, right? Are there videos of him? I need to see. What could he do that I haven't thought of yet? Maybe. Hisashi lets out a sigh, a small smile lingering on his face. And there he goes again muttering off about quirks, he thinks to himself. Ever the curious and inquisitive kid. Heck, seeing him like he is now, with his enthusiasm and steadfast nature combined. Hisashi lets out a mental laugh. He's destined to do great things. I just know it. With all the traffic clearing up, it wasn't long before Hisashi and Izuku reached their destination. The Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall is as busy and crowded as it would be any day, with masses of people weaving their ways through one another as they move in search of whatever they need. The father-son duo is no different, with Hisashi having to pay extra attention to ensure his son doesn't wander off ahead due to his excitement. He keeps his grip on Izuku's arm tight, pulling back whenever Izuku tries to speed up. We're going to get there on time, Izuku, Hisashi berates. There's no need for us to push our way through the crowd. Let's just go with the flow, yeah? But Dad! Izuku cries, continuing to pull on his father's arm. What happens if the store decides to close early? Or what happens if we get sidetracked and we don't get there on time? What happens if I trip and fall and then we have to get first aid and then we end up getting late? Hisashi represses his urge to laugh. The latter possibility is more likely to happen if you keep rushing this, kiddo. We still have an hour. He tilts his head. Maybe, we can pick up a hot dog on the way if you want. With the unexpected traffic we did miss lunch while we were getting here, after all. Izuku's stomach rumbles involuntarily at the idea. Food. He scratches his head. But the store. And food places can get crowded at the mall. Hisashi smiles, kneeling down to Izuku's eye level. How about we head to Might Food, Izuku's eyes brighten with unsaid glee. Might dogs. Might dogs. Might dogs. Izuku bobs his head side to side as he listens to the theme song from the All Might anime playing on the overhead speakers. He hums along, replaying the scenes he recalls from the show in his head. He's currently sitting at one of the tables at Might Food, patiently waiting as his father orders at the counter. He's content in basking in the environment, letting himself sit in such a heavily all-might fashioned establishment. And that's the type of mindset that Izuku normally would have on a normal day. But that all changes when he hears something at the edge of his range. It leaves his awareness near instantly, but it catches his attention nonetheless for being so out of place. It sounded like a blast of fire? Izuku looks to his father and finds that he's still paying for the food. After a moment, Izuku then looks back towards the direction of the noise he had heard. It'll be fine if I just check for a little bit, right? I'll be just outside. Izuku slides out of his chair, taking another look back at his father before he leaves the restaurant as stealthily as he can. He re-enters the shopping center at large, blending into the mass of people traversing the walkway. And as it turns out, the added distance is just enough for Izuku's goals. Based on his rough handling of his quirk, the sounds Izuku hears point towards several fires going off nearly half a kilometer away. There are cars honking, people screaming, and... Endeavor? I swear. When I get my hands on Scorcher for letting this guy out of his sight, he's going to regret waking up today. Endeavor. Calm down. Calm down. Know your place. I will not calm down. Not when this med villain escaped from our containment. But sir... Plasmic tracked him down. The villain's heading straight for the mall. An explosion rocks the building, plumes of smoke and rubble cascading inwards from the far end of the shopping center. Cries of fear and panic arise from the present crowd, and suddenly Izuku finds himself trapped in a wave of people, stuck as he's forced to go along with the stampede attempting to escape the chaos. Seconds go by with Izuku being pushed and shoved, bounced between the oblivious and terrified populace. And yet, despite the disorderly bustle and all the overwhelming noise, there is one thing that stands out to Izuku's quirk. Izuku takes a second to glance back behind him, and he easily catches glimpses of a black and brown blur. It bounds up and across the walls and ceiling, morphing into a seemingly amorphous blob all the while. It stretches and bends in unnatural proportions, mowing through civilians as it lets out a series of monstrous roars. With all the carnage, there's only one thought that fills Izuku's mind. I need to hide. He finally begins to force himself through the crowd, taking care not to trip or to get trampled by the running mass of individuals. His small form does little in his favor as he's pushed around like a pinball, but Izuku doesn't care. All he wants is to get out. Eventually he breaks free, falling to his knees as he breaks away from the rushing current of people. He takes a second to look back, trying to pull in his ragged breath as he watches the stream of people continue on their way. Eventually he turns away and starts to scurry across the ground. He moves down a stray hall, one of those dingy and mistreated ones that lead to the restrooms, and hides himself behind a trash can big enough to conceal his form. He places his hands over his mouth and nose to quiet his own breathing, closing his eyes to ground himself. He pulls in his quirk, limiting his range to his normal hearing to keep out the sounds of visceral screams and crumbling rubble. Eventually, everything goes quiet, but Izuku doesn't risk even trying to move. He can't risk whatever's out there hearing him. He doesn't have an escape route planned. And his legs, he can't move his legs. And then, he can hear it approaching even without his quirk. The thundering of aberrant footsteps stomping their way on the ground, the distant screams of the main crowd growing farther away as they make distance from the scene. The villain. He's nearby. I'm close to him. Where's Dad? Is he okay? Am I going to be okay? Why is he here? What does he want? Has he killed anyone? Endeavor's nearby. He can help. I just need to wait. Wait and... You smell it? Izuku flinches at the voice. It's raspy, and Izuku almost wants to say that he can physically sense its hostility. To best compare the feeling, he finds himself feeling akin to a mouse hiding from a swooping owl, doing its best to keep it out of the grasps of death. Child? Where are you? Izuku gulps. The footsteps are getting closer. The breaths of the man are basically brewing down his neck. There you are, you villain. Izuku's eyes shoot open at Endeavor's voice, a sense of relief filling his bones. But then his vision is suddenly engulfed with the orange-red glow that abruptly basks the walls and floors, an intense aura of heat tingling against his back. The villain lets out a howl of pain, and Izuku watches his writing shadow dancing across the wall. There! Endeavor yells. I finally got you, and now you're missing one of your arms. Do you still think that your speed will save you? Izuku yelps as the heat increases, a blast of fire rushing past his hiding place and colliding with the wall across from him. He can almost feel the flames brushing against his clothes, threatening to consume him. And there you go dodging again, you coward. Endeavor. Platforms going down. Waburnin. I told you to get Keto in here. But sir, what about the area? Civilians? Did you already? I already checked. Now go. A rumbling sensation befalls Izuku's whole body, and it isn't long until he recalls what the woman Burnin had called out to Endeavor. Izuku turns and grabs onto the trash can, gripping onto it with all he has. He closes his eyes as the sensation of falling fills his senses, air rushing past his ears before he collides with the ground with a harsh thud. He instantly sputters, coughing out the dust and smoke that had entered his lungs in the fall. Oh! Endeavor rumbles. From what Izuku can gauge in his injured state, the hero isn't far off from his own position. You haven't run off yet? Finally deciding to stop dodging like a coward. The beat. Endeavor's presence, his voice, the mere aura hints. Izuku can't help himself. He slowly peeks out from his hiding place to catch a glimpse of what's happening before him. And when his eyes fall upon the scene before him, he can't help but gawk in awe. The villain is only 5 feet away, his bubbling brown skin littered with jagged spines and dark craters. Digitigrade legs and 3 gangly arms make up his extremities, attached to a narrow torso topped by an inhumanly bulbous head. And right across from the villain is Endeavor. Izuku has to look in between the villain's legs to catch a glimpse of the hero, inching himself further out from his cover. But in that moment, seeing one of his idols is all he can think of. And the sight, his crown of flames, his flaming facial hair, his enormous jumpsuit. It's unlike anything Izuku's ever seen or felt. It's hundreds of times different from the still images on the internet or the videos of the number 2 on the daily news. Before him is an actual hero. and he gets to watch firsthand the hero in action. Izuku spies movement. It's Endeavor, suddenly scowling as he eyes down the villain. I'll raise this whole area if it means I'll get a good shot at you. So I'll only tell you once. Surrender. Yourself. The villain's fingers drum across his side, his head tilting over to the left. An unnatural scratching sound fills the air. Izuku can't tell what it is, but Endeavor's expression tightens at the sound. Something only he can see, then. Endeavor huffs. So be it. There isn't a warning. The gout of radiant flame streaks forth with enough power to maim or even kill. The villain's body curves, morphing around the oncoming cylinder of flame effortlessly. Izuku's body tingles in excitement at the display. But as it flies past where the villain once was, it's only then that Izuku realizes something. He's directly in the path of the incoming flames. His body freezes up, the prospect of death halting his functions. Izuku! Suddenly, a bodily mass is in front of Izuku, standing tall with eyes of steel. Midoriya Hisashi lets a torrent of fire spew forth from his mouth, colliding directly with Endeavor's flames. When the two forces collide, everything seems to stop. But only for a second. The overwhelming force of Endeavor's attack cycles around Hisashi's counterattack and breaks through, albeit with less intensity than before. It still carries the potential for imminent death. It still has enough potency to ensure that its target will burn. But it won't go any farther than that. And for Hisashi, it's enough. The fire engulfs him. But it doesn't continue past him. As Hisashi takes the brunt of the flames, the wide-eyed, shocked still Izuku behind his flaming form is safe and sound. But Hisashi can't stand in place forever. Eventually he falls, tumbling backwards towards his son. Izuku can only watch as his father succumbs to his all-encompassing burns, the smell of seared flesh filling the air. The relieved smile on Hisashi's face is the last thing Izuku sees before his father crumbles to ash and smoke. Dad! The smell of rain petrichor, Izuku recalls from one of his father's odd comments, shifts in the air as the ornate coffin before the crowd begins its descent into the earth. The rain had stopped a while ago, long before the procession had arrived at the cemetery. But its effects are visible nonetheless, mud-trodden grass rubbing against everyone's shoes and the slow, consistent dribble of water as it falls from soaked leaves. The signs of a past rain are present all around. And truthfully, they're the only things that Izuku wants to pay any attention to. He doesn't want to watch as what's left of his father is being buried, doesn't want to hear the dirt as it's being pressed over the grave, and doesn't want to watch the stream of tears falling from his mother's eyes as she yells and pleads for her deceased husband. And Izuku definitely doesn't want to look at the enormous form of Endeavor standing off to the side, his normally raging flames ever so slightly subdued and his normal costumed attire having been replaced with a form-fitting black suit. Izuku could understand if it was an accident. It was partially his fault after all. He'd strayed away from the restaurant. He'd gotten caught up in the crowd. And he had stood there gawking like a fanboy when he should have been scrambling away in fear of his life. Any other situation, any other hero and Izuku would have labeled the incident as an accident. Just an unfortunate set of circumstances that came tumbling down like a line of dominoes intent on setting off their final spectacle. But it wasn't an accident. He had heard Endeavor call out to his sidekick. Izuku had heard the supposed hero say that he'd already scoured the scene for civilians. He had seen Endeavor stop for just a moment, his eyes centered on the fire that had engulfed a helpless bystander. Izuku had expected Endeavor to help. But instead, Izuku had seen Endeavor run off, eyes set on the retreating villain. No words of assurance. No call for help. No effort to call the flames that had taken Hisashi Midoriya. Nothing. It was pure negligence. Endeavor had abandoned the most basic responsibilities of a hero, all in favor of the glory that would come with the capture of the villain. And even that was for naught. Endeavor's reckless attacks had blazed a good portion of the shopping mall, and in all the chaos the villain had escaped scot-free. With such an abundance of evidence, it wasn't a hard thing for Izuku to figure out that Endeavor didn't care for the life that he had taken that day. And that wasn't the end of it. Not long ago that lawyer had shown up on their doorstep, who upon entering their apartment proceeded to wave around documents and ridiculous numbers in his mother's still grieving face. The man had offered compensation. And then he threatened to sue us into the ground unless we accept it. And Endeavor knew that it was happening. As for that cold, calculating glare that Endeavor had given off, the same gaze he had on the day Izuku had last been with his father, it's the same look he's sporting now. As the funeral ends, the slight sizzle that accompanies Endeavor's footsteps alerts Izuku to his nearing presence. He looks up, finding the pro-hero only a few feet away. Kid. Izuku instantly places his gaze back towards the sodden ground. He doesn't want to look at him. Not after what he had done. And besides, he doesn't need to look at him. He could hear everything from him completely fine. That's fine, Endeavor grumbles. I understand. I'll make this short and I'll be frank with you, kid. I'm sorry. He isn't. Despite the rain and the relative cold, there's a single bead of sweat steadily running down the back of his neck. His stance is tight and unmoving, his eyes centered at Izuku's bushel of hair. And the uneven heartbeat entrenched deep in his chest betrays his true motives. Endeavor. Lying. It makes sense to Izuku. Endeavor can't be sorry after everything else he's already done. He's just there to maintain his image, to make a show for all of those around his mother's friends, the people from her work, the relatives from his father's side of the family, the Bakugas. Endeavor was only there to appease the family he'd irrevocably damaged. There was no doubt about that. But it isn't going to work. Not when Izuku knows that the man is lying through his teeth. Not when Izuku knows that the man is so far removed from what it means to be a hero. Izuku stands up, fists clenched. He opens his mouth and he slowly opens his eyes to the darkened ceiling of his room. He stifles letting out a curse, closing his eyes in frustration instead. He hates when he dreams about 2 years from that day, and Izuku still can't scrub the memory from his mind. No matter what he does, he can't kick the image of Endeavor from his head no matter how he tries. And it frustrates him to no end. It's an ongoing process. He breathes. I'll get past it eventually. I hope. After a while, Izuku rises from his bed like any other day. He takes one last look at his room and then finally heads towards the kitchen. Morning, Thum. He takes a seat at his usual spot, just across from his mother. He eyes the food laid before him, oyakudon, one of his favorites. Already, he can envision the taste of the egg melting in his mouth, the savory taste of the chicken and the rice greeting his taste buds, and the liquidy brew of the miso soup running down his throat. It's quiet. Izuku sighs, looking up to find his mother absently staring at her food. Mom. Inko blinks, looking up from her plate and towards her son. Oh. Izuku. Morning. Sorry, I was just... She shakes her head. Anyways, you have everything ready for today? Handkerchief? Pencils? I still have an hour left before we need to check that, Mom. We're still eating breakfast. Inko looks down to Izuku's own plate and then back to hers. Right. Sorry. She starts prodding at her food. My mind was wandering is all. I got a bit disoriented. Don't mind me. Not like it was the first time. Izuku takes a bite of his food, only to find the taste of eggs much less appealing than it had been in his head. When the same goes for the chicken and the soup, Izuku lets out a mental sigh. Just another school-bound Monday morning. Izuku takes in another tasteless morsel. Wonderful. DEKU. The hell are you looking at, huh? And that's what I get for letting my mind wander and allowing my gaze to rest wherever it did. At least it's already the end of the day. Bakugo stalks up to Izuku's desk, his eyes narrowed and slight explosions crackling in his palms. He doesn't even wait for the teacher to be out of the room, not that it would matter. Despite the obvious hostility coming from one of her students, the teacher never bats an eye at the display. It's clear that she's content to merely pack up her materials and leave for the day. Nothing new. Well, Izuku snaps out of his thoughts, his eyes meeting those of his Bakugo. Sorry, Kaken, Izuku responds, averting his gaze from the piercing red eyes staring down at him. I wasn't really paying attention. My eyes were wandering aimlessly, promise. Oh yeah. Bakugo raises his arm up, moving his hand next to Izuku's head. It's a familiar gesture. And while he knows what's coming, Izuku can do nothing but tense in preparation. The small explosion goes off in an instant. The blowback is minimal, with Izuku's head jerking to the side only slightly. And like always, he's left with a harsh ringing in his ear that, by honed experience, likely won't leave for another 20 minutes. It's nothing new. The action is basically a habit of Bakugo by now, having originated on that very day that Izuku showcased his quirk for the first time. It's harsh and it hurts, but Izuku's learned to cope with it. He waits until Bakugo takes his hand back before Izuku raises his own to check on his ear. It's not bleeding, but nonetheless Izuku still worries about the prospect of lasting damage. He knows by now that ringing in the ears is a telltale sign of tinnitus. And some light research has led to the knowledge that tinnitus is a product of experiencing loud noises either over a long period of time or in sudden, harsh bursts. Izuku isn't an idiot. He knows that Bakugo's explosions fit the bill perfectly. It surprises Izuku that his ears have gone unharmed for the past 2 years. But he shoves the thought away. He isn't questioning his fortune. He doesn't want to tempt fate, after all. Know your place, Bakugo scowls. Again, the words drag Izuku from his headspace. In turn, Izuku simply nods in deference. He doesn't have any reason to fight back. Izuku knows that things won't end well if he does. And it hurts him to admit that, especially after all the effort he's put through towards Bakugo. Izuku had tried to mend things between himself and his friend for the past year. For one, he had tried telling Bakugo of all the possible uses of his quirk. Of all the utility it can have on rescue operations or scouting out villains. Izuku had even mentioned Eavesdrop, the grandfather that he now knew was part of his family tree. The man was a successful support hero for over 30 years, with connections all across the board of Japan's heroes. His work was appreciated by many, his quirk the bane of the remnants of the Yakuza and similar organizations. Izuku would try to go all over those things, trying to convince his friend of his uses. He'd do it one day, and he'd do the same the next day, and the next day, and the next. Those months ago now. And by now Izuku knows that Bakugo would never see reason. Whatever it is that has created the wedge between their friendship doesn't show any signs of disappearing anytime soon. Salvaging what once was. Izuku isn't sure if he's capable of that. Not when the source of his problem also holds the secrets to the solution he so badly needs. Come on, you two. Bakugo motions, and 2 individuals fall in line behind him. We're going to the playground. Of the duo, Tsubasa is the same as before, enormous red wings and all. The other is a much newer face, a stocky boy by the name of Garu Yuguro. His quirk is nothing spectacular, with him being able to stretch his fingers to double their length. We're going to be having some fun today. Bakugo exclaims. Who's up for a couple games of heroes versus villains? Yeah. Heck yeah. It's not long after that the 3 begin to make their way towards the door. It's a sight that Izuku can't ignore. And so, he begins to pack his things up, all in preparation to follow. It's better than being alone. He ends up playing the role of the hostage for the umpteenth time since he and Bakugo had first started playing this game. Not that Izuku expected anything different, of course. But at the same time, he wishes that for once there would be a mix-up between the roles played. That way he wouldn't be left as he is now, huffing from the excess of activity he endured and with his clothes rumpled from all his extraneous action as the hostage. And yet, all things considered, Izuku's happy. His friends weren't too rough with him, playing at around the mildest of settings. He's relatively unharmed, and he won't have to walk home with any lingering pains. With nothing amiss, he goes along with his usual ritual after these games. He walks over to a secluded spot, in this case the playground sandbox, and takes a moment to decompress. He collapses onto the sand, laying on his back to allow his breathing to even out as he looks up to the clouds overhead. Serenity. Well, the closest to it anyways. The sense of relief that encompasses his form is so resolute that he doesn't notice the approaching figure. He's oblivious until the moment he's wrapped in some sort of green appendage's vines. They're vines based on their appearance and lifted up into the air. Even before he's able to voice his complaints, he finds himself placed upright onto his own 2 feet, completely unharmed. Those are the types of brutes that you call your friends? Izuku blinks once, twice, 3 times. It takes him an embarrassingly long time for him to soak up the sight before him. The vines coiled around his torso retreat, Izuku's eyes following them as they move up to the girl's hair. Is that her quirk? Vine hair? So cool. His eyes then move downwards. He instantly notices the expression on her face, and there's only one way he can describe it. Serene. Actual serenity. Never mind the plain white sundress of hers that billows in the wind, the innocent way she holds her hands behind her back, or the way her head tilts ever so slightly as she herself examines him. She looks to be around his age given her height. Her lips are moving and shoot. She's talking. Saw the four of you playing that game. Her words are soft and reserved, fitting for such a graceful-looking girl. It's not really my place to interfere, the girl continues. I am not knowledgeable of your relationship dynamics, after all. But nonetheless I find myself unhappy with the way they were treating you. Especially the brash one. That one catches Izuku's attention. He lets out a nervous chuckle, rubbing the back of his head all the while. That's just how Kaken is, Izuku says. He's been like that for a while now. I'm used to it. Truly. The girl purses her lips. Quite despicable. The comment soars over to the back of his mind. Fervently, his mind finds some other things more pressing at the moment. The girl. I'm talking to a girl. What should I say? Ah. The girl covers her mouth with one of her hands. How rude of me. Izuku lets out a mental sigh of relief. She's going to lead. The girl holds her hand out in front of her. My name is Shiozaki Ibara. My apologies for using my quirk on you, but I simply wished to see if you were okay after that display from earlier. You seemed quite winded after those boys left you here all alone. Izuku gulps before he takes the offered hand and shakes it. He says the first thing that comes to mind. Midoriya Izuku. He tenses as he realizes he's basically yelling in her face. But his mouth is moving faster than his own thoughts, and he can't stop himself from continuing. And it's nothing to worry about, Shiozaki-san. I wasn't bothered at all by your vines. They're actually really cool. And I appreciate your concern too. You're really nice. Shiozaki smiles after a brief moment. That's a relief. I'm glad to see that your well-being isn't endangered. She pauses. Though, I don't mean to pry where I'm unwelcome, but may I ask you a question? Izuku clears his throat. I can do this. Of course. What is it? Shiozaki nods. Why defend the actions of this Kaken? Don't you feel that the way he treats you is wrong? The question halts all of Izuku's thoughts. No longer is his mind overwhelmed with the fact that he's actually talking to a girl. What can I say to that? That he's the last sense of normality I can clutch to? That the way he treats me is the only thing that hasn't changed since my father's death? That he's the closest thing that I can consider to be a friend? You don't have to answer if it makes you uncomfortable. Izuku snaps out of his thoughts, his gaze focusing on the girl in front of him. I can see in your eyes, Shiozaki says. You're uncomfortable with my questioning. I shouldn't have pried. I've only hurt you more than you already were. No. Izuku starts waving his hands in front of him. It's not that. It's just. He sighs. It's just something I would rather not talk about. But I'm not insulted or hurt or anything. Promise. Shiozaki tilts her head once more, her inquisitively probing eyes making Izuku squirm. That is the truth? She asks. Izuku furiously nods his head. Yeah. She folds her hands together. You're very strange, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku can't help but blanch at the statement. However, Shiozaki continues, snapping Izuku out from his initial shock. I will say this. I think that it would be in your best interests that you find your own sense of self. Izuku blinks. Shiozaki lets out another small smile. You should find your own path, not let others dictate what you do with your life. I overheard those boys calling you weak. Izuku internally winces at the words. But from what I can see, you embody the complete opposite. Izuku's eyes widen. Well, really? Shiozaki nods. You're excitable and skittish, but in truth those aspects of yourself merely hide your true being. As before, the truth lies in your eyes. And from what I've gathered from them, you contain a fiery resolve deep within. and resolve can carry one far in this world. That is a given. Izuku can feel the onset of tears forming in his eyes. And yet, despite how much he desperately wants to allow his eyes to burst, he vigorously holds them back. He can't make a bad impression. He won't scare away someone who's been this nice. He wouldn't be able to stand it if he did. It takes a few moments for Izuku to be able to push the words out from his mouth. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Shiozaki nods once more. Think nothing of it. I'm simply speaking the truth and doing what I believe is right. Now, if you don't mind, I must be going. My parents are expecting me soon. Of course. Izuku peeps. It was nice talking to you. Likewise. She nods, turns, intent on leaving. But the moment she does, Izuku realizes only what's happening before him. She's leaving. The one person who noticed me as more than just some trash on the side of the road. His mouth moves before he can think. Wait. Shiozaki stops, turning her body once more to look at Izuku. Yes. Shoot. I just remembered, girl. Am I really going to ask? Can I see you again? Shiozaki hums. That may be a problem. Do you happen to live in the area? Yeah. Izuku says slowly, afraid of her response. Why? I live in Yokohama. My parents and I are only in Mizudafu for business this weekend, I'm afraid. Oh. Too good to be true. I can't even stay in contact with the one person who's been so nice. I suppose that you can come visit, though. Izuku's head shoots up in hope. I can. Perhaps not all the time. The train rides from here to Yokohama can get quite expensive, after all. But if you happen to be in the area, go to Hanmoku City Park. I spend most of my time there, so you're unlikely to catch me ever absent. Izuku's smile is stretching from ear to ear. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind, Shiozaki-san. Shiozaki smiles one last time before she turns and begins her way off, her graceful figure leaving Izuku in awe. As she grows further in distance, she imparts one last message to the green-haired boy. May the Lord's light guide you on your way, Midoriya. Yeah. Izuku mutters, not really paying too much attention to what he's saying, too distracted with the fact that he had talked to a girl and one that liked him, even. You too. Time passes, and eventually, despite it being quite antithetical to Shiozaki's previous efforts, Izuku ends up lying down in the sandbox once more. He's simply too overwhelmed with the encounter, and with all the things it entails. He's quite possibly made a friend, one detached from his current situation and willing to see the bad in Bakugo. She appeared out of nowhere, almost like an angel with her sound advice and graceful appearance, and had injected some much-needed optimism back into his life. Izuku almost doesn't want to admit, lest something go wrong and he be proven wrong. But, after all this time, things might finally be looking up. I mean, nobody my age has ever been so nice to me. She barely knew me, and yet she saw value in me. And she didn't even know my. Izuku shoots up in a frenzied awareness, sand rifling down his form as he recalls the one vital thing that he had neglected to do. I forgot to ask her about her quirk. The lights shut off, engulfing the classroom in darkness. As you all know, our society is brimming with heroics. The teacher pulls out a remote and presses a button, causing the overhead projector on the ceiling to flicker on. With villains on the loose wandering the streets, harming innocent civilians like you and I, there stands the need for a force that can fight back and put scum in their place. The projection focuses an image at the front of the room, displaying the distinct likeness of All Might posing for the camera shot. All Might stands above the rest, a hero unlike any other. His position as number one is well-deserved. He very rarely ever allows a villain to escape, his success rate being the highest in recorded history. But there is one important factor that you all need to consider. He doesn't do it alone. The image flickers again. The smiling, hope-inducing outline of All Might morphs into a scowling, imposing figure. The one and only Endeavor. Izuku hides his face behind his sleeve, scowling as the image of Japan's number 2 shines up at the front of the classroom. He can't help but feel as if Endeavor's pointed glare is staring right back at him, almost like a curse that doesn't want to leave him alone. And it utterly disgusts him. He drowns out the teacher's lecture, suddenly uninterested with the impromptu talk of heroics now that he had been mentioned. Unfortunately for Izuku, it's not the first time this has happened. After all, with his unwarranted popularity and unjustified position as Japan's number 2, it's only inevitable that any talk of heroes would eventually turn towards endeavor. With such an ongoing trend, heroics had been soured for Izuku. Though, that doesn't mean that he's stopped writing in his notebooks, of course. 17 volumes strong and ongoing, Izuku devotes day after day analyzing quirks to the best of his ability. It's just that now he delves differently. Delves deeper. Rumors of bribery from back alley lots, reports of misconduct swept under the rug, signs of abusing the responsibilities given by having a heroic license. Finding such things is a hobby by this point in his life. It's how Izuku knows that the photogenic Iwabami spends more time smiling in front of the camera than going out on rescue missions, or how the brash Death Arms has received countless complaints for property damage and has a tendency of rough-handling civilians. One of the worst offenders yet is Yoroi Musha. It's an open secret that he's been subsidizing a small branch of the Yakuza for years. It's not a big operation, its members peddling only soft drags to a single neighborhood. Unsurprisingly, it's the same neighborhood that Yoroi Musha frequents during his patrols. With the area basically under his protection and watchful eye, and with a hefty sum of the funds heading towards certain government officials, most turn a blind eye. Those who don't, best left unsaid. All of it has been kept from the greater public eye, all due to the efforts of the Hero Public Safety Commission, the so-called defenders of the innocent and upholders of justice. It stands to show that the rot of corruption spreads far past just endeavor, and the reality sickens Izuku to his core. But he doesn't let it fog his vision. After all, like a light at the end of a tunnel, for every 2 or 3 bad apples, there exists a shining example of excellence. The water hose duo are a selfless bunch, often overexerting themselves on the myriad of rescue missions they go on. And through his years, Fat Gum has stayed stringent to his efforts in taking down Japan's ever-bustling drag market, never once delving into the shady underside that's common around such a sought-after goal. And of course, the premier example above all Might himself. Staying at the tip of the iceberg for years, with not a single complaint nor a single word of wrongdoing that didn't originate as just some words from a vengeful villain or a spiteful individual seeking attention. The limited existence of such people is what truly gives Izuku hope for the future, however bleak it may seem. That's all for today, class. The hollering voice snaps Izuku out of his thoughts. As the lights blare on, basking the classroom in light, Izuku averts his eyes as they work to adjust. Remember, the teacher yells, I want that essay in by Monday. And with that, the class at large stirs from its previously idle state, various students awakening from their poorly hidden naps while others are already packing up for the end of the day. Izuku does the same, but without hurry. He doesn't have anywhere to be today, after all. He packs up his stuff and leaves the classroom, and whilst ignoring the few isolated whispers and mutterings that mention his name. Like many things in his life, it's nothing new, they're just the result of Bakugu's cronies and the cascading slew of rumors that follows in their wake. It's made Izuku as a sort of outcast, someone to avoid if you want to avoid the wrath of Bakugu Katsuki, and a prime target used to sate bullies' need to exert their authority and superiority. In other words, he's the school's punching bag and scapegoat. After all, how else would the staff keep their abrasive, loud-mouthed star pupil in line? And worse, it isn't as if this is an isolated thing contained to his school. Izuku's not sure if it's something to do with the prefecture, or if it's an expansive problem across the country. Izuku's leaning towards the latter, but the problem exists much farther than the walls of Illum Elementary. Curious, he skipped school one day to go around stalking the grounds outside Aldra Junior High, the school he's aimed to attend due to the location of his abode. Within just an hour of listening in to its attendees, Izuku's hopes for a peaceful future were dashed. Discrimination runs rampant there, supported by not only the students but even the staff themselves. Like with his own situation, the bullying is centered on only a select few, those with quirks either deemed weak or villainous. If anything, after all he's seen and heard, Izuku's glad that he isn't quirkless. He could only imagine how much worse his life would be in that case. Izuku breaks out of his thoughts as he descends the final step of stairs and arrives at the school's lockers. Everyone's gone by now, the few people left being Bakugo and his cronies a little ways around the corner. Izuku sighs at the discovery. Probably waiting for me, then. Not wanting to let them wait, lest they grow more agitated, Izuku walks up to his locker, intent to switch out his shoes. He lifts his arm up and turns the combo, ready to pull the door open. But he stops, just at the last second before he can swing the piece of metal open. I heard something. A wire? Izuku retracts his arm, tilting his head in thought. After a moment he bangs his fist against the lockers. Based on the vibrations. Glass vial, around 3 centimeters in length. A small amount of liquid is sloshing around inside. Must be another stink bomb. Because of course I can't catch a break. Seriously? Izuku holds back another sigh, backing away from his locker. Thankfully for him, this isn't the first time it's happened. And as such, he has a backup plan. Izuku switches aisles, turning around and eyeing another one of the lockers. He moves towards it and repeats the process of opening it. The door swings open without incident and right inside is a clean pair of shoes. Thanks, Tsubasa. Izuku puts the pair on and makes his way out. That's when he hears Bakugo and the others approaching. He doesn't even try to avoid the upcoming confrontation. Out of the FNG way, det. I'm not in the mood, Bakugo mutters, shoving his way past Izuku. I'll let you off easy today, seeing as you avoided those extras cheap tricks. Yeah. Garu agrees. Get ready for tomorrow, punk. Bakugo and Garu turn the corner of the wall surrounding Ilum Elementary, leaving Izuku's sight. They don't take note of the fact that they're leaving Tsubasa behind, nor that the winged boy is awkwardly standing before Izuku with a look of apology. So, Tsubasa begins, rubbing the back of his head. Looks like you ended up having to use my extra pair again. Was it something with your locker then? Izuku nods. Stink bomb. Fin. And it doesn't look like I can get away with not setting it off this time. I'm probably going to just get it over with tomorrow. I don't really feel like smelling today. Tsubasa hums. Dang, that's just a... Are you sure that you're fine with that? I could always try to get one of the others to. It's all right, Tsubasa. Tsubasa crosses his arms. And you say that every day. But you really aren't, are you? Izuku begins rubbing his forehead. Look, Tsubasa. Sorry. Tsubasa quickly retorts. I overstepped again. I know that you like dealing with your own problems. But I just don't get it, you know? I mean, it's not like you're quirkless or anything. You just... It's not that, Izuku interrupts. It's just that. Hey, Wings. Where the F did you go? Tsubasa flinches at the noise, his head looking back and forth between Izuku and the origins of Bakugo's roar. Izuku saves him from the worry and waves him away. You should go. You know how he gets when he's angry. And you don't want him getting suspicious either. Yeah. Tsubasa mutters as he backs away. Sorry that I can't do more for you. But sorry for this again. Tsubasa clears his throat. And you better learn your place. After one last apologetic look, he runs off to join Bakugo. Izuku moves to lean against the wall of the school and wait, allowing the trio to get far enough to leave the range of his quirk. He delves back into his thoughts in the meantime, thinking about the recent occurrence with Tsubasa. It's become a common occurrence in recent months, the boy going behind Bakugo's back to help. Izuku isn't really sure if it's some sort of guilt that Tsubasa feels that's making him act, or some revelation that's come along with age, but if anything he's thankful for it. It's lifted some burdens off of his back, giving him some breaks in between the bullying imp placed onto him. But despite how much of a relief it is, it doesn't stop him from questioning it. Izuku doesn't really think himself naive. Would Tsubasa really be helping him if he was truly quirkless, like Bakugo always spouted out? No, not likely. But he still helps him out, and that's what matters to Izuku. He drifts in these thoughts, pondering once more his role in this world, right until the sound of Bakugo's voice leaves his awareness. Satisfied, he sets off towards home. Ever since his father had died 3 years ago, things were never really the same at home. As time passed on, Izuku noticed the way his mother had become different, seen the way she'd grown distant. Gone were the days where she would stress over him and worry about his health. Gone were the bright smiles and the cheerful attitude that graced her everyday demeanor. Now, all that fills their apartment is a sense of gloom. His mother's bouts of joy are ever rare, and no longer does she fret over him before he goes on his way to school. Most interaction between him and her is strained nowadays. Izuku does his best to just skirt on by in ignorance, but sometimes it just grows too difficult for him to ignore the atmosphere. And unfortunately for him, today just seems to be one of those days. He feels it the second he walks through the door, the familiar sense of dread filling the air as his mother calls for him from her room. With a moment's trepidation, Izuku makes his way towards the voice. "Yes, Mom?" Izuku answers as he arrives in the doorway of his mother's room. He peeks in, spying her resting in bed as she watches television. She looks his way once his presence is known. "Izuku." Her voice takes on a familiar tone. It's one Izuku recognizes far too easily, and it's not one he likes. She sits up from her bed, reaching over to her bedside table and holding up a piece of paper. "What is this?" Izuku takes a breath. He recognizes the sheet. It's one that he picked off from one of those human billboards he came across on his way home last week. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, aside from some longing aspirations that have been barred for him for over a year. The fact that his mother has it means that she was poking around in his room again, considering it was hidden away in his desk drawer. Izuku narrows his eyes, crossing his arms together before answering. He's ready for a repeat of the last conversation they had about this topic. But that doesn't mean that the outcome still doesn't anger him. What of it? The paper suddenly lifts up into the air. With a wave of Inko's hand, it crumbles into a ball and shoots towards the bathroom trash can. "This better not be you getting ready to ask me to sign you up for martial arts again." Izuku frowns, awaiting an answer already known to him. "And what if it is?" "No matter how many times you ask," Inko asserts, her voice firm, "the answer won't change, Izuku. The same excuse as always." "But why is that?" Izuku can't stop himself from asking, a tinge of long-held irritation seeping into his voice. "Why is me going off to learn martial arts such a bad thing to you?" "Because I don't want you to," Inko retorts, her voice rising. "The thing." Izuku's hands curl up into fists, a deeply entrenched anger rising from within. "You say that every time. And yet you never explain any further. I don't understand it." Inko huffs. "What's there to understand? You don't care whenever I get home late," Izuku begins. "You don't care that I skip school sometimes. You give me a bank account to do whatever I want with. But I could care less about any of that." "Izuku, no. You've been doing this for years. This is the one thing that I want, the one thing that requires parent permission. But you won't give it to me. I don't want you getting hurt." That gets Izuku to pause. But not for Inko's intended purpose. "Don't want me getting hurt?" Izuku scoffs. "Despite the fact that you never call on those days when I don't even come home? You just take my word that I'm with Shiozaki. And you don't even care when I come home with burns. And you say that you don't want me getting hurt." Inko grimaces at the remark. She raises her head to speak. Why can't you understand? I just want to do something worthwhile for once. You're just sitting around brooding all the time. I don't want to be like that. And you're just stopping me from." "Enough." Inko quick flares up, various objects within her room haphazardly floating into the air. "I won't have you arguing about this. This is the last I want to hear of this, and that's final." The objects slowly begin to set back down, all while Izuku glares back. "Fine," he mutters, disappearing from the doorway. Inko rises from her bed. "Where do you think you're going?" "Yokohama." And with that he slams shut the door to their apartment, leaving his mother alone to sulk in her thoughts. Many times he's found himself boarding the train to travel from Yuzutafu to Yokohama, and each time he does it gives him an immediate sense of comfort. Of course, it wasn't always like that. The prospect of going by train to visit a friend a whole prefecture away initially had Izuku fraught with nerves. As things went, his first visit ended up being completely impulsive, strewn together after a rather bad case of Bakugu's explosive anger. However, with just a single encounter with Shiozaki's soothing words and the partnering calm atmosphere of the park, Izuku was hooked. The visits gradually grew in frequency, sometimes stretching far into the night before he had to head back home on the midnight train. And unlike Shiozaki's initial worries, Izuku isn't exactly stretching his wallet thin by such numerous trips from one prefecture to the next. It is true that the tickets aren't exactly cheap. But when a pro hero wants you to stay quiet and is willing to go through immense monetary lengths to ensure as such, suddenly things like recurrent long-distance train tickets are no longer something to worry about. And even if it's just adding to all the excess cardio he's already receiving whenever he's running away from his tormentors, the 30-minute walk from Yamate Station to Honmoka City Park is well worth it. Yokohama is a much quieter cityscape than the bustling Shizuoka, and traversing its landscape is always something Izuku looks forward to. The in-between is always interesting, but the real gem is the park itself and the accompanying Sankian garden, complete with their large expanse, opulent structures, and their overall embrace over nature. That's where he is now, skipping stones down the surface of the park's many bodies of water as in his mind he contemplates his life. He doesn't know how long he spends there, taking in the surrounding sounds as he dwells within his thoughts. By the time he hears the familiar sounds of moving vines approaching him, the sun's already below the horizon, twilight gracing the land. "Hey there, Shiozaki," Izuku mutters just as he skips another stone across the pond. "Hello, Midoriya." Shiozaki sits herself down beside Izuku, crossing her legs together as she lets loose her vines, the tendrils spreading all across the grass. "This is the third time this month that you've directly visited me, don't you know? It's rather unusual, especially since we're barely entering the month's second week. Perhaps life back in Mizutofu has been a bit more harsh to you." Izuku stops, sitting himself down beside his friend. He doesn't say anything at first, and Shiozaki doesn't push. By now, she knows that sometimes it takes time for Izuku to collect his thoughts. Eventually, Izuku lets out a sigh. "I'm not bothering you, am I? By coming here all the time?" Shiozaki answers with her vines. The appendages wrap around Izuku's shoulders in a familiar way, a gesture that she's turned to multiple times throughout his stays. "Of course not," she finally says, a small smile gracing her features. "You're my friend, Midoriya, and your presence will never bother me. But if there is one thing that does, it's when you aren't feeling well. So come, tell me what's clouding your thoughts." Izuku sighs, leaning his head back towards the sky. "It's just my mom." "Ah yes." Shiozaki breathes. "Your troubled mother, Inko Midoriya. What was your conflict with her this time?" Izuku shakes his head. "She got on my case again for my desire to be studying martial arts. But I wasn't even going to actually ask her. It was just a piece of paper that I had in my desk drawer, which she was snooping around in, by the way." "Martial arts?" Shiozaki questions. "I see. It is a common contention point between you two. It makes sense that she would react negatively to such a sheet of paper." "A piece of paper that—" "But," Shiozaki interrupts, "that's not what you're truly mad about. What is it that is currently inciting such rage in you? And don't lie to me. You know how that goes." Izuku takes a breath. "She's stuck in the past and she's rather hypocritical of you, seeing as you still let your anger for Endeavor's actions stifle your worldview and daily life." Izuku doesn't have a comeback for that. "It's all right," Shiozaki continues. "One step at a time. Your problems won't go away overnight. I'm willing to help you through this for however long you need." Izuku takes a moment to compose himself, tapping his fingers twice on the vines around his shoulders. The vines retract, and before long Izuku's standing his way up onto his feet, staring up into the twilight sky. "You know, I kind of just went here because I needed some fresh air and some time to think. And this park really helps with that, you know? There's just something about it. But then here you come along out of nowhere and just get me talking. You're the only one who ever listens to me, you know? And I'll gladly do so whenever you need. I am your friend after all." Izuku lets out a sigh. "Yeah. Thanks for putting up with me, Shiozaki." Shiozaki lets out a small laugh. "You're lucky that I live so close by. Imagine if I wasn't around to take my nightly walks? How long would you be sitting around here all alone? At the remark, Izuku begins rubbing the back of his head. Yeah. Are you going home now then? Izuku pauses. I don't really think that I want to yet. I kind of just want to walk around for a bit, find somewhere quieter. Shiozaki frowns at that. She knows what Izuku means, the park's still well within the center of the active city, after all. But considering what happened last time. I know, Izuku says. I'll try to pay attention to where I'm going this time. I'll make sure to avoid any hero fights all night. Shiozaki nods in response. As long as you do that, I'll be happy. And remember, if you end up missing the train again, my family and I will gladly host you for the night. Thanks, Izuku mutters as he begins on his way. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku can't help it. He lets his feet guide him as he sticks within the confines of his thoughts. He's not entirely sure where he is now, except for the fact that he's traveled into the more dilapidated sections of Yokohama. He's not entirely worried he can hear any potential trouble from a whole kilometer away, after all. And in the case of potentially crossing the paths of people with speed quirks, well, there's plenty of abandoned buildings he can duck in and hide in. If anything, Izuku's almost certain that he naturally gravitated to such an abandoned section of the city due to how quiet it is. It may be a bit seedy, but aside from a few stray snores from the homeless or the hushed conversations within drag labs, there's barely any noise within his range at all. Everything's up to par for Izuku, a time and place away from the louder sounds of the world just so he can think in peace. That is until he hears something else. Kurogyri. What did Sensei want? Just a few new things he wished to discuss with me. I'll debrief you later on the specificities, Tamura. The master wishes asked me to do something else. In the meantime, another voice cuts in, one not originating from a present individual. After all, Izuku can only hear 2 heartbeats. Kurogyri. As I said, it seems that we have a listener. And I'd rather deal with him sooner than later. Of course, master. Please relay their location. 258 meters from your current position, 24 degrees to your right. Izuku blinks, his thoughts digesting the words being filtered through his quirk. That's exactly how far I am to whoever's talking. Izuku can only watch as the misty black portal opens up beneath him, swallowing him whole. He appears in a room. It's dark and dingy. At first glance he assumes that he's in a worn-down bar, complete with a wall of alcohol and the large counter for patrons to sit at. What little light there is shines from the flickering fixtures on the wall, and Izuku notes that just by shuffling his feet the floorboards begin to creak. And then there's the people. Behind the counter is a rather finely dressed man, currently wiping away at the insides of a glass. His eyes are large slits of yellow, and a black gaseous substance shrouds his form. Izuku's willing to say that the man is made of it, which would go along with his theory that the stranger is the owner of the portal quirk that brought him here. And then there's the other present individual, a boy who seems to be a little older than him who's sitting on the counter itself. His hair is bluish-white in color, and red eyes peer from behind a severed hand that clutches tightly onto his face. He's scratching parts all over himself, his agitated state speaking wonders of his mood. But that's not all that piques Izuku's interest in the boy. There are several other hands that run across the lengths of his arms, all bent and grasping on from different angles. Coupled with the otherwise casual attire that's laid bare underneath the severed hands, and Izuku finds the individual completely antithetical to the other one present Kurogyri, if he's correct in his assumption. All that's missing from the bunch is the owner of the third voice, the one who seems to be in charge? A loud, bellowing voice echoes throughout the room. Because you'd be correct in that assumption, boy. Again, Izuku startles at the voice. Its owner is nowhere present in the room nor anywhere in the range of his quirk. The only thing that Izuku can tell is that the voice is coming from the direction of the gaseous man, almost as if it's coming from right behind his head. And that's because it is, the voice says. There currently is a portal set up on the back of my subordinate's head. And yes, his name is indeed Kurogyri. Before he can really consider his thoughts, Izuku's mouth runs the first question that pops into his head. Do you have some sort of mind-reading quirk? Is that how you were able to tell I was nearby? Sensei, the hand-covered figure suddenly says, pushing himself off from the top of the counter. What's with the brat? He takes a step towards Izuku, hand outstretched. He's annoying me. Can I just... Calm yourself, Tamura. Leave the boy be. I wish to talk with him. Preferably unharmed. As the words reverberate through the room, the boy whom Izuku mentally dubs as Tamura scoffs, backing off and leaning against the counter. Yes, Sensei. Thank you, Tamura, the disembodied voice of which Izuku starts to mentally identify as Sensei, says. As for you, boy, Sensei begins, his voice elegant and deep. As payment for intruding upon our domain, it would be polite of you to give out your name. Izuku nods, ignoring the fact that technically, his intrusion wasn't of his choice. Midoriya Izuku, sir. Is there something specific that should refer to you as? Sensei lets out a laugh that sends shivers down Izuku's back. You may refer to me as however you wish, he continues. But for being so polite, I'll answer your question from earlier, yes and no. As for specificities, Sensei interrupts, I can only read your surface thoughts. That's the best that this quirk can offer me. And even that is flawed, a strong enough will can dispel the effect. All in all, it's best used on the unknowing mind, as yours was moments ago. I see. Izuku mutters, already processing the information for later. There's a brief bout of silence before Sensei speaks again. Are you not frightened? He asks. Surely by now you've already pieced together that we're villains. Izuku interrupts this time. This incites a harsh glare from Tamura, all while the stoic Kurogiri continues to stare on unblinkingly. Indeed, Sensei says. But please go on. I can sense that your train of thought is not complete. Izuku takes a deep breath. It was either that or the possibility that you three were some underground heroes on a stakeout, with Tamura maybe being a hero student on their internship. And which do you think is true? Honestly, I find it unlikely that you're of the latter, Izuku admits, considering that I've kept myself up to date on every active hero, including the underground ones. Is that so? Sensei huffs. Then I ask again, are you truly not frightened by this prospect? Are you not scared that we could potentially be villains? Izuku takes a moment to piece together his thoughts. Not really. Well, I think that whatever you do to me can't be any worse than what I've already experienced in my life. Is that so? The mirth is clear in Sensei's voice. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? 11. 8 years old, sir. 8 years old, and already gifted with such an exquisitely analytical mind? Why, I can't believe it. I'm inclined to say that you're perhaps one of the most intriguing children I've ever met, bar Tamura of course. Izuku blinks, processing the words that he's hearing. You really think so? I do. Sensei cheers. After all, there you are, so casually standing before a few villains, our intentions towards you unknown, and you without any concrete knowledge of our quirks. Any other child would be shivering in their boots just thinking of such a situation. But you're the complete opposite. And that really make me interested. Izuku flickers his eyes from Kurogiri, then to Tamura, and back. Sir? Kurogiri. A portal whirls into existence right in front of Izuku. Before he can act, much less move, a sizable arm shoots out from the aperture. The attached hand wraps itself over Izuku's face, covering it whole. It lingers for a few moments, Izuku standing frozen as the calloused palm examines and prods. Eventually, much to Izuku's relief, the hand slowly removes itself from his face. The portal closes, but Izuku finds that the space in front of him is suddenly occupied. He can only assume that the man now present is the mysterious sensei. Standing at a minimum of 7 to 8 feet in height, he towers greatly over Izuku's diminutive form. The pristine suit that he wears complements his cleanly cut white hair, from which behind peek out his piercing blue eyes. And that's all without mentioning the unsettling, wide-mouthed grin that stretches from one side of his face to the other. Interesting. Sensei mutters, rubbing his hand under his chin. What? Izuku takes a breath. What did you just do? Nothing, Midoriya. Nothing for now. Sensei lets out a small laugh. Tell me, where do you live? Izuku hesitates for a second, averting his gaze to the ground. Shizuoka. With his quirk, Izuku can sense Sensei tilt his head. He can even sense the minuscule sounds of his mouth, especially how the grin on his face stretches out even more. Izuku sighs, knowing that the man's silence means that he obviously wants more. Izuku looks up, purposely avoiding Sensei's gaze. However, that only alerts him to Tamura's ever-growing hostile glare and his insistent scratching of his skin. Muzutafu, Izuku finally reveals. Ah, Sensei speaks again. Wonderful location, don't you think? Beautiful beaches, a bustling nightlife, a close proximity to the prestigious Yui High. Makes me wonder what you're doing way out here in Kanagawa. Izuku doesn't grace the man with an answer. All right, Sensei continues. Tell you what, I'll have Kurogyari here to transport you back home. How does that sound to you? Izuku narrows his eyes. He raises his face further, this time looking right back at Sensei's face. What's to stop me from telling the police? Sensei bends down to Izuku's height, his grin still never leaving his face. He lingers for a few moments before answering. Nothing, of course. With that, Sensei slowly stands back up, moving backwards to lean against the counter as he places his hands in his pockets. I do, however, propose a trade for you. To discourage you from taking such a reckless route of action. The trade? Izuku questions with suspicion. An equal transaction, if you will, Sensei answers. You don't speak of our meeting. And in return, I will give you information. Information that can help in your investigations. Izuku starts drumming his fingers against his side. And how would you know anything about that? You said that you could only read surface thoughts, did you not? Sensei chuckles. I'm a man whose hands are dipped in many pockets, Midoriya. You can trust me on that. Izuku takes a breath, and finally nods. Fine. Sensei claps his hands together, getting a slight twitch from Izuku. Splendid. He looks back to Kurogyari. A portal, if you will, Kurogyari. You know where? The black mist opens off to the side. Izuku looks over to it, and then back to Sensei. Sensei simply gestures his hands towards the portal. I'll tell you on the way out. Izuku nods, and takes a cautious step towards the portal. Another, a third, slow step, and a fourth. As for that information? Sensei calls out. Yes. Izuku asks, stopping in his tracks but not daring to turn away from the portal. Do me a favor, seeing as you're going to Muzutafu. Izuku can sense the sensei's already present grin stretching even further. Drop by the Todoroki residence for me. I don't want you to do much. All I ask is that you listen in. Izuku spins around, his eyes glaring daggers at the man. What the F? Izuku pauses, taking a moment to breathe. What does Endeavor have anything to do with this? Sensei tilts his head to the side. Who said anything about Endeavor? He does his best to hold the reins of his mind in. Izuku turns back around and enters the portal without another word. The cold air brushes against his skin as the portal behind him withers away into nothingness. He waits a few seconds before he does anything, first turning around to ensure that the portal is gone. Once he confirms his newfound solitude, his body involuntarily shudders, a harsh breath escaping through his lips. Everything he was holding back comes out all at once. All the fear and agitation that had been building up escapes now that he's out of the reach of those villains. It takes him a few moments to adjust, for his heart and breath to slow down. But once he does, he finally gets a chance to observe his surroundings. And, much to his surprise, he finds them particularly familiar. He notices the fact that he was plopped down before a door. He eyes the apartment number on it, one he's intimately familiar with, as well as the recognizable railing that lines the second-floor walkway. I'm in front of my apartment. That means... Izuku lets out a groan. I'm so screwed. He leans up against the railing, taking a moment to stare up at the sky and for the moon's light to shine upon his face. I mean, I somehow impressed that sensei guy enough to let me go. Izuku takes a second to look back at his door. He knows where I live. The best thing I can take out of this is that this sensei was rather accommodating. Still, I don't want him getting mad at me to the point that he comes after me, that's for sure. So the best thing to do would be to listen to him, right? Izuku lets out a yawn, the events of the night finally catching up to him. He shakes his head to ward of the fatigue just a little longer. Sleep first. I'll check I have to, for my own sake. But I'll do it tomorrow. He wished that he hadn't. He ended up sitting in a cafe, one just close enough to the enormous complex that was the Todoroki residence. It took a bit until activity began to stir in the house, but once it did, that's when things became eventful. There were 2 boys and a girl. Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Shoto Todoroki. And of course, Endeavor himself. Everything seemed normal at first, well, as normal as a home that housed Endeavor could be. But then one of the boys, Shoto, based off of the insistent yelling of Endeavor, was called over to a rather large room. And then Izuku scowls just thinking about it. The fact that that monster would do that to his own son even. Izuku shakes his head to clear his thoughts. There's nothing yet that he can do about it. He's not capable of going against the monster that is Endeavor. Or at least, not directly. And so, Izuku plots. The next day, Izuku reaches Sanaruko Park. With a bag on his back and his mind fresh off from sleep after a day's worth of surveillance, he sets off inside. He travels for a while, following the trails and generally avoiding. What few other people are there in the morning? He isn't wandering around without reason, though. He's heading towards a specific bench, one that rests on the northwestern shore of Lake Sanaru. It's not long before he arrives at his intended destination. Following along with what he had heard yesterday, on the bench is just who he's looking for. Izuku takes a breath in preparation, walking forth and setting himself down next to the boy who, after a bit of digging around, Izuku knows is the same age as he. Looking beside him, Izuku takes a glance at Todoroki Shoto. He isn't sure what he had expected, but the heterochromatic, dual-color-haired, and scarred boy now sitting beside him isn't exactly it. Izuku gets so caught up in taking in the characteristics of the boy he views as a kindred spirit that he only realizes he's staring when Todoroki himself turns his head, eyes narrowed and a slight frown on his face. Coming face to face with the boy, Izuku shakes his head. Focus. You need to do this properly. No scaring him off. You can do this. Todoroki Shoto? He asks. The boy in question blinks once. Twice. 3 times before he answers. Yes. Izuku smiles and offers his hand out. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku waits a few moments, doing his best to hold Todoroki's blank stare. However, as the seconds pass, it becomes clear to Izuku that Todoroki doesn't wish to take the hand. So he eventually drops it. Yeah, Izuku mutters, more for himself than anything. You probably don't want to shake some random stranger's hand. Especially considering, well. Todoroki merely continues to stare. Oh, right. Izuku shuffles around in his bag and pulls out a bottle of water. He places it on the bench in the space between himself and Todoroki. For you if you want it. Aside from a brief hum, Todoroki doesn't answer. He simply turns his head back towards the lake, content to watch the still waters in the morning light. Looks like that's all I'm getting from him today. But Izuku's fine with that. He can be patient. On the weekends, he finds Todoroki Shoto on the bench in the morning. On school days, the boy's there in the evenings. It's not exactly convenient for Izuku. Sometimes the events of the day are just too much for him, and he just wants to head home to get the day over with. And sometimes he just wants to head straight over to talk with Shiozaki. But Izuku knows that he has to keep pushing if he wants to get through. He ends up having to juggle a weird balancing act of trying to work his way into Shoto's life, cutting down his trips to Shiozaki, which in a way she's pleased with, since to her it means that Izuku's found something that motivates him to do more than just trudge on through life, and tending to his own needs. But he's able to make it work. And so, Izuku continues with his plan for the whole of next month. It takes 2 weeks for any sort of progress at all though, and even then it's nothing much. It's by day 15 of constantly sitting silently by one another on the bench that Todoroki takes the offered water bottle, chugging it down to the last drop. It's not an unexpected action for Izuku, but if anything he's surprised that it's taken so long for Todoroki to take the offer of goodwill. After all, with the amount of Endeavor-made flames and expulsions of ice being produced in that dojo, there's no way that Todoroki isn't dehydrated by the end of his training. Especially since Izuku knows that the boy doesn't get a drink afterwards, instead hightailing it straight to the park afterwards. It's been 3 days since then, and Izuku's entering the park with another silent sitting session planned in mind. That is, until he hears something different from the lakeside bench. Normally, Izuku wouldn't be worried. Shoto doesn't always arrive at the same time, after all. Sometimes, Izuku's sitting there for hours, and other times a stranger has taken the bench for themselves. It's nothing surprising. It's a public park, after all. But from the voice that relays hushed mutterings and the accompanying scratching, Izuku has an idea of who it is. And he knows that there's no avoiding the upcoming confrontation. And so, Izuku makes the long trek towards the bench, and calmly sets himself down beside a much more normal-looking Tamura, one without the many hands that covered his form from last time. "Took you long enough, you brat," the older boy says. "I'm already irritated enough as is by having to meet you. If you'd taken any longer I might have just dusted you. What do you want?" Izuku asks, ignoring his budding qualms. It takes a bit before Tamura lets out a hum and asks his question. "What did you get from watching the dumpster fire?" Izuku blinks. "What?" Tamura lets out a frustrated groan. "Endeavor. What reason did Sensei have for sending you to that hero?" "Oh," Izuku breathes, letting out a low chuckle. "You mean that you don't know that he killed my dad?" Tamura doesn't respond to that. "Okay," Izuku begins. "Get to the point. Why are you here?" Tamura crosses his arms, looking out across the lake. "It's Sensei," he grumbles. "He's interested in you." "Yeah," Izuku says. "I got that impression from last time." Tamura moves to scratch his neck. "I mean that he likes you. Like really, really likes you. Kind of like me, I guess." Tamura's scratching speeds up at that. "I don't know why, but he does." Izuku narrows his eyes. "And that means—" A portal opens up in front of them. "Sensei would like to talk," Tamura says, standing up and moving towards the portal. "Are you coming?" "I don't really feel like I have a choice," Izuku admits, slumping off from the bench. "So, lead the way." Tamura grins. "Now you're getting it." He doesn't appear in the bar, as he had before. He finds himself in a darkened room instead, before him Sensei sitting on what Izuku can only guess is an enormous and gaudy throne. On one side stands Kurogiri. On the other is an enormous man in a large hooded cloak, one that seemingly exceeds even Sensei in height. Izuku notices Tamura's sudden absence as well, but he shoves the thought away. He needs to focus now on the man before him. "Sensei, sir," Izuku greets with a slight bow. "What is it that you wish to talk about?" Sensei's grin returns in full force. "You're an interesting case, Midoriya. One that's intrigued me since we've met. You've persevered intense discrimination at such a young age, and yet here you are, strong as ever. Fraught with a hard iron will and a spark of intelligence well on its way of reaching the likes of even the infamous Nedzu. All of it combined and, well, I have to say that you remind me of my young self. My urges just scream to help you." Izuku licks his lips in trepidation. "Help." "Training," Sensei answers. "You've wanted training in martial arts for the longest time, have you not? Simply put, I can give you that without issue. I can provide you with the solace that you deserve to aid you in your struggles against the harsh realities of the world." Izuku ignores the question in his head that asks how the man before him can possibly know that. He starts thinking of something else, instead something that he knows can get him killed. "You say that I'm smart," Izuku begins. "But then, surely you don't think that I can see through you? That you're just trying to get something from me? Can't a man just want to see the youth of today thrive and prosper?" Sensei asks as he leans forward, wrapping his hands together and under his chin. "Help a child that he sees is trapped in a dark place in their life?" Izuku merely narrows his eyes in return. Sensei lets out a laugh. "And that's why I like you, Midoriya. You're so much more mature than the children of your age group. There's potential within you, festering just below the surface. But you're holding back. You're letting the social norms dictate your actions. You mean that I'm stopping myself from becoming a villain, right? Ah, but that's the topic of the day, isn't it? Think for a second. What does it truly mean to be a villain? What exactly is a hero? Sensei leans back in his seat. And where do people like Endeavor stand within that spectrum, Izuku's fists tighten at the thought. You see, Sensei, you're a smart kid, you understand? This society of ours is one that runs on corruption and the ignorance of masses. Myself and my subordinates may be villains in the conventional sense, but does that really mean anything when the definitions of what it means to be a hero and a villain can be twisted oh so easily by the government? And just so you're aware, there's no need to hide here. You're with like-minded individuals, Sensei continues. After all, you've thought about it, haven't you? What you would do to Endeavor if you were given the chance. What you could change in our society if you were given the chance. What? I'm not falling for your ideals, Izuku abruptly counters, taking a step forward. I want to be a hero when I grow older. I want to invoke the changes I want to see in a position people can admire. The still unnamed individual to Sensei's side moves forward at Izuku's raised voice, but Sensei simply holds him back with a wave of his hand. Of course. Sensei cheers. Of course, I'm not trying to preach to you or anything. I simply wish to open your mind to the possibility. After all, if you are to accept training from me, you should expect similar ideals to be heard from your mentors. I'm simply preparing you mentally for the prospect. Izuku crosses his arms. I still haven't accepted your offer. Sensei lets out a snort. Ah, you're right. How foolish of me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Tell me, what will convince you that my intentions are more for your own interests than mine? You, Izuku gulps. But I've got it. Sensei calls out. I'll show you that I truly mean you no harm. He raises his hand out, palm facing outwards. Come here. Izuku darts his eyes from Kurogiri and to the yet unnamed figure. With them present, there's no chance of escape, that much Izuku knows for sure. And that's without mentioning the fact that based on the little information he's gathered off of his quirk, he's almost a whole kilometer underground. All in all, Izuku dashes any hope of getting out of this situation on his own terms. He walks forward, straight into Sensei's waiting hand. As his forehead collides with the palm, Izuku feels a growing heat emanating from the point of contact. I've researched the incident, Midoriya. My condolences. Izuku doesn't need any further explanation. He knows which one Sensei's talking about. But, Sensei continues, by reading what happened, I came to a conclusion. Are you aware of what deep-seated trauma can do to one's quirk? Izuku raises his eyes to meet Sensei's, the answer rushing to his tongue. They can negatively affect the development of one's quirk, sometimes even completely cutting off a whole aspect of a quirk. When Izuku finishes his brief bout of trivia, his eyes widen in realization. Are you saying? Indeed. Sensei disconnects his hand. No, speak. How do you feel? Izuku yelps, finding his mouth suddenly zipped shut by some invisible force. His eyes dart over to the other individual in the room, his mind already trying to decipher his quirk. Eyes here, Midoriya. Izuku eventually complies, turning his attention back to Sensei. Good, Sensei praises. Now speak. Izuku shakes his head. How the heck am I supposed to speak when my mouth? Sensei grins. Thankfully, I have a knack for all things quirks. Unblocking the mental block on your quirk was simple, but the rest? It just comes second nature to you, doesn't it? You mean? Izuku stops. He notices the fact that his thoughts are being projected out into the world. He can hear the way the vibrations come together throughout the walls of the room. He can sense how the walls act as a medium to muster sound together in such a way that it not only relays his thoughts, but sounds exactly like his own voice. Izuku suddenly feels the pressure on his lips disappear, leaving him free to speak with his mouth. I had a mental block on my quirk, and you can just unblock trauma-related blocks? Just like that. Sensei crosses one leg over the others. He leans back in his seat, his grin once again ruling his face. Exciting, isn't it? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I can do much more to strengthen your inherent potential. Izuku sighs, clenching his eyes shut in thought. Fine, he blustered. I accept. But nothing more and nothing less, okay? I'm here simply for training in order to improve myself. Okay. Sounds alright to me, Sensei says with a nod. Such a talented individual such as yourself shouldn't be wasted wallowing in the pick-me-ups of society after all. I'm glad that you see that. Sir. I know. Sensei holds up a placating gesture. I know. I'm just happy that you accepted, you know? I already have much planned for you. I hope that you're ready. Train brakes malfunction during noontime rush. All Might saves 50. Swipe. Hero commissioned to issue new regulations. In light of recent developments. Swipe. Lady Nagant sentenced to life in Tartarus after killing pro-hero Knight Sparrow in cold blood. What? Izuku exclaims, nearly dropping his phone as he recoils in shock. But why? I thought she was clean. And I thought that you came here to rest, Shiozaki chides from her spot lying down on the grass next to Izuku. The sounds coming out of your mouth don't seem like the ones that a mind at peace would be relaying, in case you aren't aware. Izuku groans. He places his phone face down on the ground beside him, leaving his eyes free to watch the clouds drift on through the sky. I know, Izuku starts. I know what I said. Rest, talk, spend some time with you. He sighs. But I kind of also want to catch up on the news from over the past few days, you know? It's a bit hard finding the time between Bakugo's usual antics and how hard of a nut to crack Todoroki is. Ah, yes, Shiozaki says with a smile. Your very own kindred spirit, as you call him. You haven't updated me on that situation in quite some time. Mind me asking how things are progressing with him? Of course not, Izuku says. It's been months, but as things are it's still slow going. As per usual. But I'm fine with that. I don't want to abandon him and leave him all alone to endeavor after all. It's an admirable cause that you've taken up, Shiozaki praises. But I have to ask, what of his siblings? The youngest Todoroki has 2 of them, does he not? Izuku scoffs. They're basically enabling the steaming pile of us. Izuku cuts himself off, remembering his company. They're enabling endeavor, for all intents and purposes. They let him do what he wants with Shoto and only butt in after the fact. Shiozaki hums in thought. And you're sure that there's no chance of alerting the authorities? Not without any hard evidence, Izuku admits. And I'm certain that nobody in the house would be willing to give any. And before you ask, no, my word wouldn't mean anything. I mean, a 9-year-old versus Japan's number 2? I'd be booted from the police station for an overactive imagination. Never mind the fact that I'd be admitting to illegal quirk use. Despite it being for a good cause? Shiozaki asks. The police won't consider that aspect of it? Nope, Izuku says. Quirk use without a hero license paints you a criminal. Or even worse. Shiozaki frowns at the information. A few moments of silence pass before she sits up from her position and turns her head towards Izuku. You know, all this negative talk is quite adverse to your original goal of coming here, Midoriya. I'll tell you what, Shiozaki interrupts. I know something that will keep your mind off of all of this. She stands up, reaching into her pockets of her sundress. She pulls out a red badge made of felt and hands it to Izuku. What's this? Izuku asks, eyeing the object's odd shape. Aside from it having a rectangular base and 3 triangles pointing upwards, he has no idea what it could stand for. He turns it around and notices the safety pin jabbed into its backside. Is it some sort of patch I have to wear? Correct, Shiozaki says. It's for something that I've been meaning to bring up to you for some time now. Then why suddenly now of all times? Izuku asks, standing up. I told you, did I not? Shiozaki asks, a tranquil smile on her face. I need to keep my friend preoccupied from the horrors of the world. Today presents the opportune moment to do so. She pauses for a moment, taking a look back at Izuku. Unless you're against this? Izuku lets out another sigh. He simply places the badge onto his shirt and picks up his bag from the ground. "Where are we going?" "You'll see," Shiozaki says. "But we need to leave now if we want to keep to his schedule. Come." Izuku began to grow a bit nervous. Not that he didn't trust Shiozaki, of course. He trusted her with his life, and if that trust was ever proven to be misplaced, well, Izuku doesn't like to think about what he would do with himself. No, Izuku's nerves had nothing to do with Shiozaki doing anything to hurt him, let alone the possibility of her doing so purposefully like all the other kids at his school did. Rather, it was the route that they were taking to get to whatever Shiozaki had planned. They were in the midst of the more dilapidated zones of Yokohama. Or, more specifically, the Kamino ward, the same area that Izuku knows Sensei haunts. He fears that Shiozaki's route will lead him too close to the bar. He's not worried about the likes of Sensei or Tamura learning about Shiozaki. After all, Izuku has no doubt that they already know every single detail and nuance of the girl known as Ibara Shiozaki. Sensei knew where he lived just after a few minutes of conversation, after all. And besides that, Izuku did a bit of digging. Cross-references amongst various resources of the criminal underworld mentioned a bogeyman. A villain so shrouded in mystery that nobody knew what they looked like or had seen them and lived, and yet had heavy influences in all aspects of villainy and crime, subtly controlling things behind the scenes. Never mind what Sensei had said to him the first time they met, or the fact that way too many eyewitness reports on the dark web oftentimes mention a mysterious black mist acting as the herald of various unexplained events of chaos or destruction. But the few subsequent times that he's met with Sensei face to face, well, Izuku just couldn't shake off the feeling that the man knew of the information he was compiling of him. Izuku knew that there was no backing out of what he had gotten himself into. He's almost certain that he's being watched like a hawk does with its prey. And Izuku's also certain that as long as he does nothing that endangers Sensei, the man won't do anything similar in return. But there was a limit to that. Izuku would do anything to ensure that the minuscule possibility that Shiozaki would become involved would stay as such, minuscule, even if it meant his death. However, much to Izuku's relief, it seemed as if he wouldn't be having to do anything of the such. They've been walking for quite some time now, and by the current point in their travels they were past the point where they would have gone within Sensei's presumed sensory range. Unfortunately, all that did was bring up some new fears to the forefront of Izuku's mind. In the past, he's noticed something during the visits that he's made to the area. Despite his perceived notions, the area's crime activity is much more active in the day than it is at night. Mixed in with all the normal folk, Izuku can sense the happenings of drag deals and pickpockets all around. Even now, he can sense unsavory folk watching their movements, eyeing them travel down the streets. Normally, Izuku wouldn't mind. He could sense if he was in danger well in advance. But with somebody else with him, Izuku takes a breath. I'm surprised, Shiozaki says. Your mind has been clouded by a storm for a while now, ever since we entered Kamino. What broke you out of your trance all so suddenly? Izuku refocuses his hearing around the thugs hiding out in an alleyway before speaking up. You're aware that there are people watching us, right? Not that I want to judge, but they're shady-looking types. The scum and defiled souls of this place won't bother us, Shiozaki says nonchalantly. Not if they know their place and value their stances in this environment. And you know that because... Shiozaki taps the red badge on her chest. They're handmade, and quite honestly very poorly so, but these badges have meaning here. Nobody endangers those under Hazuki-san's protection if they know what's best for them. And Hazuki-san is? Shiozaki lets out a small giggle. That's a surprise. But that's for later. I'm sure that you've picked up on our destination. It should be within range of your quirk by now. Izuku's not entirely sure what Shiozaki is talking about at first, but he begins to have a slight idea when the voices enter his awareness, young voices, ones filled with laughter and joy, and all centered in and around a single building. Izuku then recalls all of the offhand mentions his friend has made of her volunteer activities in the past, and suddenly he's dreading arriving at their destination. Unfortunately for him, the face he makes is easily caught by Shiozaki. Don't worry, Midoriya, she says. It'll be a learning experience. And if anything, you'll love the things that Hazuki-san will talk about. Believe me. But an orphanage? Izuku hollers. With kids? I don't know how to act around kids. Shiozaki stifles a laugh. You'll deal. You've handled worse. Izuku never thought that he'd find an orphanage so deeply entrenched in such an impoverished area of Yokohama. And that's without mentioning the 20 kids within the crowded 3-story premises. As the duo enter through the gates, it quickly becomes obvious that Shiozaki is a common visitor. The 10 kids playing in the yard rush into a stampede upon seeing Shiozaki, hugging onto her legs and pulling at her hair once they reach her. Oh. One of the kids says with a garbled voice, one obviously attributed to his distinctly apparent insect mutation. Who's that, Shiozaki-chan? The kids suddenly turn their attention away from Shiozaki and towards Izuku, half of them scrambling over to greet him in a similar manner. They all begin pulling at his clothes and hugging his legs and arms, and Izuku knows that they're all being friendly. But he still can't help but freeze. Oi! A booming voice erupts from the orphanage's entrance. Izuku looks over and spots a burly man with graying red hair that runs past his shoulders. Despite his loud nature and his daunting face complete with a rather large scar over his left eye, the image of intimidation is broken by the fact that he's wearing a frilly pink apron and seems to be mixing a bowl of cooking batter. You kids are overwhelming the new help, the man yells. Stop this instant or you won't be getting any cake tonight. The kids quickly scramble off Izuku and Shiozaki with an insincere, if playful, yes, Hazuki-san, before they go off and start playing again in the yard. Hello, Hazuki-san, Shiozaki greets once the kids are gone. She moves to walk up the stairs of the house, Izuku following closely behind. Ah, Shiozaki. The man bellows. What's with the impromptu visit? It's only been 3 days since the last time. And not only that, but suddenly I find you coming here with your boyfriend. Izuku's face quite predictably lights up like a tomato. He's merely a good friend, Hazuki-san, Shiozaki retorts unfazed, albeit with a light-hearted smile. I brought him because I felt helping around here would give him a nice distraction. One of those, the man surmised with a knowing smile. Shiozaki nods. That, and I believe that he would have a wonderful time talking to you. Oh. Hazuki lets out a loud, thundering laugh. Is that so? Izuku, finally calming down from earlier, can only say one thing in response. Where are my manners? The man stops mixing for a moment, holding one of his hands out. Hazuki Akane. A pleasure, young man. Midoriya Izuku, sir. Izuku takes the offered hand, and is surprised with the amount of force behind it, both with its grip strength and energy. After all, if Izuku were to make a guess, the man whose hand he's shaking is, at the very least, in his late 60s. Splendid! The man exclaims, turning around and heading back into the house. You two come on inside. There's plenty to do. Izuku spent much of the remaining day helping around the house. Whether that meant doing the laundry, dusting around in some hard-to-reach places, or picking up after the kids, Izuku did it all alongside Shiozaki. He wasn't sure what his friend's intentions of bringing him here were at first, but it soon dawned on him as the hours flew past. Despite the conditions of the place not exactly being luxurious, despite the fact that the children didn't have any families, despite the crowded spaces and the need for sharing, despite it all, the kids were happy, playing around, cheerfully talking to one another, all without a care of the world. With their pleading eyes and adorable expressions, Izuku ended up getting roped into a few of their games once all the chores were over. He spent an hour or so just getting lost in the fun, feeling the most unburdened that he had felt in a long time. A simple glance over at Shiozaki's brightly smiling face as they played, and Izuku knew what the trip was all about. Eventually, the fun had to come to an end. Dinner time eventually came into play, with all the kids crowding themselves in the dining room, which surprisingly enough took up a rather large portion of the first floor. And so there he and Shiozaki were, chowing down on some rather delicious food created by none other than Hazuki-san himself. All while surrounded by 21 individuals of whom Izuku know nothing of in regards to their quirks. One that interests Izuku the most isn't actually one of the kids, but Hazuki-san himself. Izuku can't kick away the thought that the man looks oddly familiar in a way he can't comprehend. And considering how fit he is despite his age, that single fact hints to a robust past filled with training. Thankfully, much to Izuku's delight, all of that held in excitement and intrigue ends up coalescing into a single situation. I finally did it. One of the children, a black-haired girl by the name of Hanako, cheers. She raises her hand up towards the ceiling, and before Izuku can blink, a globe of water is suddenly in her hand, deftly procured from the water in her drinking glass. What did I say about quirks at the table? Hazuki exclaims. Sorry, Hazuki-san, the girl says with a mischievous smile. I won't do it again. She says this, all while the globe of water in her hand travels its way back to her glass by floating in the air. In response, all Hazuku can do is slap his hand over his face. Honestly, you kids are going to kill me before my age. Still. Hazuki lightly slams his fist on the table. I'm proud of you, young Hanako-chan. I told you that you would succeed eventually. Today, young one, your manly spirit prevails. It clicks. Izuku shoots out of his chair. Your crimson riot. The man in question pauses before letting out a chuckle. Took you long enough, kid. I have so many questions. Izuku exclaims, bouncing on his feet. Whoa, kid. Hazuki exclaims. Calm down, we can talk later. But dinner first, ya hear? Izuku nods his head and plants himself back down on his seat. Beside him, Shiozaki lets out a knowing giggle. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku asks with a barely concealed whisper. Shouldn't you be eating? Shiozaki asks, her face seeming as serene and innocent as usual. The faster you're done, the sooner you can start washing the dishes, you know? Izuku harumphs. Fine. And he digs into his food like a starved wolf. This is my chance. I can wait a bit longer. Dinner ends, and it's not long after that the dishes are washed and put away. Bedtime comes next for the children, and Shiozaki takes it upon herself to read the kids to sleep. Much to Izuku's glee, that leaves him and Hazuki alone to converse. So, Hazuki begins as he sits himself down on the couch across from Izuku. What do you have for me, kid? It's not often that I get any fans visiting me in this day and age. But that's because you dropped off the map. Izuku bursts out. You were a rather private man after all. After your retirement, nobody knew where you went. I couldn't even find anything despite all my digging. The best I could piece together was that you were living in Kumamoto. Which is obviously wrong, considering you're here. Hazuki lets out a chuckle. Impressive. You're informed, kid. Izuku blinks. Huh. I did live in Kumamoto a couple years back, Hazuki's gravelly voice reveals. I was holding together another orphanage just like this one. Though I am surprised that you know that much. I swore my kids to secrecy after all. Well, I didn't get the information through any people. I ended up having to Never mind. Izuku clears his throat, then tilts his head in thought. Why such a drastic move though? Kumamoto's pretty far from here. Hazuki shrugs, leaning back in his seat. Technically, it's classified. But that's debatable, depending on who you ask. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Even though you're retired? But why? Classified, remember? Hazuki chortles. But considering the fact that you deduced I was in Kumamoto in the first place? I'll let you come to your own conclusions. Fair enough. Izuku's face scrunches up in thought. If you don't mind me asking, why run orphanages in the first place? Why wouldn't I? Helping these children out is my life. Hazuki says, spreading his arms out. Nothing makes me feel more alive and manlier than seeing the cheerful faces on these kids all the time, you know? It must be pretty taxing on you though, dealing with 20 growing kids. Hazuki nods. Well, that's true. And it must be even harder to bear such a responsibility in a part of town so dangerous and crime-ridden. Hazuki blinks. He looks over at Izuku, only to find an unreadable expression on the boy's face. He huffs in exasperation. You don't hold your punches, do you, kid? Izuku shrugs, his expression of innocent curiosity and joy returning. Just curious is all. The enormous man before seemingly shrinks in on himself, his loud demeanor dumbing down. It's not long before all Izuku can see is an old man whose years as a hero haven't done him any favors. It's simple, really, Hazuki mutters with a frown. If I don't help them, who will? Izuku lets Hazuki have a moment to think he knows that he's hit a sensitive spot. After a bit, Izuku begins. Slowly. I'm assuming that all the kids here have been abandoned by, well, people from around the area? Hazuki huffs. You catch on quick, kid. But yeah, you're right. And it just SCKS because. He shakes his head. I mean, there's a reason you have that patch on you. Hazuki points to the badge Shiozaki had given Izuku earlier. The crooks around here know not to mess with me. One step out of line, one minuscule slight towards any one of my kids, and suddenly I'll be knocking down their doors. And if that ends up happening, it won't end well. You mean, like a vigilante? Izuku asks. Hazuki grimaces in response. I hate that it's gotten to that point. But yeah, I can't just stand around while injustice runs its course. It's unmanly. He slams a fist into his open palm. And yeah, I may be old. But I can still fight, he exclaims. There's not much street-level scum can do against an impenetrable fortress after all. You don't seem to have any reservations about telling me, Izuku says slowly. I mean, are you not afraid that I could report your acts of vigilantism to the police? You won't, Hazuki says firmly. You're not the type. Just based on our conversation right now, I can tell that you go around bending the law as well. Izuku licks his lips. And you don't have a problem with that? Hazuki scoffs. I'd be a hypocrite if I did. Besides, it's not like you're putting yourself in danger or breaking the law for malicious purposes. Unless you are. Because in that case, Izuku held up a hand to his chest. Of course not, sir. Good. Hazuki bellows a laugh. I was worried that I'd have to beat you up and teach you a lesson. It, shouldn't ever have to come to that, Izuku mutters. It clears his throat once more. But, I have another question. Hazuki nods. Shoot. Why don't you just petition a hero to start patrolling the area? Izuku asks. I mean, the word of someone as influential as you would surely get the commission's attention. Hazuki fully ended up blowing a raspberry at the remark. I wasn't that popular, kid. Best I ever reached was rank number 97 on the Billboard charts. Izuku snorts. The Billboard charts are a bunch of crap anyways. It's just a glorified popularity contest. Izuku suddenly finds himself engaged with a wide-eyed stare from Hazuki. The air of surprise, however, gradually begins to die. Again with the spunk kid. Hazuki chuckles, shaking his head. He lets out another sigh. But seriously, I gotta be honest with you, kid. That's just not how the system works. No matter how much the media portrays otherwise. What do you mean? Hazuki frowns, crossing his arms before leaning back in his seat. It's one of the harsh realities of the world, Midoriya. The Kamino Ward has never been the same since the initial Quirk riots broke out over 100 years ago. The ward is now dilapidated beyond repair, a money sink for the government for all intents and purposes. Reconstruction isn't a project that they're willing to invest in, especially when their funds are being pulled towards all the property damage that accumulates annually among hero fights in more populated areas. Hazuki twists his lips. Never mind the fact that Japan's so-called slums are stock full of the impoverished. People in need, constantly in danger in such high-risk areas. They're all over the place. But do you know what the government sees? Izuku shakes his head. Abysmal tax revenues, Hazuki clarifies. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. What does taxes have to do with the current topic? Well, it's rather simple when you look at it. Kamino Ward has an impoverished population riddled with a high crime rate. The more crime, the more likely people are to move out, and the less tax revenue there is to fund the local governments. And you know what the government funds? The heroes, Izuku responds, wide-eyed. Their salaries, property damage that's supposed to be covered from their fights, everything that builds up the basis of the hero community. Exactly, Hazuki interrupts. In a place like the Kamino Ward, in the current status that it is in? The commission has no need to be sending out their flashy, ratings-raising heroes. It'd just be a waste of resources to them. Why do you think I haven't been caught yet? They don't send any of their agents out here. The commission just doesn't care. That's harsh, Izuku frowns. Not right. That's reality, kid. Hazuki huffs. Hey, I think that's enough on the hard topics for today. No need to bring the mood down even more. Izuku quickly nods. Of course, sir. Whatever you want. I wouldn't owe. What? Hazuki asks. Your autograph. Izuku exclaims, nearly jumping out of his seat. I'd like your autograph. Izuku suddenly blinks, clearing his throat. If you're all right with it. Hazuki lets out a laugh. Sure thing, kid. Let me just get. Dang it. Izuku interrupts, his arms falling to his sides after rifling through his bag. Hazuki freezes in surprise. What's the problem, kid? Izuku rubs the back of his head, his sheepish expression taking up on his face. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. It's just that I have these specific things at home where I write down all of the observations that I've made over the years, and it's just that I have a page for you, but I don't have it on me right now, and... Izuku stops himself in the middle of his muttering. That's it. He pulls his phone out and sends out a message. Afterwards, he sets his phone down inside of his bag and sits in place, smiling at Hazuki. What's up? You just... Huh? Izuku exclaims. He reaches into his bag and suddenly pulls out a notebook, handing it over to Hazuki. Hero analysis number 6? Hazuki asks himself. He opens up the notebook, flipping through the pages with progressively widening eyes. Dang kid, how many of these do you have? Izuku smiles. A little over 30. Hazuki lets out a whistle when he stumbles upon his own entry, his eyes taking in every minute detail on the pages. Now that brings me back, he says, pointing to Izuku's hand-drawn sketch of him in his hero costume. You're quite the artist, kid. Seems like you're full of surprises. Hazuki stands up and retrieves an inkwell. He smirks, and much to Izuku's glee, the man's skin suddenly takes up a much more rigid texture. Hazuki's hands move towards his hair, where he ends up breaking off a thin, pen-like piece. He dips the tip of the hardened hair into the inkwell, signing Crimson Riot onto his portrait. Once he's done, he closes the notebook complete with the makeshift pen inside. A bit of a souvenir for ya, Hazuki grins, then losing his trademark hardened form. For being such a manly conversationalist not afraid to speak his mind. Wow! Izuku cheers, bouncily reaching for the notebook. Thank you. But Hazuki pulls away at the last second, his smile turning into a frown. One last thing before I hand this back. Izuku nods his head, asking slowly. Yeah. You said that this thing was at home, didn't you? Did you use your quirk or something to get it? Or a friend? Perhaps. Izuku tilts his head. But that doesn't really matter to you, does it? A grin broke out from Hazuki's frown, all previous tension leaving his face. Right you are, kid. He hands over the notebook. Don't lose that spunk, kid, you hear me? Crimson Riot was everything Izuku thought he'd be. And more. Chivalrous to a fault, selfless to the very end, and the pinnacle example of what it means to be a true hero. At the same time, he was also a man morphed by his years and experiences, forced to act as society pushed him into a corner. Seeing how such an outstanding and heroic figure had turned into such a cynical old man thrown aside as society's trash. It was enlightening. Seeing a fresh perspective that not only gave him new ideas, but even confirmed all that he knew beforehand. The only thing that he remained in the dark about was that business regarding orphanages and Hazuki. But even that paled in comparison to Crimson Riot's overall commentary. Knowing that even heroes like Crimson Riot ended up having to turn to being a vigilante in their later years. It made Izuku feel a bit better about colluding with villains. So, Shiozaki asks from beside him as the two begin their walk back towards Shiozaki's house. What did you think, my friend? Was Hazuki-san all you believed him to be? That and more. Izuku let out a full-blown grin. Thank you, Shiozaki. You're the best. For the last time, I am not using my quirk to help you cheat on some lousy tests. But Midoriya, come on. Tatsuda Gomu whines, stretching his arm around Izuku's shoulders. It's not like I'd be hard for you to do with your quirk. You just need to listen in to the teacher's lounge. And hey, if you end up doing it, I might be able to get in a good word between you and... Tatsuda suddenly finds himself being pushed backwards, his arm uncoiling from around Izuku and him falling to the ground. His head slams against the cold tile floor, and the only reason he remains uninjured is due to his quirk-enabled elastic state. The hell, Midoriya? Tatsuda yells as he scrambles to his feet with the help of one of his friends. If I was anyone else I could've. I'm aware. Why do you think that I shoved you? Izuku says, his voice firm. He turns slightly in his seat, sending a harsh glare at Tatsuda. Huff. Well, if you too. Tatsuda yells in retaliation. And say goodbye to all my goodwill. Don't say that I never helped your butt. As Tatsuda and his friends stomp off, Izuku suppresses the urge to snort. He calls using his quirk to untie my shoes and steal from my bag. Help. Please. As the thought passes through his mind, he comes to cherish the fact that class doesn't start for another 20 minutes. The teacher would have reprimanded him for ages. But then again, it's not as if the teacher wouldn't have eventually found an excuse to punish him. At least without the teacher around, Izuku's able to get away with more questionable actions. Izuku blinks, shaking his head. Still feels weird though. I mean, Shiozaki's been telling me to stand up for myself for years. The only reason I'm doing it now is because Sensei said so. Still, it's probably best that I steer clear of Bakugo. No telling what he'll do if I start fighting back. He sighs. I can't keep this up, this is just a test drive. I mean, pushing people around with anger isn't applicable to what it means to be a hero, right? He thinks that, but his thoughts can't help but bring up memories of a certain number 2 hero. He lets out a snort. Yeah. The hell are you snorting at, freak? A voice asks just after the door to the class opens. Its owner is one of many of Izuku's daily tormentors. The occurrence brings Izuku's mood down back to normal levels, leading to him resigning himself to continue sitting as he normally does, quiet and unassuming. Still, Izuku relishes the fact that, despite his retaliation, he'll get away scot-free. Tatsuda is too prideful of a person to tell anyone about today's confrontation, after all. For now, I just need to wait for lunch. Reprieve will be well welcome then. Lunchtime arrives, and Izuku finds himself wandering the school's halls in search of a place to eat. This is a common occurrence, or course. However, it's not the fact that there isn't any space in the cafeteria that he can go to that makes this event occur. Rather, he and the very small handful of other individuals in similar, if albeit much tamer situations to his usually never ate in the same place at lunch. Such a lax action leads their tormentors into a ready-made, perpetual cycle of finding their victims with ease. Moving mealtime spots is one way to easily disrupt that flow. If Izuku's lucky, on good days the bullies are either too preoccupied to even try anything, or can't bother to waste their lunch looking for an outlet for their pent-up violence. On the bad days, the best scenario he finds himself in is at the end of Bakugo's explosive fists. Much to Izuku's relief, today seems to be looking to be one of the more mild days. But still, Izuku knows by now that it's best to be cautious rather than be complacent, lest he end up being caught in a corner. So he finds a classroom on the ground floor, one with windows that can lead outside to his escape. It's one that Izuku's been in before, due to its location and relative distance from the cafeteria. And usually it's empty. Today it isn't. Not that Izuku really minds, however. After all, inside is a familiar, if somewhat welcome, face. Finding his place at the bottom of the school's hierarchical pyramid is Takahashi Kaze. Relative to Izuku, however, their spots on the lowest tier are a far cry from one another. Takahashi is not necessarily a figure of ridicule and contempt to the levels Izuku is, but his status as one of the school's nerds doesn't do him much favors either. Still, there's no outstanding stigma on him that is perpetuated through fibs and lies that paint him in a negative light. His quirk is still powerful and easily presentable to his peers. And at the very least, he's still treated as human. It's true that he fell out of favor with Bakugo's interests. When it became clear that he wasn't going to be improving his control over his quirk anytime soon, it became an inevitable factor. By his current age of 9, his pranking days are over, and he survives his school days by being part of a tight-knit trio of friends. Miraculously, that same trio of friends has only Takahashi as its only member at school today, with one being out for an illness and another out for an early weekend vacation. That leaves him alone and isolated, something Izuku has been waiting ages for ever since the boy's birthday party. Of course, the thought still astonishes Izuku, him actually attending a birthday party despite him being the most undesirable person in the school. But it occurred nevertheless. Suffice to say, Takahashi's older sister is the first person in a long while Izuku thinks to be relentlessly righteous and good. With her being Takahashi's ride home, all it took was one instance of her seeing her brother interacting with Izuku in such a close manner for her to think they were friends. On the spot she offered Izuku a birthday invitation much to her brother's unnoticed discomfort. It was a day later that Izuku found himself being threatened to attend by Takahashi himself. The boy respected his sister to ostensibly great heights apparently, and he didn't want her thinking that he was some friendless, spineless wimp. Izuku didn't quite see the sensibilities of Takahashi's argument per se, but he also wasn't willing to make another long-standing enemy in the school. So he played nice and accepted. Izuku attended the party, made a gamble in making Takahashi look good by praising how much of a good friend and intelligent kid he was, and waited for the results. Izuku and Takahashi never shared another word afterwards, but the lack of taunts and pranks from his friend group in the following months was a noticeable factor. One that now, Izuku has the prime opportunity to obtain its reasoning of occurring and another instance of taking up his newfound facade. Izuku strides into the classroom, ignoring the shrewd look that Takahashi gives him, and plops down on the desk beside the boy. Midoriya, Takahashi begins, "What are you doing here?" Izuku takes out his lunch, setting his stuff down on the desk before him as he turns towards Takahashi. "Just wanted to say hello. How's your sister?" Takahashi blinks, and his posture begins to loosen up as he melts into his chair. "She's doing great actually. Found herself a boyfriend and everything. Why do you care?" Izuku shrugs. "She seems like a great person. Nice, hardworking, and obviously cares for you. It's admirable really. I don't find many people like that nowadays." "Oh," Takahashi mutters, somewhat startled. "Thank you I guess." Izuku hums, taking in a mouthful of his food. A few moments of silence pass. Takahashi eventually sighs, ruffling his brown hair in the process. "You're probably here wanting an explanation for the sudden lack of elaborate traps in your daily life, huh?" Izuku nods. "I have to admit that I don't miss the stink bomb traps in my locker or the papers lost to the wind. But at the same time I can't stop myself from seeking an explanation. So yes, Takahashi. Mind explaining the sudden change of heart?" Takahashi grimaces. Knew it was only a matter of time. He shakes his head, taking a breath. "I'm sure that you've already deduced this, but, well, what you said to me at my party." "Gah." Takahashi grumbles, leaning back in his seat. "You wouldn't understand. Try me." Takahashi takes a glance at the calmly eating Izuku, shaking his head in disbelief. "Fine. It's just, I've never seen my sister that happy for me. Not since, well," he sighs. "Not since she was forced to take me in anyways." That last part was spoken under Takahashi's breath, barely a whisper that would even be identifiable to human ears. But to Izuku, it was loud and clear. He decides not to bring it up, however. He knows the type of feelings that type of conversation can create. "Okay." Takahashi turns his full body towards Izuku. "I know that I've been shit to you. Ever since we were little kids I've been kicking you to the dirt. But you've got to understand, everyone else was doing it." Izuku sends a glare his way. I know. Looking back at it," he gulps. "That persona of me that you gave out at my party? I want to strive towards that. Become someone that can make my sister proud. And I know now that I can't do that by bullying someone else just to make myself feel better. So I stopped with the pranks, see? I mean that's got to count for something, right? So, like, sorry? Izuku let out a small huff. Seriously? He puts his food down and turns to face Takahashi. You think that a simple sorry suddenly absolves all the abuse that I've experienced over the years? Look, Izuku interrupts. I'll admit, I've been watching. Your penchant for pranking that had been directed towards me for years is gone. And I don't see you pointing it to anyone else either. And Takahashi clears his throat. And that's progress, right? It is. But Izuku exclaims, interrupting Takahashi before he can speak. You need to preserve that sense of commitment. Otherwise you'll find yourself slipping back into your old habits. You keep doing that, and I might forgive you. Takahashi blinks. You mean that? Izuku frowns, turning away to continue eating his food. We'll see. It's just kind of annoying, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's actually working like Sensei said it would. And pretty well actually. Izuku ducks, dodging a fist that flies right over his head. But at the same time it just feels weird. I've never been so aggressive in my life. And I felt kind of bad pushing Tatsuda too. Despite his largely unwarranted request? Kurogiri asks, throwing another punch. Izuku dodges that one too, as well as the subsequent sweeping kick sent his way. We were friends once, Izuku admits. Way back when I was 6 years old, sure. But that still has to count for something, right? I would not know, Kurogiri says, freezing in place. Friends, I cannot say that I have much of an opinion on that matter if I am to be honest. Kurogiri suddenly aims another punch, one that just barely misses Izuku. As for the way that you have begun to act at school, he continues, it is nothing new. You might not be aware of this, but it is simply an extension of how you interacted with us during our first meeting. A defense mechanism, so to speak. Except now you are actively utilizing it. Never really considered that. He blocks another attack that comes his way. But still, putting up a facade, being so cold at school? Heroes don't really do that, right? You are already aware of a large enough sample population of various heroes to figure that out for yourself, Midoriya. Izuku frowns. Yeah, you're right. Not like I enjoy the reminders though. Izuku then takes a few steps back, moving out of the way of a flurry of attacks. He takes the opportunity to shift the conversation elsewhere. You know, I'm still impressed with the fact that you're this good at martial arts, let alone with teaching. Izuku exclaims. You didn't give off the impression when I first saw you. Looks can be deceiving. Well, I meant more in regards to your stance, Izuku babbles. I'd expect someone with your skill to take a ready position when a threat may be around. I didn't hear the slightest shift in your posture when I met you. Though, I suppose that with your portals you wouldn't exactly have the need. How long have you been training? Not long. That gets Izuku to pause for a second. Really? Kurogiri nods. My mind is pliable. I learn quickly. Izuku smirks. I can see why Sensei likes having you around then. Picking up on things quickly can be a resourceful skill to have. Exactly. Kurogiri backs away and relaxes his stance. Just like with how I have learned how to tell if you are using your quirk, Midoriya. Oh, Izuku laughs, rubbing the back of his head. You noticed that this time? Of course, you were not very subtle when you began. Using it around 10 minutes ago. Your proficiency in dodging grew by an estimated 30% at that point. Now, Kurogiri says as he gradually falls back into form, let us continue without it. While the desired form may indeed be the weaving of martial arts and quirk, you must first learn the basics. And that first includes fighting quirkless. Izuku lets out a sigh. Yes, Kurogiri-sensei. You still need to work on your reach, Midoriya. Otherwise, your progress so far is satisfactory. Izuku lets out a light-hearted scoff, pushing himself off of the floor. Easy for you to say. You're like 2 times my size. Kurogiri merely nods in response. He opens up one of his portals and walks through it, Izuku following suit not long after. Leaving the training gym behind, of which Izuku still isn't sure the location of, Izuku arrives at the bar. As per usual, Tamura is off in the corner playing away on one of his game consoles. He only takes a moment to send a cursory glance Izuku's way before he's emerged back in his games. On the other hand, Kurojire's already behind his usual position behind the bar, gesturing to the seat across the counter from him. Izuku eventually makes his way to the offered seat, following up with the routine he and Kurojire had developed over the past few months. Once Izuku sits down, Kurojire pulls out a glass and fills it with water. After Izuku takes a nice and long gulp, Kurojire lays bare the question that Izuku had become used to answering every time he meets up with the man. "And how fares the progress with your quirk, Midoriya?" Izuku puts down his glass. "There's been some change since last week. I'm still having trouble with projecting my voice as usual, but there's been some progress. As in, it's gotten a bit easier to do something like this," the glass of water says in Izuku's voice. It's still as easy as ever to process sounds through solid mediums, especially something like this considering it's glass. A bit of practice since last time has led to there being a little less strain than there was last week. "How is your range?" "Extends around 11.5 meters from me now," the wooden counter says this time, its voice somewhat more muffled due to the lesser quality of the material. "A far cry from reaching your full range of a kilometer, but increasing nonetheless. That is 1.5 more meters than last week," Kurojire says with a nod. "I presume that not much has changed either regarding air." Izuku gives a slight nod. "Still can't find it in myself to throw my voice through the air. I'm just on the verge of doing it, I can tell. But I strain myself too much when I try." "What matters is that you continue striving for it," Kurojire says. In a similar matter, how about volume? Izuku can't help but smirk at that. Kurojire tilts his head. "What is with that expression?" "Well," Izuku begins, "volume still remains at about how I would sound if I was speaking normally. No yelling or screaming as of yet. I did figure something else out that spooked me in the middle of the night a few days ago." "Do tell." Izuku crosses his arms and grins. "Young Tamura, come here please." The rattling sounds of magic and roaring creatures emanating from the corner of the room suddenly stops. A few loud footsteps follow suit, an irate Tamura eventually striding up to Izuku's right. "What?" Tamura hisses. "I'm in the middle of a boss fight. Can't the brat here do whatever you need me to do?" Kurojire blinks. He shares a look with Izuku, whose grin merely widens. "Never mind," Kurojire himself says, looking to his other ward. "Carry on with your games, Tamura." "Ga." Tamura hurriedly stomps away. Kurojire waits until the sounds of Tamura's game pick back up before he speaks. Voice mimicry. "You never cease to amaze, Midoriya." "It helps that I have a way to mess with Tamura now," Izuku cheekily adds. "Try not to abuse it too much," Kurojire says. He then narrows his eyes, humming in thought. "You know, I'm almost willing to say that your quirk is the complete manipulation of sound within a kilometer radius." Izuku blinks. "With almost omnipotent hearing capability, the probable capacity to transmit sounds through any medium within my range, and with my newfound if shaky ability to mimic others' voices." Izuku interrupts his own muttering with a surprised gasp. "I think that you're right. It's just a matter of figuring out what else I can do. Have you perhaps tried canceling out sounds before they can properly travel?" Izuku widens his eyes at the thought. "That's a wonderful idea. You're the best, Kurojire. I need to go try it now or something, see if I can silence something small. Like birds. Or even hamsters. Maybe I can." "It will have to wait for another time," Kurojire interrupts. "For now, the master wishes to see you." "Does he now?" Izuku asks. Kurojire nods. Izuku hums, turning to look at the other individual present in the bar. "I'm curious, how come I never see Tamura getting called in? Is it just schedule-based, or?" "Those days have long passed," Kurojire answers. The same occurred to him when he first came under the master's care. As the years went by, the need for personal visits grew less and less. Tamura began to grow into his own person, so to speak. "And I'm not." "You are." Kurojire forms a portal right beside Izuku. "But the master still wishes to know you better personally and intellectually." He's still trying to understand the way you think. Izuku lets out a small laugh. Really? Well, I suppose that I shouldn't keep him waiting then. Once again Izuku's greeted by the sight of Sensei sitting upon his gaudy throne. This time, he's staring straight into a wine glass as he twists it round and round, eyes following the swirling liquid. Did you know that at the early onset of Hero Society, just after things had begun to calm down from the tensions of war, that both the government and the pro-heroes at the time pushed for the police force to be unable to use their quirks for their jobs? Sensei asks aloud. The official rationale was to limit quirk usage towards a small group of professionals that were deemed responsible by the government, reason being how training a force as large as the police would take too many resources that weren't available at the time. Sensei takes one last sip of his drink, leaving the glass empty. But in truth, this was to enable the government to have a sort of monopoly on quirk usage. After all, those who controlled heroes, controlled the hows and whys of attracting fans, and, in turn, by consequence, the flow of money. Sensei puts his glass down. It's an old fact, one lost to time due to negligent teachings. He leans forward in his seat, steepling his fingers together as he looks Izuku in the eyes. But I'm sure that someone like you knows such things about our history, Izuku simply stands there, waiting for Sensei to continue. The man in question only seems to brighten the more time passes. Sensei eventually nods. Your expression screams yes. Just as I presumed. Izuku blinks, scrunching up his face. Was my expression changing? I didn't even notice. Sensei grins. And based on what I'm seeing now, you're confused. Izuku sighs, conceding to Sensei's odd tendencies. Knowledge is power, he says. Knowing the ins and outs of the foundations of our society may end up being useful in some way or another. You can't discount the possibility. Rightly so, Sensei agrees. And once again you prove the lengths of your intelligence. It makes me wonder. Your analysis skills are something to boast about as well. But I ask, are they truly up to par? What do you mean? Sensei leans back in his chair. A few weeks ago there was a headlining story. Despite the immenseness of the event, all of the fanfare died down the next day. Media outlets refusing to talk about it, posted articles online systematically being deleted. Are you aware of the incident, Midoriya? Izuku furrows his eyes as he scours his mind for the answer. It eventually comes to him, recognition slamming back into full force. Lady Nagant, he mutters. I was so preoccupied at the time that I didn't even notice, but you're right. Nobody was talking about her the day after news of her incarceration came out. Indeed. But please hold your excitement. I know how your mind works. Now that this anomaly is within your awareness, you'll stop at nothing to know the situation inside and out. But the sad truth is, there is nothing that you can find. You'll only reach dead ends in your search. I'm sensing a but. Sensei smiles in return. I can start you on the path to find the answers. All I ask for is something in return. You said, I'm aware of what I said, and I know what you are thinking. But I promise you this, what I ask of you is something of little consequence. Simply, I want you to give me a name. A name. Or, more specifically, the name of a professional in the field. It doesn't matter who, but I'd prefer that you choose one of the small fries. Someone who's a D-lister, or perhaps even someone in the E-tier ranks. One that you've spent a fair amount of time looking into, one whom you utterly despise due to how they are. That is all that I ask of you. That's oddly specific for something of little consequence. I merely wish to sate my interests. Do you really dislike the notion of giving an old man something so simple? Old man? Izuku asks. You look like you're in your peak. What 50s? Sensei grins at that. If that is what you think, then so be it. He leans forward on his throne. As for my offer? Izuku sighs. Once again he scouts his mind, only this time he's surfing through his mental catalog of all the false heroes there are out in the world. It's dishearteningly large, even more so the lower down in the ranks he gets. It isn't difficult to think of an unheroic E-lister or D-lister. The conflict comes with deciding which one. Well, there's Slugger, Izuku eventually says. He has a quirk that allows him to throw ricocheting projectiles, but he limits himself to baseballs. Just because his dream of being a pro baseball player didn't pan out. Izuku shakes his head. He patrols in and around Shermaine. He runs a protection racket and even allows some small-time Yakuza groups in the area to undergo their operations unhindered. Sensei nods. Interesting choice. Are you going to tell me why you asked me for that? When it bears fruit, I will. But in the meantime, Kurogyri if you would. A small portal manifests beside Izuku. After a quick gesture from Sensei, Izuku reaches into it. What he finds is a somewhat bulky, if advanced-looking suitcase. Only after opening it up does he realize that it's a rather advanced piece of hardware. A laptop's? Izuku asks. Specially customized to your own investigative needs, Sensei says. It's state-of-the-art, with some rather extensive encryptions built in alongside some hacking programs to ease the burden on you. With it you'll be able to enter certain databases that are concealed from the public. Just don't be too erratic with your methods, or else you'll be caught. If that happens, that'll be on you. Understand? Of course, Sensei. Good. Now carry on. Another, much larger portal appears beside Izuku. I hope that you find the answers that you're looking for. Izuku walks through the portal and through the other side, appearing back in Mizudafu. Another small portal deposits his bag on the ground beside him, which Izuku takes and stuffs his newly acquired gear into. The shift in atmosphere is stifling, but nonetheless Izuku begins his trek back to his apartment, his mind buzzing with his thoughts. Sensei doesn't do things for no reason. There's more to what he asked of me for sure. And if I were to take a guess? Izuku took a breath, a large gulp traveling down his throat. Sensei has something planned for Slugger. And likely something not good. Izuku abruptly freezes, eyes bulging in sudden realization. He never specified that the name had to be that of a hero's. His analysis had long gone past the point of a childish admiration of heroes. The insides of his notebooks were now lined with entries of hero and villain alike, with no sense of favoritism or bias of the sorts. He was well versed in both the scum of the streets and society's bastions of hope. And yet, his mind immediately pointed towards the heroes. Or rather, the false heroes. He felt a pit growing in his stomach. What instinctually gave him a hero? Despite knowing that Sensei most likely has some sort of nefarious plot in store for whoever I named? I should be feeling bad, right? Why don't I feel bad about this? His doubts rage on the surface, but deep down Izuku knows the truth. He knows that if it had been a real hero whose name he had given someone who is an outstanding beacon of hope to the community and the world, then right now he would be feeling those bad emotions. Guilt, remorse, anger. But the truth is that Slugger isn't a hero. Isn't some sort of figure to admire. Isn't someone whose words you should live up to. He's a crook, a criminal, a villain. He goes against the law, and nobody even tries to stop him. But if Sensei suddenly took an interest in him? Izuku hastily shakes his head, attempting to clear the thoughts out of his head. There's nothing I can do now. There's nothing that I can do against Sensei after all. Izuku's mind drifts back to the new laptop in his possession. No use dwelling on it. Might as well think of where to start my investigation. Who knows how deep this goes? I hope that you don't mind, but I sort of want to talk about some things with you today. Now, I really don't want to pry. It's not my place, I know that. It's your life, and I'm invading your privacy by doing so. But by this point I've already told you multiple times that I'm technically spying on you with my quirk, and you haven't shown any signs of being mad at me over the fact. But, I mean, I could be wrong considering how stoic you set yourself up to be, and I'm rambling again, aren't I? Izuku sighs, taking a moment to reconfigure his thoughts. To his left, Todoroki Shoto is sitting in his usual spot on the shoreside bench of Lake Sano. The boy's usual aimless gaze morphs, eyes narrowing as his body turns to face Izuku. Oh! Izuku squeaks. You're looking at me. You barely do that. The only times you do are when you're interested. Like when I was talking about the use of ice quirks within tropical regions, that soba place I went to in Yokohama, or that. Todoroki tilts his head. Right. Izuku clears his throat. Back to topic. What's it? You've probably been wondering why I've been, well, stalking you really. Truth is, your father, Todoroki suddenly announces, unperturbed despite the subject matter at hand. Izuku balks. You spoke. Wow, this is a first and a hem. Izuku slaps his cheeks. I mean, that's only part of the reason. The other part is that I was worried for you. Living with Endeavor, that is. Todoroki grunts in response. Like I said, it's not really my place. But, since you're acknowledging me for once, let's start off with, well, what I believe is the cusp of the problem, honestly. Your quirk. Todoroki furrows his eyebrows. I've noticed that during your well. Izuku shakes his head. I've noticed that you only use your right side, your ice side. Now, I think that I can guess where you're coming from. Flames equal endeavor, right? I mean, I know that I definitely wouldn't want a constant reminder of someone that I utterly despise and… Izuku quickly notices Todoroki's open glare. I see K at this. Izuku takes a moment to breathe. Calm down, slow down. Get to the point. Okay, Izuku begins. Hear me out. My own quirk. Most people think that it's just enhanced hearing. Nothing flashy, nothing cool, nothing that I can physically show off. Normally, something like that wouldn't have second glances pointed its way. I mean, I still have a quirk after all. He shakes his head. But when someone at the top of the food chain has a personal vendetta against you, well, facts can be twisted fairly easily, and suddenly you're the target of dozens of people out to have some unsupervised fun. Izuku looks Todoroki in the eyes. Now, the truth is, this situation that's my life? I could avoid it completely. I haven't told many people, but my quirk isn't just enhanced hearing, it's sound manipulation. And it's nothing to scoff at either. And I know what you're thinking, if it's so strong, why do I hide it, right? Todoroki gives a slight nod. Well, Izuku starts, I train the greater aspects of my quirk in secret not because I'm ashamed, nor because I'm mad at what my quirk means about me. But the people who torment me because I have a so-called weak quirk. They don't deserve to know the truth, not when knowing the truth means that they'll just do a complete 180 in the way they treat me. I don't want to have friends because of my quirk, I want friends who like me for being me. And besides, Izuku continues, there are all the other people in worse situations than me. There's this girl in the same year as me. Her quirk allows her to force mental projections of your deepest fears to manifest into reality. I can think of hundreds of applications for her quirk in hero work, but she's too afraid to use it. Izuku sighs. It makes sense, all her friends left her at an early age when she accidentally used it on them. And now she has almost no practice with her quirk, and nobody wants to socialize with her, all because of the stigma of so-called villainous quirks. She's allowed herself to be consumed with fear, never taking a moment to relax. When you consider that, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I did what I could to improve my situation, not when it would take attention away from me and double down the things done to her. Especially not when I know that she's already teetering on the edge and wouldn't be able to handle any more than what's already on her plate. Once he finishes, Izuku senses a shift in the features of the boy beside him. He turns, noticing the confused look splayed on Todoroki's face. Izuku lets out a nervous laugh in turn, running his fingers through his hair. Point is, you can't let your life be dictated by your quirk. Your quirk is an integral part of you. It's not something that you can just ignore and cast away. You can be better than Endeavor, prove that you can be better. Why would? Despite their rarity, Izuku interrupts Todoroki's impromptu words in an attempt to make his words hit home. You want to be a hero, don't you? Because you won't be one if you don't use your quirk to its fullest. You can't be your best self when you are holding yourself back. One day you'll find that you couldn't save someone because you only used your ice. Do you want that? There's a few moments of silence, Todoroki and Izuku staring the other down unblinkingly. Eventually, and rather abruptly, Todoroki pushes himself off the bench. Without a word, he stands up and walks away. Izuku sighs, leaning back on the bench. That could have gone better, he mutters to himself. But it's probably best to peel off the band-aid now rather than later. It'll save him the trouble. He looks up to the sky, eyeing the sun's position in the sky. 6 o'clock. Looks like it's time to head home. He narrows his eyes. Or, I suppose that I have time to head over to Shiozaki. And even if she's not there? Well, there's always the bar. Izuku walks into the bar and is immediately greeted with its characteristic desolate atmosphere. The distinct sparseness and lack of customers isn't anything unusual when you consider how far into the slums the place is. But then again, when you consider who owns the place, or the fact that an overreactive, living disintegrator lives on the premises, and well, Izuku honestly wouldn't have been surprised to learn that the common folk had deemed the bar hazardous to those seeking a long and healthy life. However, one thing did surprise Izuku the moment he stepped through the door. He hadn't considered it beforehand on the way to his destination, but now that he was physically standing in the bar, he didn't sense a living soul within it. Neither his eyes nor his quirk gave any signs of Kurogiri standing behind the counter, or the loudmouthed Tamura cursing away at his games in the corner. He freezes, instinctually immersing his all into his quirk. Thankfully, a quick purview over the surrounding kilometer radius proves that no, he hasn't been compromised. There isn't a team of police and pro-heroes waiting outside to assist in his arrest. Unless someone out there has a quirk capable of concealing such a force's entire presence. Or that they were watching him from outside his range. Let's just not entertain either of those ideas. It'll help maintain my sanity. Further digging has him walking further into the bar to search for any signs of a struggle, which there are none of. The only thing out of place is the apparent lack of Tamura's television and game console from their usual corner in the bar. From this, Izuku can gather one of two things. Either someone powerful enough to take down both Kurogiri and Tamura came in here and took them without a trace, which in that case, I'm screwed, or it was a planned evacuation, he asks aloud. An evacuation hints at panic. Kurogiri's voice says from within a growing portal, causing Izuku to jump in place. But I can assure you, Midoriya, that our departure was very much a controlled event. Oh, Izuku mutters, steadying his breath. It's just you, Kurogiri. For a second there I was afraid you were the cops. A possible outcome at the current moment, I suppose. Izuku JRKs his attention towards Kurogiri. Wait, what? I was alerted by the master that you had arrived here, Kurogiri says, ignoring Izuku's unsaid question. It is best that we steer clear of any of the master's properties for the day. Izuku gulps. You're not compromised, are you? Kurogiri shakes his head. This is merely a precaution. For the time being, I will take you elsewhere. I shall engage you in an activity to act in place of whatever training we would have done otherwise, if that is all right with you. Izuku takes another quick examination of the surrounding area before quickly nodding. Better anywhere than here if even Sensei is scared. I wouldn't want to be on the end of whoever is gunning for him. You would not indeed. Izuku walks through the portal, stumbling somewhat on shaky ground as he reaches the destination on the other side. Once he adjusts, he notices Tamura huddled up at the far end of the cramped space Izuku finds himself in. The boy in question is sitting on the floor with his legs to his chest, but quite unlike the usual glare or unamused expression Izuku's grown accustomed to, Tamura's actually giving off a slight smile, with unabashed glee filling in his eyes. Shaking off his initial unease, Izuku takes hold of his quirk to piece together his current location. And suffice to say, he is definitely intrigued and curious of what he discovers. Why are we in the back of a box truck? Izuku asks. Tamura grins. Actually grins, which Izuku finds hard to look at after being so used to piercing glares and scowls from the boy. We don't need to worry about speed when we have Kurogiri, Tamura answers. We just need to make a sharp corner turn and have Kurogiri use his quirk to escape the cops. Izuku blinks, the information taking a few moments for him to fully process. What? Tamura frowns, loudly slapping the wall he's leaning on 3 times. You didn't tell him? A portal appears in the midst of the room, no doubt for Kurogiri to speak without him having to leave his spot in the driver's seat. I merely wanted Midoriya out of the bar as soon as possible. The master insisted on such. Tamura quietly grumbles to himself various things that make Izuku ensure he doesn't show any signs that he heard anything before looking back to the truck's resident green-haired boy. "We're going on a heist," Tamura announces, unable to hide the delight in his voice. "And we get to join in without having to do any of those repetitive and infuriating setup missions beforehand." What the young master means is that we are preparing to rob the Florum Municipal Bank in the city of Masuda, Kurojire's voice supplies. "You mean all the way in Shermaine?" Izuku asks. "He means just a few blocks away," Tamura says. "And we're going with the loud option." "We are not," Kurojire counters. "We have gone over this, Tamura." Tamura growls in return. "But I hate the smart options." Wait, Izuku interrupts. "Why the hell are the two of you robbing a bank? I mean, considering who Sensei is, he probably makes more money than a big city bank does in a week. In fact, I doubt that there's more than 10 million yen in that bank." "Hey!" Tamura pipes up. "We're robbing a bank today. As in the three of us, not just two." "That's what you got out of that?" Izuku questions. "Didn't you just hear?" Before Izuku can continue, Kurojire speaks up once more. "Do not listen to the young master, Midoriya. We merely wish to show you something. No need for active participation if you do not wish it." Tamura huffs. "Why the hell is he here then if he's just going to be sitting on his butt?" "This will be a learning experience for him," Kurojire says. "Besides, this way, you gain the ability to take down more enemies for yourself. Would you not like that?" Tamura narrows his eyes in confusion. "But you said, we must engage in stealth during our infiltration," Kurojire says. "But once we are inside, everyone we encounter will be considered an enemy." Izuku sends a panicked glare towards the portal. "Kurojire!" "No civilians, Midoriya," the man says. "We are going after ours. The only people there will be. Well, you shall see." Izuku opens his mouth to send out another retort, only for him to snap his jaw shut. In his mind the pieces all start coming together, his eyes slowly widening in realization. This is about Slugger, isn't it? It can't be a coincidence that you're robbing a bank in Shermaine when there are hundreds of other banks all across the country. So what if it is? Tamura calls out, his voice bleeding with nonchalance. "We're doing this with or without you, brat. So what's wrong with just tagging along? You yap and yap on and on about wanting to be a hero. What's the difference when it involves some criminal-on-criminal justice? But how can robbing a bank be justice?" "You shall see, Midoriya," Kurojire simply responds. "You will see." It's around 10 in the night when Kurojire drives the truck into the alleyway behind Florum Municipal Bank. As Izuku finds Tamura hopping out the back of the truck, he undergoes a sudden urgency, specifically, a sense of panic as he realizes he doesn't have a way of concealing his identity. He starts taking his things out from his bag. Who needs eyes when I can basically see everything with my quirk? Only to be forced to stop midway as his senses alert him to a nearing hand. He jets his possessions away just in time, glaring at the otherwise smirking Tamura. "No need to worry," Kurojire says, coming into view. "Your identity will remain concealed for as long as you wish it." Izuku gives a slow nod, deciding to trust Kurojire's word. He steps off the truck, leaving his belongings behind and onto the uneven ground of the Masuda pavement. He swiftly moves to catch up to Kurojire and Tamura, who are already at the back door to the establishment. Of course, with all the pent-up anxiety and nerves, it's only then that Izuku realizes that the large congregation of people he had been sensing for the past 2 minutes of driving were originating from the building before him, somewhere underground and within the depths of the bank. The sounds the group are making, a whole 15 individuals in total, aren't exactly ones Izuku fully recognizes. He can only vaguely recall hearing them elsewhere before. With his mind deeply entrenched with his preview of the bank, Izuku doesn't have the time to ponder the methods Tamura and Kurojire have thought up to infiltrate the bank. Instead, he's given a first-hand experience of Tamura's quirk in action. Izuku can only watch in unbridled fascination as the wall separating the insides of the bank to the external world slowly fades away from existence. The sight of decay is different from the few times he had seen it before, There had never been enough time to appreciate what was occurring. From the near instantaneous disintegration of a napkin to the crumbling dust of a glass, the receiver of Tamura's wrath was always too small. But seeing Tamura's quirk go to work on something so large, slowly crumbling away at it, was a far cry from that. That's one nice quirk. Ha! Tamura cheers. You ain't seen nothing yet, Pipsqueak. Izuku shakes off the fact that he had been speaking his thoughts out loud again. Still need to work on that. Highly disadvantageous in a combat scenario in favor of speaking up about something else. Wait! Izuku harshly whispers. What about the security systems? Won't they pick something like that up? We didn't use explosions, Tamura derides. He then clumsily places one foot through the hole he's made in the wall, weaving through the giant ash pile left by his quirk. Thus, no ear-splitting alarm. Shouldn't you know this? I thought that you were supposed to be smart. I meant more for the cameras, Izuku counters. We have someone who can work the system. Tamura yells. Now quit yapping and get in here so we can move this along. We're still at the boring part. Izuku winces at the uncontrolled outburst, expecting the cops, an alarm, or something to signify the fact that they've been made. Nothing comes except for the encouraging look Kurogiri gives Izuku, which outright convinces him to take the dive and walk on into the bank. It doesn't take long until the trio are in front of the enormous vault door. Like before, that too gives way to Tamura's rather flippant use of his quirk, hardened steel and bolts slowly decaying to dust. Izuku's eyes gleam upon rows of safety deposit boxes, and even a cart holding a few unorganized stacks of hard cash. When again no alarms go off, or in the case of a silent alarm, that still no cops have arrived, Izuku lets out a sigh in relief. Well, Izuku shakily laughs, that was easy. We have only concluded with the first step, Kurogiri explains. Of course. Izuku pinches his nose in exasperation. I'm guessing step 2 has to do with the 15 Yakuza members hiding out just under our feet? And yes, I can tell that they're Yakuza. Their conversations are telling enough. Kurogiri nods. Now, if you would be so kind as to point us in the direction of the entrance? Izuku points his finger to the far side wall. That group of safety deposit boxes seems to be the entrance. I can hear their voices bouncing off the walls and traveling up a stairway that starts from there. That's some nice soundproofing they have on the walls. With all their yelling, we'd be able to normally hear them from here. It makes me wonder if... Tamura ignores Izuku's rambling, moving instead to disintegrate the wall of safety deposit boxes he was pointed to. The action immediately reveals a doorway, as well as filling the bank vault with the slight taste of the rambunctious noise from below. Tamura almost sprints ahead, but is narrowly stopped by an errant arm from Kurogiri. Hold, Tamura, Kurogiri says. Oh, come on. Tamura pulls in a useless effort to release his captured arm. What do you want now? Guns? Or hands? Tamura blinks. Then, a wide grin grows on his face. Well, why didn't you just say so? Guns. Kurogiri nods, releasing Tamura. Then we shall be enlisting Midoriya's help in this. Sweet. Izuku nearly has a heart attack as Tamura lunges towards him, and is surprised that he isn't already dead as he finds himself being pulled along. He's barely able to process the fact that he's still alive because Tamura's pinky finger is raised up nice control. But still, what the F dash? When he suddenly finds himself being moved into the open doorway at the bottom of the stairs. The grip around his shoulders disappear at around the same time the music and cheerful conversation within the room do. Realizing this, Izuku moves his eyes up. He finds himself faced with a room of frozen Yakuza, all staring at him with looks of contempt or confusion. Izuku gulps. Ugh. They raise their guns up and aim. Holy! Izuku flinches, facing away from his nearing. He braces, only for the bullets to never come, and for his personal space to suddenly be enveloped with laughter. He opens his eyes to find a portal acting as a barrier between the bullets and himself, as well as Tamura on the ground beside him cackling like a madman. The hell was that, Tamura? Izuku yells, barely resisting his urge to kick the laughing boy in the stomach. I could have died. You kidding? Tamura gasps between breaths. You should have seen the look on your face. That is not what I meant when I was asking for Midoriya's help, Tamura, Kurogyari chides as he appears behind the two. Oh, lighten up. Tamura makes his way to his feet. He's alive, right? Kurogyari merely glowers before turning to face Izuku. Midoriya, he says calmly despite the mayhem on the other side of his portal. Please pin down the positioning of any firearms within the room. Distance from myself and height from the ground should be satisfactory. Izuku's eyes widen. You want me to help you get rid of their guns? Precisely. Kurogyari nods. And unless you have already mastered your skills in canceling out specific sounds, I politely suggest that you hurry. Despite the soundproofing in the room, the door upstairs no longer exists. We have no guarantee that the sound of gunfire will remain within this room and stay above the notice of the authorities. Hearing this, Izuku glares at Tamura, who merely shrugs in return. Izuku shakes his head. Fine. After getting to work, Izuku found the process surprisingly easy. Coupled with his near-omnipotent awareness of the room and Kurogyari's pinpoint accuracy with his portals, a total of 22 guns are whisked away from the hands of the Yakuza. The sounds of panic had already been steadily rising during the process. Now that the Yakuza have found all their weapons gone, the panic has only escalated. Very few of their quirks are emitter-based, someone with laser eyes and another with ferrokinesis if all the flying utensils are anything to go by, but considering the nature of Kurogyari's portals, the attacks are rendered useless. The others, which are a mix of mutation or transformation types, are unsurprisingly unwilling to try their might against the unknown barrier blocking their path. Before Izuku can find himself asking what comes next, he finds Tamura sprinting through a sudden opening in the mists. Izuku turns to face the man responsible. Kurogyari. Cease you worries, Midoriya. Everything is going according to plan. Before Izuku can ask for specifics, the first agonizing scream echoes against the walls of the room. He can hear the effects of Tamura's decay gradually crawling up the length of the man's arm. His spine tingles as he hears the cracks run down the man's torso. And he winces as the man spasms and screams as he realizes his fate. Not long after the scream goes silent comes the second, and the third. They make Izuku wish that his quirk wasn't giving him a play-by-play of the events of the room. But still, just like how it was with the exterior wall, a small part of Izuku's mind can't help but be fascinated by the efficiency and skill portrayed by Tamura. And he hates himself for it. He's handling them all by himself. Izuku can't help but ask. I disable any of the problematic ones for the young master, Kurogyari answers. Otherwise, yes. Despite the slow-acting nature of his decay, by now the young master's skill makes him proficient in handling a few second-hand thugs. Tamura's maniacal laughter follows the final 15th scream. Kurogyari drops his portal soon after, Izuku being greeted with the sight of a ferally grinning Tamura surrounded by piles of ash and dust, as well as a few still crumbling bodies. Izuku averts his eyes, intent on not having to look at the scene any longer than needs be. Unfortunately, those plans are shot the moment 3 small, fast-moving orbs register on his senses. He doesn't take a moment to consider what he's doing. His feet move on their own, guiding Izuku to tackle Tamura to the ground. He's fast enough, he and Tamura narrowly avoiding the flurry of baseballs that miss their heads and embed themselves into the far wall. Tamura raises an eyebrow at the sight, eyes alternating between the baseballs and the boy laying by his side. He mutters under his breath. Huh. Izuku, on the other hand, shoots right back up onto his feet. His quirk begins tracking a new individual who had just entered his range. What the heck was that? Izuku can't help but exclaim. Slugger literally just entered my range. That means that he's over a kilometer from here. Has he been downplaying his ricocheting skills for all these years? I heard those things bouncing off walls and signs all the way here, even going so far as following the route we used to get in. And his aim. Izuku looks at Tamura. Those baseballs were heading right for your head. Considering how fast they were, they would have killed you. That was an unneeded recap, brat, Tamura grumbles as he stands up. Now watch this, Kurogyari. Of course. Kurogiri forms another portal that promptly deposits Slugger onto the ground. Or rather, slams him to the ground, which Izuku pertains to the fact that, the last he heard from the man before he was swept away, he was sprinting. Tamura makes quick work in disintegrating the remaining baseballs, 6 in total, and grabbing Slugger's bat, ensuring his pinkies stay raised to maintain the integrity of his new weapon. By the time Slugger reorients himself, he's defenseless and laid before 3 unknown assailants. Tamura pokes the man in the head with his bat. "How's it feel being pawned at your own game, huh?" Izuku's expression shows his disbelief at the terminology used, all while Kurogiri remains as passive as ever. "Now," Kurogiri says, carrying along the conversation, "you will answer any questions asked of you. Specifically, you will abide by what the young man here wants." Kurogiri points to Izuku as he says this, the boy in question sputtering in disbelief. "Wha? Me?" Slugger scoffs at the display. "Please, who do you 3 think you are? I'm a pro hero for crying out loud. You think you'll get away with this?" Kurogiri hums. "Tamura?" Tamura slams the baseball back right into Slugger's stomach, causing the hero to kneel over and hurl. "Please," Slugger slurs, "anyone can do that. You think?" Tamura bends down, wrapping his whole palm Slugger's hand. "Ack." Slugger watches in terror as the decay climbs up his arm. He's only saved at the last second by Kurogiri, who forms and closes a portal around Slugger's arm, effectively cutting it off before decay could spread. In any normal instance, Izuku would be right into that, muttering about new findings and previously unexplored avenues of a quirk. He'd even be cognizant to take note of the sound of blood splatter across Kurogiri's body as the portal around Slugger's arm closes off. But at the current moment, he simply can't. He's too petrified, and no matter how much he hates to admit it too, enthralled by the sight before him. "Sure." Slugger gasps as he stares at his newly gained stump. "Whatever you want. Just don't kill me." Another swing of the bat comes in, this time landing with a crack on Slugger's left leg. "Shut it." Tamura sneers. "Your voice is annoying me. Talk only when spoken to." Izuku gulps, peeking at the carnage before him. Was all of that really necessary? "What?" Tamura laughs. "This." A swing, and the sound of cracking bone. "My other effin' leg." "Tamura," Kurogiri calls out. Tamura scoffs in return, backing away from his victim. "Oh fine. Go ahead, brat. Ask your questions." Izuku gulps, turning his gaze towards the battered hero. He takes a breath, and asks the first thought that comes to mind. "You're Slugger, right? The ball-throwing hero?" "Whoa!" Slugger sneers, blood running down his mouth. "Geez, kid. You can see." The sound of wood smacking against the floor echoes behind Izuku. Slugger clears his throat, his quick smile disappearing as he stares at the ground. "Sorry." Izuku takes another breath, thinking about what to say. He considers why he's here, or even why Sensei would want him here. Izuku then thinks back to the whole start of this night. He recalls what Kurogiri had told him. There's something here that he can learn from. "Why are you here?" Slugger blinks, momentarily dazed. "What? Why were you running over here?" Izuku reiterates. "Why were you throwing baseballs at people's heads at lethal speeds? How'd you even know that something was happening here tonight?" Slugger licks the blood off his lips. "I run the joint." He scans the room. "Well, ran the joint, seeing as there ain't one now." Izuku glares. Slugger takes it as a sign to further his explanation. "I'm sort of an honorary guard for the bank, considering I'm the only constant pro-hero around these parts," Slugger divulges. "They allow me to get into their systems, you know? Like this whole second level to the vault that the bank hasn't used since before quirks were a thing. It was easy to sneak the boys in there and refurbish the place when I had control over the vault door's timer, after all." "Oh, and you used the place for what?" Izuku asks jokingly. "Your base of operations for your drag smuggling ring?" "Well, yeah." The response gets Izuku to pause. Not only for the fact that Slugger's heart rate increased, but because as far as Izuku's previous knowledge held, Slugger was just running a protection racket. What else? Slugger looks up. What? Venom drips into Izuku's voice. What else? Slugger gulps. Drags like I said. The neighborhood protection racket, some money laundering, some assassinations or death threats every now and then, and maybe a bit of a BRTL for my men. But only on weekends. Slugger quickly adds. And the girls are all willing and comfortable the whole time. I'm sure they are, Izuku scoffs. He turns away, looking at Kurogiri. I get it. And I've heard enough. Are you sure? Kurogiri asks. Izuku nods, wrapping his arms around himself. He ignores the subsequent nod from Kurogiri, as well as the subsequent screams of terror that come out of Slugger's mouth as Tamura moves in. Once all is said and done, Kurogiri walks up beside Izuku, placing a shoulder on the boy's shoulder. I hope that today was not too much for you? Izuku sighs. Did Tamura really have to do that? I mean, he was a pro-hero and all, even if he wasn't worthy of the title, right? Hey, Tamura calls out. He saw our faces. You don't think that he would have ratted us out the moment he had the chance? Izuku takes a breath, turning to face Tamura. He wearily eyes the new pile of dust on the floor before he looks back at Tamura. I guess. Now you're getting it. Tamura walks forward, slapping a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku winces at the contact, still weary of the effects of decay. I'll let you two clean up, Tamura says, starting his way back up the stairs. I'll start gathering the loot we left upstairs. We shall talk about using decay on Slugger's arm later, Kurogiri remarks. You know how much I dislike the sensation of blood coursing through my warp gates. That's what showers are for. Tamura yells as he climbs up the stairs, feet thumping up the steps. Izuku takes a breath. I can't believe it. Izuku yells once Tamura's far enough away. I didn't know that something like this was happening. He gestures to the room as a whole. I thought that he was just running a protection racket. Not everything is broadcast to the internet or the street, Kurogiri intones. Sometimes, no matter how deep you get, whether through the dark web or by knowledge of the underworld, some things are bound to escape notice. This operation is no different in your perspective. Yeah, but... Izuku shakes his head. I can't believe how limited of a scope I've been running on this whole time. I guess that I still have a lot to learn, huh? That is up to you. I, however, am glad that the events of today have borne fruit. Izuku grimaces. That's an odd way of phrasing it, I suppose. Kurogiri nods, gesturing back up the stairs. Best we are going. As I said, we have no idea if the authorities are to show up. And besides, the master wishes for you to speak to him once more now that our business here has concluded. I hope that you are up to the task. Izuku's shoulders slump in defeat. Yeah, I suppose. Walking through the portal just feels like one step towards oblivion. But he still does it. Stumbling right onto his usual entry point within Sensei's throne room, the first thing that Izuku's quirk catches notice of are a slew of sounds not native to the dark, intimidating room. A puff of air, a motor pulling and pushing, and a steady, cold, metallic beeping. It's only as his eyes adjust to the darkness that he discovers its origins. A massive ventilator is attached to Sensei's face, if you could still call it as such, that is. After all, the holes where his eyes should be are empty craters, his white hair is missing from his head, and his skin is crackling and scorched from the untold damage done to him. Izuku's sure that if it wasn't for the plastic tubing attached to his face and the stout, elderly man zooming around tending to Sensei's injuries, the so-called bogeyman of the underworld would be dead. Ah, Midoriya, Sensei drawls, his voice muffled as it echoes past the breathing apparatus covering his mouth. At this, the elderly man jerks around, his goggle-covered eyes staring straight into Izuku's direction. Izuku gets a better look at the man then. A bushy mustache and a balding head, coupled with an unexplainable sense of vague familiarity that he can't quite place. What did I say about visitors? The man exclaims as he turns back around and continues to work on Sensei's damaged arm. The potential bacteria on him alone could prove dangerous. Oh, please Kyudai, Sensei says, Do you truly believe that mere bacteria could kill me? The man named Kyudai in Izuku's mind until further notice throws his hands up in the air in response. I don't know anything at this point. The only reason that I find that you're not dead is because you're you. And you. He turns, pointing an accusing finger at Izuku. You stay all the way over there. I don't need any additional infections exacerbating the wounds already here. Izuku mostly ignores the man's pleas, he being too busy scanning sensei wounds and wondering how such a powerful man had been reduced to such a state. It should have been inconceivable, impossible. And yet the proof was right in front of him. What happened? Izuku asks, his mind already forming boundless theories. Sensei lets out a low chuckle in return, an action that breaks off into a series of harsh coughs. Izuku isn't ignorant of the way Kyudai subsequently glares at Sensei, but he keeps his mouth shut on the matter. Is Kyudai a surname or a given one? The two of them act quite lax around each other. Friends? Could it be possible for such a man? Isn't it obvious? Sensei asks, interrupting Izuku's thoughts. Why don't you take a guess? Izuku bites his lip, unsure if he wants to know the answer. But he responds anyway with his first guess. All Might. Sensei nods. That big blonde oaf tried to finally do me in today. As you can see, he motions to his entire form, and Izuku can just feel the intended grin behind his mask. He failed. And quite spectacularly so. A multitude of thoughts race through Izuku's head. From the fact that Sensei survived a likely one-on-one fight against All Might, to how he's actually training under such a man. It only further drives how deeply entrenched he's become into this world. Additionally, perhaps the most startling revelation, the fact Sensei's quirk has to be more than just some minor form of telepathy. It has to be something that's allowed him to control the underworld from the shadows for so long, and even allowed him the chance to escape a fight with All Might, even as badly scarred as he is. All Might. Izuku's voice echoes, near inaudible. He did this to you? Indeed. Sensei reveals. But never mind that. Tell me, how goes the progress on your investigations? How much have you learned from my gift to you? Izuku blinks, taken aback by Sensei's sudden shift in topic. It's almost as if Sensei's current injured state is a mere inconvenience, the man willing to carry on with his normal day-to-day activities while he's strapped to a machine keeping him from death and being observed by a man working tirelessly to tend to his wounds. Once again, the sheer power of Sensei fills Izuku in equal parts dread and awe. Izuku eventually clears his throat. It's ongoing. I'm having a bit of trouble actually combing through their systems, but it's nothing that I can't figure out by myself in time. The Commission's protections are nothing to scoff at, which makes sense considering they're one of Japan's largest bastions of authority. And like you said, I don't exactly want to get caught. Especially with such a veiled conspiracy surrounding the topic. Sensei nods. That's to be expected. Still, as impressive as ever, even if you have not yet reached the truth. He turns his head towards Kyudai. How about you, Doctor? Your thoughts on the boy so far? Kyudai scoffs. Seems like a handful. He's hardly been here a few minutes and already he's spoken more than Makia has in months. An unfair comparison. Sensei counters with unabashed mirth. Does that mean that you'd like him on board? Kyudai nearly drops his scalpel. When the hell did you get that impression? And from what part of your imagination did you fancy that fantasy up? Midoriya, Sensei says, turning towards the boy in question whilst ignoring Kyudai's quip. What are your thoughts on biology? Specifically, topics such as genetic engineering, biochemistry and the like. Izuku rubs the nape of his neck. I don't have any strong feelings for or against them, I guess. You can't be serious, Kyudai retorts, putting down a syringe as he turns to face Sensei. What good could he do? I'd say that you'd be surprised, Sensei says. He's certainly surprised me. Wait, Izuku exclaims, brows furrowing. You want me to help you with something? Sensei nods. In a manner of speaking. Izuku crinkles his nose. What exactly does? Kyudai-san. Kyudai interjects. He doesn't turn around this time, still focused on working with sensei's treatments. That's either Dr. or Garaki to you. Right. Izuku reasserts himself. What exactly does Garaki-san do? If you don't mind me asking, he adds quickly. Well, sensei begins, you see, the doctor here is working on a special project of his and my creation. It's years in the making, and because of that, I'd like a fresh set of eyes on it. With you on board, I'd want to see if you spot any flaws that our eyes have turned blind to. Izuku crosses his arms. But why me? He questions with a frown, face contorting in unease. Don't you have someone else you would trust more? His mind shuffles through some of the more recent bits of conversation he's heard. Like, that Makia guy, right? He's that big guy who was here the first time you brought me here, I'm assuming. Sensei lets out a chuckle. Correct, you are again in your observations. But, you should know, Makia doesn't have the delicate touch that people like us do. He's much too brash? Large. Garaki interrupts as he's placing some salve over a patch of sensei's skin. A bit dumb? Don't forget your hand in that part. Sensei waves off the doctor's words, focusing again on Izuku. But that's besides the point, Midoriya. Haven't I already said it? You remind me of me from my youth. I'm highly interested in wherever your path leads you. Nothing wrong with wanting to present you with some potentially fruitful paths in life now, is there? And this, what? Izuku asks, his voice tight with bitterness. You think that I'm worthy of such a prestigious project? Sensei quirks an eyebrow, or at least Izuku assumes that's what he is doing, since it's a bit hard to tell considering the man's current lack of eyebrows, and leans back in his seat much to the consternation of Garaki. He wraps his fingers together, humming in thought. Something is bothering you right now, correct? What is it? Well, I don't know, Izuku drawls. I just came back from the scene of a 16-part homicide, which included the murder of the pro-hero Slugger, even if he was an unforgivable BSRD. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm worried that I'll get caught. Sensei chuckles knowingly. You're misdirecting. The heck is that supposed to mean? Tell you what, let's go back a few steps. Sensei leans his head forward. You've taken biology classes in school, haven't you? One of Izuku's eyes twitches. What does this humor me? Sensei interjects. Izuku hesitantly shuts his mouth. Good. Sensei nods. As I was saying, biology. Such a complex subject, yet with the basics of it being taught even years before middle school. One of those stepping stones is an insight to the predator-prey dynamic that encompasses the natural world. Ecology, the food chain. Are you following so far? Izuku nods. Splendid. Now, take me for example. Sensei spreads his arms out. My mere presence makes you tingle in anxiety, frightened by the mere fact that I could squash you like a simple bug on the sidewalk. But you wouldn't hurt me, Izuku interjects. Oh, and are you sure? Sensei laughs. The sound sends a tingle down Izuku's spine, his hairs rising in unease. But that is exactly it, Sensei says. From your plentiful writings, your bountiful mutterings, your exquisite analysis, they are all something that place you higher up in the food chain. The robbery today in Shermaine was a preemptive attack, Sensei says before Izuku can say his own part. Slugger was getting out of hand, threatening to go big to work with things that he wasn't ready to face. Because he wasn't under your control? Izuku asks. Of course, Sensei smiles, but that's besides the point. You were accompanied by Kurogyri and Tamura. You watched a mere 2 individuals take down a room of how many? Just over a dozen? And a pro-hero too. Why? Izuku shrugs. Because they're good at what they do? Sensei shakes his head. Because we are the big fish in the pond. We are the lionesses that stalk their prey. We are the owls hunting in the dead of night. Just as are you. You see, this applies even to your school life. Sensei crosses his legs, ignoring the panicked pleas from Garaki. The dumb one's the prey, the bottom of the food chain. They attack you out of malice or some misguided, childish sense of superiority. But aside from them, there are others. Surely, you've seen them. Those that stalk the shadows, keep to themselves, but aren't the targets of bullying. Of course I have, Izuku brushes off. But they don't care to help me, so why should I care about them? Because they are frightened by you, Sensei explains. Not because they can't fathom you, but because they know what you are. For all intents and purposes, you are a superior being, lording information over their head but never acting upon it. Of course you would unnerve them, seeing as you can act on said information at any time. Because if you were to just like that, their lives would be in your hands. Izuku crosses his arms. Bullshit. Could you, or could you not kill any of your classmates with the drop of a hat? Sensei asks in response. Have you, or have you not ingrained in your head the ins and outs of their quirks? Do you, or do you not know their strengths and weaknesses and everything in between? Sensei leans forward on his throne. And have you not ever wondered, no matter how deeply you tuck it away in the recesses of your mind, what it would be like to strike back at your tormentors? To make them feel what you have, to experience every bit of pain and humiliation ever inflicted upon you. Izuku doesn't have a response for that. You question your place among us. You question if you are even capable of playing in our league, Sensei persists. But the truth, as I see it, you have a place here, whether it's by bringing down justice on those who deserve it, or by working on projects that I oversee. Izuku doesn't immediately respond, and simply lets the words dance in his head. Meanwhile, the mechanical pumping of the ventilator continues to work, and Garaki continues to shuffle around with his tools. Not a moment of silence to think. Izuku begins, I'm now sure how I feel about this. And that's fine, Sensei says. I'm merely stating my view of things. An individual makes their own decisions, after all. Great. Wonderful. I'm glad for you both. You two done now? Garaki suddenly asks. Sensei laughs. Well, it is pretty late. He looks at Izuku. Anywhere that you would like to go? Izuku shifts his eyes to the ground. I'd like to go to my room. One of Kurogiri's portals appears beside Izuku. The grin behind Sensei's mask widens. Your wish is as you command. Izuku has two green-haired individuals who are present in his life. Inko Midoriya is a contrast to what a mother should be, ignoring her son and not showing an ounce of compassion towards him. Izuku has an understanding of the reason for why she is how she is. He knows that it stems from the incident from his youth that took his father from the world. But that doesn't excuse her neglect. Izuku supposes that he should be grateful, however. There are far worse ways that she could have relayed her anger and pain over the years. And then there's Ibra Shiozaki. The complete antithesis of Inko, Shiozaki cares about his well-being. She listens to Izuku's tales and problems, provides tactful and meaningful advice, and is just always there. She provides to Izuku the type of comfort his mother should have been giving for all those years, the attention and care he's been missing for all his life. She's become Izuku's one and only true friend, the only person he has come to trust and care for. She's the most important person in Izuku's life. Which is why he once again finds himself in the depths of Hanmoku City Park, the day after his talk with Sensei, lying against a boulder underneath the shade of a tree, eyes glistening over the rippling waters of the lake. Shiozaki sits over him, lounging atop the length of the rock. Her vines creep down over the side, ending into bundles that cascade over the ground. A few embrace Izuku's form, providing comfort with mere touch alone. To him, they provide the gentlest touch in the world. Of course, that's without the consideration that they are one of the few things that he allows to touch him. He never dwells on that fact. Only allows himself to lose himself in their succor. Well, as much comfort as his mind can afford, that is. After all, no matter how much he just wants to hang out, he can't. Not this time. Right now, Izuku utterly needs to talk about his worries even if it's without actually talking about them at all. He leaves out the context of Sensei, Kurogiri, and Tamura. Leaves out his steadying comfort with villains, and his growing appreciation for their ideals. He can't have Shiozaki know the truth, no matter how much Izuku wishes he could tell her. So he spins an amended tale, without the fatalistic woes of his future or the bouts of bloodshed in between. Something innocent enough, and yet still reflects his worries. It's a frustratingly difficult measure. What have I told you about having a negative self-image? Shiozaki asks, interrupting Izuku mid-rant. That it's hypocritical of a person who supposedly accepts themselves to see themselves in such a negative light, Izuku mutters knowingly. But it's a bit hard not to think such things when you go through the stuff that I do. Experiences make the individual, Shiozaki says, matter-of-factly. What's important is how you let those experiences shape you. That's what I'm worried about. Izuku sighs. Yeah. I know. Shiozaki isn't convinced. She wraps her vines around Izuku's shoulders, enveloping him once again in light-hearted grace. I know that it can be difficult, going through what you do. I saw firsthand the unjust treatment bestowed upon you when we first met, all those years ago. And I can only imagine how much that sort of treatment has magnified in intensity until now. Shiozaki leans forward from her spot, peering over the boulder's edge and looking down at Izuku. But the fact that you are here now, pondering your life and persevering through all the hurdles thrown your way despite the weight you carry on your shoulders? It sheds the light of truth on your hardened will of iron. The ruffians who terrorize your life chose their own paths and are responsible for their own moral wrongdoings, Shiozaki remarks. They have fallen to their basest desires and allowed their sins to cloud their judgment. One day they may realize their mistakes, wishing to purge the taint of their sins. Others may not. But you still have the freedom to shape your path. Despite your mother's mistreatment or your hatred from Endeavor, you try your best to overcome such hurdles, to lessen the impact they have on your life. You go out of your way to aid the Todoroki boy, and even submit yourself to your school's bullying to save others from your own pain. You've sustained a fair heart, readily steadfast in your compassion. And that is what truly makes you special. Follow what you believe in, Shiozaki coaxes. Follow what you think is right. She reaches down with her hand, moving to pull at the strands of her friend's hair. Izuku momentarily freezes upon the unexpected contact, but easily relaxes into the touch as he realizes what's happening. But most importantly, Shiozaki continues, don't change yourself, Izuku. Be yourself. Let your passions be you. And don't let worry shroud your mind. That is all I can say. Izuku smiles, tilting his head up to face Shiozaki's gazing look. Their eyes meet, and they maintain the stare for a time. Eventually, Izuku's the first one to break away, closing his eyes and breathing out a relaxed sigh. You know, Izuku's eyelids shoot open, eyes nearly bulging out from his skull. Izuku. Shiozaki blushes. I believe that we've reached the point in our friendship where we should be on a first-name basis, no? If not, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. If that's the case. No, Izuku interrupts, shifting his eyes to the surface of the lake. I don't mind. The two bask in a comfortable silence, eyes scanning over the glistening water and absorbing the relative peace of nature surrounding them. Thank you, Izuku whispers, for being such a wonderful friend and conversationalist, Ibra. Izuku senses the slight motion of her lips, slowly curling from a smile to a frown. My words and my friendship are all I can offer to ease the burden off your shoulders. I only wish that I could do more to alleviate your pains aside from providing solace after the fact. That's more than enough, Izuku mutters. I don't know what I did to deserve you. You lived, Ibra intones. And you continue to live your life despite what you face. That is what you've gone through to persist and reach this point. Don't forget that. I won't. Weeks pass. Things seem to die down. Little of anything to note comes to pass. No sudden raids orchestrated by police, no abrupt appearances by a disapproving All Might, and no harsh upheavals of his life. Instead are the usual training sessions with the detached Kurogyri, the myriad cherished intervals spent with Ibra in the park, and newfound lonely seatings on the bench in Sanaruko Park. Things simply continue as they normally do. What small changes do manifest come to affect little, like Izuku's growing interest in biology for one. Sensei may not have mentioned the topic since the first time, and Izuku hasn't seen hair nor hide of Garaki since, but he wasn't willing to ignore the hint for what it was. So he adds extended study-bound instances to his day, guiding himself to become at least somewhat familiar with the subjects of genetics and biochemistry. All things considered, it's not as if it's a hard task. As long as he appears to be paying attention in class, He can do whatever to his heart's desire. It's not as if the teachers care after all. The only problem that comes with that? Well, Izuku finds once more that his frayed attention span has betrayed him. Specifically, his muttering habit comes unrestrained once more while reviewing a lesson on thermodynamics, thus earning the ire of an ever-familiar head of ashy blonde hair. Soon the bell that signifies the end of class rings, the usual hustle and bustle consuming the room. And although Izuku may be invested in his book, that doesn't mean that he misses the shuffle of Bakugu's feet and two others heading towards his desk. Izuku holds out from releasing a sigh through his lips, knowing that it'd do him more harm than good if Bakugu were to hear it. So he takes upon the most neutral expression that he can, places his book down on his desk, subtly covering it up with some papers, and raises his face to meet the eyes of his most hell-bent tormentor. He asks, plain and simple, "Yes, Bakugu? That's all you have to say for yourself?" Bakugu scoffs, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Izuku holds back the usual urge to bite back. Just like all the times before, he keeps his vexation tamed, hidden behind lock and key. No matter how much he'd rather not. Oh, what I would do just to get the chance to punch him. But that wouldn't really make a difference now, would it? Besides, would that really make you the better individual in this situation? Internally, Izuku winces at the voice. Still, he isn't surprised, merely resigned. Because it seems like, for one reason or another, the universe really, truly hates him. After all, why else would his subconscious grow to sound exactly like Ibra? Even down to all her mannerisms and tone? Well, Izuku argues, even when knowing the uselessness of it, I have to face him sometime about our antagonistic relationship. And I can't exactly let my dislike for him rule my life. Just like how you let your hatred for Endeavor rule yours? Izuku ignores the comeback. He switches instead to shrugging in response to Bakugu's question. Listening to voices in your head is an optional activity in life, after all. Well, yeah, Izuku says, looking at Bakugu. What do you want me to say? Bakugu places his hands on the desk, leaning forward and getting into Izuku's face. Maybe, he drags out the word, an apology for one? Izuku almost scoffs. But he holds it back, just barely. You want me to apologize for angering the almighty and powerful Bakugu Katsuki? Izuku admits that he could have offered more of a tactful response. But dealing with Bakugu has become more of a nuisance than something to fear as of late. He can't help but skirt the line. One of Bakugu's eyes flinches at the response. He very nearly lunges forward, only to be narrowingly stopped by the firm grip that has found its way around his shoulders. The F you doing, Wings? Bakugu demands. Tsubasa's eyes widen, hands darting away from the contact. Izuku's willing to say that the boy acted without thinking, a gesture he appreciates, even if it was a bit stupid for Tsubasa to have done. Well, Tsubasa stutters. It's just that you already beat the nerd up this afternoon, you know? And this morning too. He rubs the nape of his neck. Another beating would be a bit more than usual, wouldn't it? You getting soft on me or something? Bakugu sneers. Why do you care how much hurt the nerd gets? Actually feeling sorry for the shit stain after all these years? Tsubasa raises his hands up in defense. No. It's just, well. His eyes dart around the room, eventually latching onto one spot. The teacher's still in the room. Usually you wait. The teacher indeed is still present, grading away at some papers. But if his aloof expression is anything to go by, he doesn't even care that this scenario is playing out in his classroom. Or rather, is willfully playing the ignorant fool. Oh, so now you're turning into a scared little bird, are you? Bakugu questions. What happened to that big mean dragon you're always blabbering about being, huh? Tsubasa doesn't respond back. If anything, Izuku prefers it that way. At the very least, as a result, Tsubasa wouldn't be digging himself further into trouble than he already is in. Bakugu turns his attention back to Izuku. He seems less angry than before, all due to Tsubasa's intervention, no doubt, but his steady glare gives Izuku the notion that he doesn't want to leave without at least some modicum of success. Which, of course, means that something has to happen. Izuku hears it coming before any real movement has occurred, but the proximity of himself to Bakugu prevents any sort of stalling action. Bakugu swipes down at the desk, taking Izuku's book. The papers atop it fly loose, leaving the book's title out for all to see. Biochemistry? Bakugo asks, scrutinizing the book. He flips open a few pages, eyes growing dark the further he gets. What the F are you doing with this? I just want a foothold in the subject considering how complex it is, Izuku answers honestly. He knows that a lie won't suffice. Not with the evidence blatantly out in the open. Is that so? Are you trying to get ahead? You think you're better than me or something, huh? Honestly, Bakugo. Really? That's up to you to decide, Izuku retorts. After all, you said it, not me. Bakugo huffs. A small pop abruptly fills the space in front of Izuku, the textbook in Bakugo's hand going up in flames. Izuku watches as the smoldering remains fall to his desk, tattered and unrecoverable. Still, he keeps his face passive against Bakugo's own smug look. Thankfully, he doesn't have to hold it up for long. A book's corpse is seemingly enough to sate the boy's desires, Bakugo finally turning around and heading towards the door. It's not until after Garu follows suit with a similar-looking face, and Tsubasa offers his own apologetic look before turning around, that Izuku takes the chance to let loose. All the irritation he had been holding over the encounter bleeds out, a deep sigh sweltering out as his thoughts loosen up from their fortified location. It's a bit too much, and he can't help but bring his frustration to words. Fuckface. The hell did you say? That slipped out, didn't it? And with my quirk too. Bakugo! Tsubasa yells out. Why? Izuku can move. He wants to move. But he knows that it would just escalate the situation. So he doesn't. Bakugo spins in his spot and propels himself towards Izuku. Once he reaches his destination, he sets off a weak explosion, just enough to breach past Izuku's clothes and singe his shoulder, however. So there Izuku is, stuck in his seat as Bakugo stands before him, triumphant and proud. All while he sits there, meek and feeble, clutching at his shoulder. The burn sting, of course. And he's a bit dazed from the blow. But it's nothing that he hasn't already experienced before. Nothing that he hasn't already spent hours reeling over or days cursing off. And perhaps, that's exactly what works against Izuku's favor. He's not exactly sure what triggers it. Perhaps it's the years of unresolved anguish building up and finally toppling down. Or maybe today was just a bit too much than usual. Because suddenly, all of his restraint and sense of preservation is gone. He does something that he's never done before. He looks back. Is that all you got? The words echo throughout the room. Garu and Tsubasa stand frozen, the former confused while the latter stands shocked. And Bakugo? He stands in place, frozen, but with calculating eyes locked onto the boy in front of him. Izuku only realizes what he's done too late. He's too surprised with himself, still wondering if his mouth really opened, to really react to what comes next. Oh, Bakugo smirks, I've got plenty. He's still in his seat, with a desk and the need to push his chair out from said desk preventing a quick escape. He hears it, sees it, but can't do anything about it. He can only listen as his doom nears ever closer. An explosion charges up more force behind it than before. The hand rips past the length of his desk. And then the explosion goes off. Right next to his ear. There's a sharp pain, and the sensation of liquid flowing down his head. He falls out of his chair and onto the ground in a frenzy, curling up and clutching at his ear. Bakugo! Tsubasa yells, running up to Izuku's downed form. What the hell? Oh, pieces off. Bakugo scowls. This isn't the first time it's happened. You were there the first time, you know that he'll get over it. Tsubasa takes his own hands away from Izuku's ear, almost backing away in shock at what he sees. He's bleeding. And it looks really bad this time. Oh, it wasn't that strong. Bakugo turns and walks towards the door. Come on, fingers. We're going. We'll let Wings catch up if he decides to stop acting like the nerd suddenly matters. Tsubasa switches between looking at the leaving duo and back to Izuku. Once Bakugo's out of sight, he starts to help Izuku to his feet. Come on, man, Tsubasa says as he struggles to drape Izuku over his shoulders. We'll get you to the nurse. And then... No. Tsubasa sharks his head to his side. What? But you're… No. Tsubasa almost jumps in place. Izuku scowls at the accidental display of his quirk, but he shakes it off. It doesn't matter at the moment. I don't trust the nurse, Izuku breathes. I trust her as far as I would be able to throw sensei. The teacher? Tsubasa asks. I guess, but… Never mind. Izuku almost shouts. He can feel himself getting more and more dazed. Just get me to a closet. What? Dude. Janitor closet. Izuku hisses. And get my stuff? Please. But what would a closet? This is my best chance. This hurts. Izuku groans. He takes a moment to recover, doing his best to focus his eyes. Please. It's for the best. Tsubasa shakes his head. Fine. I hope you know what you're doing. The two start their journey, Izuku dragging himself along as he goes. He ignores the piercing gaze of the teacher as he stumbles out of the room, ignores the pain screeching and scratching and peeling at his head for as long as he can hold out, and focuses on placing one foot out in front of the other. They reach a janitor's closet in no time. Izuku pushes himself off of his savior. He ignores the concerned look on Tsubasa's face. Without another word, he takes his things, pulls the door open, stumbles in, and slams it shut, leaving him engulfed in darkness. He prefers it. The less stimuli, the better. Of course, that doesn't mean much, with the way his quirk is going haywire. But some reprieve is better than none. He collapses against the door, sliding to the floor. He ignores Tsubasa's desperate cries, fishing out his phone instead. He peeks down at the screen. Pain, pain, pain. A world of pain is all that fills his eyes. But he tries his best. It's a miracle that he's able to navigate his fingers, going to his contacts and calling Kurogiri. But he doesn't get the chance to speak, the last things he hears being the dial tone on his phone. He drops the phone, the plastic and metal clattering to the tiled floor. His breaths turn ragged. His back is pelted by Tsubasa's fist pounding on the other side. There are bugs in the walls, cars in the street, people talking, people yelling, birds chirping, cats meowing, water flowing through pipes. Too many sounds. Unfiltered and unrestrained. His brain pulses within its cramped prison. Soon the world turns to black. His eyes flutter open, a hint of grogginess and fatigue pervading the movement. He almost doesn't recognize where he is at first, but the grungy-looking ceiling and the telltale sounds of dilapidated architecture bring him back into focus. Tamura is off in the corner as usual, playing his games. And Kurogiri's actually in the back of the establishment, seemingly doing inventory. Unfortunately, that information does little to indicate exactly who owns the third set of lungs he can hear. The best Izuku can tell, the individual's likely a smoker, given the audible condition of their lungs. He groans as he slowly sits up. He finds that he's been placed in one of the booths among the bar's many tables. A slow turning of his head to the left reveals the third individual present, sitting across from him. He's a middle-aged man with gray hair, with an accompanying goatee and mustache to match. His glowing pink eyes hide behind his round polarized glasses, and they complement the strange, almost intestine-looking scarf around his neck. As Izuku hones in on the cigarette sticking out from the man's mouth smoker, indeed the unknown figure grins, revealing a missing front tooth. Hey, sport. The man does a little mock salute. How's the gear? Up to par, I hope? Izuku crinkles his nose and files away the question for later. He's not exactly worried for his safety in regards to the man in front of him, that is, what's relative safety when sensei is involved after all? But that doesn't mean that he can't still be wary. Who are you? Izuku asks, voice cracking. Me. The man gestures to himself. Well, that's simple really. I'm a man of many tastes, and a man of many walks of life. I've dealt with individuals of all shapes and sizes, and I fester in your heart till the day you die. The man laughs, sending a lazy gaze at Izuku. But you can just call me Jiren. The name sparks something in Izuku's mind. He's heard about Jiren, of course. It's a bit hard not to when he's been investigating all there is to the underbelly of Japan. After all, Jiren is perhaps the most well-connected and established broker in the entire country, tending to villains and vigilantes, and some heroes alike. The only missing element to his repertoire was that Izuku never had a face to the name. Until now, that is. Jiren, Izuku says. Otherwise known as Okuda Kajiro, right? Jiren raises an eyebrow at that, his cigarette nearly falling out of his mouth. He takes a moment to reorient himself. He mutters. Kurojiri over there really wasn't lying when he said you were well informed. I've got to admit that I'm impressed. Though, Jiren takes a drag of his cigarette, pointing it towards Izuku. Mind me asking how you came across that info? Well, it definitely wasn't easy to find, that's for sure, Izuku explains. Whatever method you used to purge your records was thorough, but not thorough enough. And? Izuku shrugs. I suppose that I can offer more. For a price. Oh? You saying that the little contraption in your ear isn't enough? Jiren asks. The question does alert Izuku to the previously unnoticed pressure in his left ear. He almost didn't notice it with how snugly it fit in, but its existence is now clear. Still, Izuku doesn't relay his surprise nor his interest in whatever is resting in his ear. He keeps up a confident grin, looking straight at Jiren. I'm sure that it's already been paid for, Izuku offers. Whether by Kurojiri or someone else. Thus, separate payment would be needed for the information you're yearning for. Jiren's face is all but unreadable for a full minute. But eventually the man lets out a low chuckle, leaning back in his chair as he does so. I'm curious. How old are you, kid? Now that info can't cost too much now, can it? Nope, Izuku says, because I can offer that for free. I'm 9 by the way. Nearing 10 soon. Jiren whistles, sheet really? The disbelief is clear in his voice. You keep this up and you'll be my favorite client in no time. Izuku tilts his head in thought at that. He could be looking too deeply into the wording, but he has his suspicions. You were the one responsible for setting up my laptop, weren't you? Jiren nods. Got it in one. Hope you haven't broken it or anything. That thing costs a small fortune. I'm not sure that even All for One would want to ask for a replacement. I mean, don't get me wrong, such a thing didn't put a dent in his savings. But still. All for One Sensei's alias in the greater landscape of Japan. A name held in whispers and within only the darkest reaches of society. Izuku's known about it for a while, but having it being brought up in conversation, he has to admit that it's a little weird when all he personally calls the man is Sensei. You don't have to worry about that, Izuku answers. I've kept it dry and safe, there's not a dent or scratch on it. Jiren nods. Glad to hear it. Make sure that care extends to your new tech, will ya? They're not exactly things I get asked for too often, so a replacement might take a while if you lose them or damage them in a fight. Right? Izuku mutters, bringing his fingers up to his ear to feel at the device. He traces the length of the smooth synthetic surface, noting the surprisingly small contrast between the feel of the device and the softness of the skin and cartilage of his ear. How'd you get my ear healed so quickly? Jiren puffs out a cloud of smoke. He smirks. Who said that was me? Izuku hums in thought. Alright, then how about explaining what exactly is in my ear? Wouldn't mind that, would you? Not at all. Simply put, it's a sound therapy machine. White noise masking, sound habituation protocols, you know, the like. Everything in our age that works to ease the burden of conditions such as yours. Izuku frowns at the information, his mind already providing a basis to what all those words have in common. Tinnitus. Izuku whispers, addled. He leans back in his seat. Knew it was only a matter of time. Correct. Jiren scrutinizes the boy in front of him. Why do you sound as if you didn't already have tinnitus before? Izuku raises an eyebrow at that. Because I didn't? Jiren places his hand under his chin. The damage to your ear, your left, that was a fresh injury. From today. Yeah? As long as it's still Thursday anyways. It is, Jiren affirms. But what about your right ear? What about it? Jiren huffs, crossing his arms together. I did a little testing myself while you were out of it. Turns out you have tinnitus in both your ears. The left ear just has a more pronounced case of it. As for your right ear, the scarring's a lot older, years old. But it's clear as day, There should be at least some ringing in your right too. But Izuku crinkles his nose. He takes a moment to think. I guess, technically, this was the second time that Bakugo's blown one of my ears out. The first time was when we were kids. He went for my right ear at the time. Are you saying that I've had residual damage from that, and I haven't noticed for all these years? Jiren shrugs. I don't know what to tell you, kid. That's just what it looks like to me. Maybe you got used to the ringing when you were young? Grew to forget all about it? The damage is only minimal after all. Only minimal. Izuku mutters to himself. He thinks on it for a while, eventually grimacing at his eventual hypothesis. He looks at Jiren. I have a theory. Shoot. Izuku reaches for his quirk. Everything's working as per usual, the constant chaos from Bakugo's earlier assault now gone. The newfound tech in his left ear is masking the signature sound of constant ringing in cases of tinnitus, so he actually has to strain himself to hear it. But things normal. And this, normal, also includes the finer-tuned control of sound around his immediate body. Izuku never gave it much attention before. After all, it made sense for his quirk to be stronger the less range there needed to be covered. But if Jiren's right, he tries, manipulating the aura of sound around him. Stretching it, pulling at it, whatever he can. He focuses on his right ear, morphing and changing until he snap. And there it is. A low hum, filling up his right ear. Almost unnoticeable, but there as long as he strains to hear it. Izuku shakes his head, letting go of his rein over his quirk. The passive use of sound over his right ear settles back within moments, the low, effervescent hum leaving him. I think, Izuku begins, that I've been subconsciously masking the sound with my quirk. I just tried working around it, and suddenly I could hear it. You saying that my services were unneeded this time around? You could have done the same with your other ear, right? Izuku shakes his head. Not at all. The buzz in my right ear, it's soft. But if my left ear is as bad as you say it is, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. A bummer. Jiren smirks. But even then, must be some quirk of yours then, holding up in protecting yourself for so long. When was the initial incident again? It happened when I was 5. Jiren narrows his eyes at that. Izuku clears his throat. It's a long story. It's not my business, Jiren mutters, standing up from his seat. He tosses a small pamphlet over to Izuku's side of the table. Instruction manual, for your pleasure. I'll leave you to it. Unless you have something else for me? Izuku nods. I can give you more details on how I uncovered your name later. I can send it to your email if you'd like. Jiren shifts his eyes to Izuku. You are aware that I only give that out to a very small number of people, correct? I know. Bold of you to ask, then. Jiren sticks his arm into his coat, pulling out a small business card and handing it over to Izuku. Phone and email, for your pleasure. But remember, if any of that gets out and I learn that you're the leak, you're cut from any future dealings, you hear? Izuku nods. Of course. You can't have backstabbers lingering around for long in your type of market, after all. Best to cull them as soon as possible, right? Jiren tips his head. Glad that we've come to an understanding, Midoriya. I look forward to having business with you in the future. You sure as hell are looking to be an interesting one. Jiren walks out of the bar as shiftily and stealthily as what Izuku has come to expect from a man with his profession. With the man gone, the next thing Izuku has plans to do is read the manual to ensure he doesn't accidentally shock himself or damage his new tech. That is, until he hears Tamura of all people pause his game out of nowhere. It only works to confuse Izuku more the second Tamura stands up and starts to trek over to his table. Because of course the day isn't over yet. Tamura waits there, staring. Izuku does the same. The two of them stand their ground, looking each other in the eye. No one says anything, nobody moves. Just them, the silence of the bar, and the dreary darkness that accompanies it. As the moments pass, Tamura lets out a hum. He doesn't follow it up with anything though, merely continues to stare, as if pondering something. What? Izuku eventually voices out, crossing his arms. Tamura smirks, his expression finally changing. I might have misjudged you. Izuku snorts. Really? Tell me, this something that you go through every day? You know. Tamura does a waving sort of gesture around his ear. Izuku shrugs. In a way. I suppose that this is just the worst it's been. Probably has to do with the fact that I actually acted back for once. Tamura looks unconvinced. Engaging in a counterstrike? I don't believe you. Izuku sighs at the fact that his bluff was so easily seen through. They find. So maybe I just insulted him. And he did that to you? Tamura asks, near exuberant. Izuku doesn't let Tamura's excitement get to him. He knows that's just how Tamura is by this point. He did, Izuku replies. He's just like that. Must have some PSS poor mini-ego then, Tamura mutters. That much I can agree on, Izuku chortles. Don't care. Tamura nods. But, tell me, you essentially got your father killed because of your quirk. And your mother hates you with passion now because of it. And you're bullied at school every day because all the other kids don't like you for being different. Yeah. There's a slight pause. If you leave out a few details, sure, Izuku eventually scoffs. He leans back in his seat, eyes never leaving Tamura's form. So you've actually done your homework. Call me surprised. And what? Is that supposed to impress me? Unnerve me? Just getting some facts straight, Tamura says. Wanted to hear it straight from you. What difference does it even make? Your eyes. Izuku narrows the organs in question in return. And what about them? Tamura bares his teeth. I can see the anger hidden there. The unbridled rage, the utter hatred, the want for things to just change. The desire to dismantle society to its roots, to destroy it. Izuku takes a moment before he can respond. Where's all of this coming from exactly? A sudden speech? Or would it be more like a rally for one person? Point is, not like you at all. No, it isn't, Tamura admits. But you've caught my attention finally. Only took you a few years, but I'll give you credit for holding out for so long. But what's the point of all this? Izuku presses forward. Because right now I find the way you're acting disorienting. As is, I find it more likely that you're someone with a shape-shifting quirk rather than the real Tamura. Tamura rolls his eyes. I just think that you're stupid. Izuku leans forward. Excuse me? You have a quirk that's more than you show. Why hide that fact? I doubt that you'd understand. Try me. Izuku sighs. It's for the benefit of others, he replies. People in similar situations as me. If I didn't take the brunt of the abuse then. Like I said, stupid. Tamura shakes his head. Honestly. What have they done for you? Those people that you're protecting out of the kindness of your heart? Jack sheet I bet. And like I said, you wouldn't understand. But that doesn't. Well, then. Tamura exclaims. Watch out for yourself. They've done nothing for you. Why should you care about them? Ignoring people in trouble isn't something that her. Unbelievable, Tamura interrupts. You still want to be a FING hero despite all that? Despite knowing what heroes are really like? What people are like? And what if I do? Tamura very nearly begins the process of ripping his hair out, only barely stopping himself. I can't believe that Sensei wants your goody two-shoes but here. Izuku chuckles. Nothing that you can do about now, is there? Tamura tilts his head. He keeps the position for a few moments. Then, his irritation melts away, a smug grin filling his face. Actually there is. Really now? And what's that? If you're going to be sticking around, you need to work on some things. Like fighting. As of right now. I doubt that you'd last 1 second against those pathetic bullies of yours. Really now? And what is it that you think I'm doing with Kurogiri then? Special techniques, combo moves, fancy stuff that appeases wise-ass pretentious people like you, Tamura lists off. But you're still slacking on other things like increasing your stats. Things like your agility. Izuku adopts a blank look, deliberately ignoring the former part of Tamura's spiel. My agility. No point working on strength or constitution, too scrawny and weak. Izuku shoves himself out from his seat upon hearing that. Hey! Your intellect seems pretty high, so no need to work on that, Tamura continues. Wisdom is questionable. But fine. Then that's all. Izuku scrunches up his face in thought. I'm not exactly experienced with your vocabulary, but aren't you forgetting something? Tamura lets out a growl. Who the hell cares about talking skill? You need to crush your enemies, not do some talk no jutsu bullshit. Izuku quite diligently backs off upon that outburst. He clears his throat. Right. So what? You're saying that you have all the answers here about that? I do. Tamura responds rather calmly, his previous anger gone. Let me show you. He turns and gestures to follow. Izuku hops out of his seat to do so. They don't move much, just to a more open space of the bar. Tamura gestures for Izuku to stay, while Tamura himself walks a bit more. In just a few seconds, the two of them are facing each other down. Let's see. Tamura begins. I want you to beat me. Izuku raises his eyebrow in question. Like in a fight? Yes, in a freaking fight. Sheesh, Tamura shakes his head. He starts putting some gloves on before continuing. I win if I get into a position where I can disintegrate your face off. And since this is your first time, I'll give you a handicap. Your quirk, you can use it. But nothing else, no power-ups or items or sheet. A handicap, really? Izuku questions, ignoring the latter stipulations. After all, what exactly counts as a power-up in this situation? Trigger? And what items? The chairs? My shoes? Tamura smirks, getting into a ready position. You'll need it. Fine. Izuku nods, following Tamura's example. Begin. Begin. Tamura runs forward, feet pounding against the wooden floorboards of the bar. His footsteps are easily discernible to Izuku with his quirk, loudly and sloppily clomping along. Izuku's ears listen for movements in Tamura's arms, observing their movement back and forth. As per usual, as Tamura nears, Izuku hears it before he sees it. Tamura's left hand is rising upwards, moving in tandem with his movement in preparation for a strike. Based on its trajectory, it's aiming right for Izuku's gut. Izuku breathes. He takes the necessary movements to dodge. When Tamura suddenly moves, faster, much faster than before. Suddenly, the older boy is upon him, weaving around Izuku and towards his unprotected backside. Izuku's barely able to spin and block the blow, the force and ruthlessness of it almost doubling him back onto the floor. Izuku backsteps, aiming to move out of Tamura's range. That does little of anything, Tamura closing in over and over, faster than Izuku's able to keep up with. One false move, and Izuku finds Tamura's gloved hand stretched out over his face, tightly gripping onto his skin. Then boom. Game over for you. Izuku swats Tamura's hand away, backing up. He looks back at Tamura, finding a wide grin on the boy's face. You can fight, Tamura begins. Kurogiri can attest to that. You can hear me, but you can't react fast enough to do anything about it. It'll be the same for your bullies. So work on that. Izuku shakes his head, more focused now on Tamura's display of abilities than the advice. That speed, it's not a byproduct of your quirk, right? No. But it's basically me using a cheat code. But you trained for it, didn't you? Izuku retorts. Trained your body past normal human limits, started delving into the potential of our bodies that past generations have given us. The hell you talking about? Izuku glares. Seriously? You're using your speed as it is and you haven't done any research? Tamura shrugs. I can do what I can do. I don't need to know the mechanics behind it. Izuku sighs. Basically, a couple generations of quirks has really messed with our biology as a whole. People are more durable than usual, almost like making up for all the fighting that happens now. Izuku shakes his head. I mean, you know how some people have horns or different colored skin because of their grandparents? And how that aspect of them isn't always actually a part of their quirks. It's basically the same thing, but this time more useful aspects of quirks get subtly passed down. Like your body's capability to access the capability to move at abnormal and enhanced SP. Hey, I'm trying to explain this to you. Tamura's already walking off, moving back towards his game console. He merely waves off Izuku's yells of indignation. Too many words. I don't care. I'm fast because I'm fast. So what? I wanted to talk to show you something, not get lectured to. Blah blah blah. Izuku groans. But one last thing at least. Izuku pleads. Tamura groans as well, putting only half the effort he could into turning around. What? Your surname. What? Your surname, Izuku repeats. I've never heard it. I've been mentally calling you by your given name this whole time that we've known each other. Which is kind of weird considering how long we spend in the same room together every day. Even if you are just sulking in the corner. Bah. You're kidding me. Tamura slaps his hand over his face. He takes a breath. FCKN Ingerful BRT. Sraggy. Izuku blinks. What? Tamura removes his hand from his face, unmuffling his words. Shigaraki. Will that get you off my back? Shigaraki Tamura, huh? Izuku nods. Alright. It's a start. Izuku couldn't help himself. He was already in the area after all. So he went. And thus here he is, listening to her wonderfully calming voice once more. Even if the subject at hand was far from relaxing. What he's done to you is horrible, Ibara intones. It is a most egregious sin that Bakugo Katsuki has committed. I can't condone such behavior. Izuku finds himself cushioned within a gently bound bundle of vines, simply listening along as Ibara rants. He hadn't exactly wanted to tell her what had happened, not entirely, anyways considering the nature of the situation, both civilian and villain. The decision was out of his hands the moment Ibara saw the device in his ear, however. Still, if anything, Izuku finds himself lucky that he hadn't visited in a few days. The lack of contact easily explains away how he would have received his new aid. Add in the fact that the money from Endeavor still remains quite a persistent sum even after all these years, and acquiring such a potentially expensive device becomes trivial. The fact that he's releasing his frustrations upon your being, on somebody that he supposedly once called a friend, is appalling. Shizuki continues, her vines subconsciously wrapping themselves further around Izuku. Izuku sighs upon the unnoticed gesture. He recognizes when Ibara is getting too worked up. And he hates it when that happens, so he does his best to calm her down. It's all right, Ibara, Izuku begins. What's done is done. You can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm fine. This is no. Izuku finds the vines abruptly wrapping around his mouth, effectively cutting off his words. Don't you dare finish that sentence, Ibara orders. I will not stand by idle and let you further debase yourself. There are people who care about you. People who would be sad without you. You need to see that you're something of worth to the world. That you can make a difference in the eyes of many. I know that. Izuku growls. I understand that I am a person like anyone else, that I can make a difference. You've ingrained that into me. Then why do you act like you don't believe any of that? She scoots closer, putting her hands on his shoulders. You always put other people's well-being before yours, always, even when it results in something detrimental to yourself. For one, Bakugo's been bullying you for years, and you shrug it off like it doesn't even matter. Like his well-being is more important than yours. Why? Izuku averts his eyes, looking to the ground. Are you asking me to abandon people in need? Of course not. It's Ibara's turn to sigh. I just don't want to see you destroying yourself. I'm merely saying that you need to take time for yourself. Don't think that everything rests on your shoulders. Okay? Izuku slowly nods. Okay. Ibara lets go, settling back into her previous position. I'll hold you to that. They sit there in silence, both steeping in their thoughts over their talk and admiring the atmosphere as they always do. Things usually die down by this point, either due to Izuku's stubbornness or just a lack of fresh topics. But today ends up being different. It's just, something's missing, Izuku blurts out, much to own surprise. Ibara turns her head at that, taking upon a thoughtful expression. Like what? Izuku simply shakes his head, clearly at a loss for words. Ibara nods in understanding. Think for a bit. When you're ready, tell me, what's the first thing that comes to mind? The answer comes surprisingly faster than expected. The words die in his mouth. Yes. Izuku sighs. I want to punch him. Punch that smug look off of Bakugu's effing face. Ibra's expression doesn't change. She doesn't chide him for wanting to turn to violence or for his use of vulgar language. She simply asks, "Then why don't you?" And Izuku replies, "I don't know." The week passes. Izuku comes upon a few new revelations. Like the fact that Tamura Shigaraki doesn't exist. Well, as far as Izuku can tell, anyways. Either the boy in the bar with the DEKU quirk had his identity scrubbed so thoroughly that no trace of it exists either through sensei or other means, or Tamura Shigaraki is merely an alias. Not that it really matters in the long run. I was just curious. As long as he doesn't do anything to hurt me, I don't need to know about him. And besides, I shouldn't let it get to me when there's no need to. I've been having a pretty good week so far. Why ruin it? Since the day of the incident that irreparably damaged his left ear, Izuku thought that nothing much would have changed with how ostracized he is, but how wrong he was. The teachers had begun to be more watchful and chiding to his bullies. Nothing like outright defending him, of course. But their fuses seemed a bit shorter than usual, for one. The faculty had started warding off offenders to Izuku's well-being much earlier, when before they would only intervene when not doing so risked the class getting out of control. And even Bakugu has seemed to back off, even if only just a bit. The past few days have presented less of the usual forceful shoves and direct punches, with piercing glares and snide scoffs made from a distance filling the schedule instead. Maybe having physical proof of Bakugu's wrongdoings has suddenly made everyone fall into caution? Izuku lets out a snort at the thought. Makes me wonder if I can abuse this. What would have happened if I allowed myself to get something like a broken arm during one of the many scuffles I've been a part of over the years? Might have been worth it. Izuku shakes his head out of his thoughts. He has more important things to deal with. Specifically, another change upon his days, and one just as, if more, welcome as the others. After so many months of, arguably, warranted, absence, Todoroki Shoto is once again sitting in his usual spot on the shores of Lake Sanara. And so, Izuku musters up all the confidence that he can and walks towards the bench. He doesn't sit down immediately, making sure that his presence is known first. It's only after Todoroki makes a quick glance at him and doesn't show any signs of distrust or wanting to immediately leave that Izuku sits himself down. And, almost as if things hadn't changed, Izuku reaches into his bag and offers a water bottle to the boy beside him. For once Todoroki actually takes it, and takes a nice, long sip. Once the bottle is closed and set between the two, there's silence. Just the two boys sitting, admiring the setting sun and its reflections off the lake. Minutes pass like this, just until the peaceful silence is broken. "I've been doing some thinking about what you said," Todoroki says, showing some unexpected initiative by being the one to initiate the conversation. Stunned, Izuku lets the boy talk. Todoroki raises up his right hand, spawning a small eruption of ice from his palm. "For the longest time, all I've had is my ice. I thought of it as the only lifeline I had against my father's fire. One of the few things that I could take comfort in, so to recall my mother." Todoroki lowers his right hand, raising up his left. Minuscule tendrils of flames curl up and around his fingers, dancing to and fro in tandem with the breeze of the park. In comparison, they're nowhere near the size of the snow flurries he was making a moment before, and it's obvious that his control is shoddy at best. But those aren't the main things that catch Izuku's attention. What he's focused on is the fact that Todoroki is even using his flames in the first place. "Fire only reminded me of my father. And not just my own flames, the stove, candles, even the incense for the offerings too." He pauses and sighs. "But you..." He makes a sideways glance at Izuku. "You made me question some things." Todoroki makes a fist, sniffing out the fire in his palm. "I'm still not convinced, however. Not fully, at least. But I'm willing to hear what you have to say in further depth. If you don't mind, that is." Izuku blinks, digesting all he's heard, especially the last part. "If he wasn't mistaken..." "You mean you want me to, what? Help you with your left side?" Todoroki nods. "I just wish to practice for now. Learn to tame my flames, unlike my father." I thought that I'd be better if I received your help instead of trying on my own. You have all of those notebooks that you talk about all the time, after all. And I want a style that's fresh. Ah, Izuku says rather dumbly. He clears his throat. All right. I'm up for that. Todoroki nods. He raises his left hand up again, and it becomes engulfed in fire. Izuku instantly freezes at the sight of the flame, both for its sudden intensity and size, a huge divergence from his earlier exhibition. He finds his eyes centered on the flickering oranges and yellows, his mind tunneling towards one thing. Endeavor. But he stops himself from going any further. Izuku shakes the thoughts out of his head. He's not his father. He's different, can be different. The fact that he's talking to me about this proves that. I'm ready, Todoroki says. Izuku nearly jumps. Hoping his unease hadn't shown, he nods but not before letting out a shaky breath. Just, one thing, Izuku says. Yes. If you're set on this, know that taking some tips from Endeavor wouldn't be a bad idea. If you do that, make sure that you don't turn out like him. Because then I'd have to do something about you too. Todoroki raises an eyebrow at the phrasing, but otherwise doesn't offer anything back but a simple nod. Izuku's thankful for it. He couldn't help but be truthful, even if vaguely. Todoroki was still his age after all. I don't plan on being anything like him, Todoroki says. You don't have anything to worry about. For Izuku, it's enough. He has all the time in the world to work. And he sure as hell isn't going to mess this up. If not for his own sake, then for Todoroki Shoto's.